now that I've done the things I should have done before we started, we can go back to our second episode of Dragon Quest. And to begin with, I'd like to show off some stuff. I'm going to load up the Japanese version of the game for a minute, because, oh, and also the Discord stream for you guys.
Oh,
we talked before about how there was actually a 3-year gap between the Japanese and American releases of this game.
That's right, yep.
Led to a couple changes that you wouldn't expect. Some changes beyond just a translation.
Okay, this is strange. We've just got Streamlabs as a viewer watching. We should probably just... He doesn't want to accept that we've moved on to OBS.
Oh, yeah, it's because the bot... We let the bot in. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just block him. Goodbye.
Okay, that's one way to do it.
So, of course, to begin with, we have this much nicer logo for the Japanese version, of course. Since they had to change the title to Dragon Warrior, they kind of cobbled together an American logo for that version.
Sure.
And then, when we start, of course, we have the, I think this is the Katakana and Hiragana alphabets for our name entry. So no kanji because there wasn't big enough data, and we can only have 4 characters in our name. So we talked before about how like your name affects your stats, but only the first 4 characters. And I presume the reason for that is because in Japanese the limit was 4 characters, and they didn't reprogram that part.
Yeah, that definitely seems like the case.
So third and finally, we have you might notice that all the characters' sprites are slightly different from how they were before. How they were in the American version, I mean. So our hero looks slightly different, for example.
Right.
Yes.
And the game is also in Japanese.
Yes. And also he moves like this, so... there are no alternate facing sprites or anything like that. So everyone just...
Like Fortnite dance.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Everyone just perpetually faces straight at all times and kind of slides around.
Sure.
And when you select to talk, you actually have to select which of the 4 directions to talk in this version of the game as a consequence of that. So, luckily, they sort of line up with the direction on the menu, so you don't have to know Japanese to be able to do it, but yes.
Sure.
Well, it's a good job I speak Japanese, so I know what's going on.
That's right.
Now, bear in mind that most RPGs that had come out at this time had like a single pixel for your character, pretty much. But
right.
Yes, it just sort of goes to show that the game was even more technologically backwards on its initial release than you might expect. Just about everything else is more or less the same now, though. I'll show off a battle just so we can see that it's like almost identical.
I know. I think this is an upgrade. I think the one you were playing the other day is a downgrade, if anything.
Yeah, the comedy value of the sliding around is more fun, I think.
Yes, and dancing.
Looking back at it, it sort of reminds me of like a modern, really badly made and half-finished indie game that somebody just releases.
Yes.
Alright, so now we'll switch back to the original ROM that we were playing before. And I'm going to go to this alternate file to show off the speedrun tech that I failed to show off last stream. Just because I feel a little embarrassed about that, because in actuality it is a very, very simple glitch. All you need to do is pick up at least 2 chests in any dungeon in the game while having a key in your inventory and then die. And that sets up the glitch. So I like to think that the reason I failed at it so badly last time was because of the sort of awkwardness of having it explained to me through text dumps that were then being read out to me by you in a hybrid.
Yes, that's fair enough. I do not blame you for messing it up in the end.
Yes, this is a gold grinding exploit that speedrunners use.
Yep.
To like basically just expedite the grinding process of the game, because I did among some other things, I watched a full speedrun of this game, both a no manipulation speedrun and a yes manipulation speedrun, and I will say the no manipulation one is an incredibly slow and boring speedrun to watch. Out of all the different wonderful games in the world that exist that you could speedrun, I have no idea why you would choose to do this one, because all you do is sit there and grind battles for 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, it definitely seems don't know. It's a bit of a struggle, but who knows?
Yes. But the one with manipulation was actually somewhat interesting to watch and quite impressive because it was not a task. The guy playing actually memorized like every single input he'd need to do in the exact timing of that input throughout the entire game to get his like exact RNG manipulation right. Because the way the RNG works in this game is that it cycles every frame.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. That's really cool. That's dedication.
Yes, it's the sort of thing you will almost only ever see done on a task, but it was being performed live. Like, it was actually at an a GDQ event that it was done when I watched it. But yes, okay, so for the speedrun, you do this at level 4, which is what level I'm at here. And you'll notice my name is Zed, because that is the optimal name, of course.
Yes, that's right.
The RNG manipulation speedrun uses the name exclamation mark instead, because that has like your name has a factor on the RNC that you get when you first load up the game. So his pathing was done with the name exclamation mark instead. Yes, we got our key. We just have to run out to this city that's like a little ahead of time to get the key. And if you get unlucky, like with an ambush spawn from an enemy or something, you will die. But then you just kind of like, well, you probably abandon the run because it's still very early on. But in theory, you can just like load and start again. Yes. Yeah. So the reason this works is that. Due to, I think, like basically data storage limits, the game can only keep track of up to 8 chests at a time. And so the way it deals with that is by like sort of wiping the RAM each time you go to the world map. So it's actually kind of an annoying feature in gameplay because there are magic doors or magic keys that you have to buy and unlock doors with, and then the game can never remember which doors you've unlocked. So if you like ever leave a town or anything, you lose that magic key and have to open the door again.
Yeah.
But it does facilitate this glitch, so that's nice. Because you die, which skips you like directly back to the castle without going to the world map, so you avoid that RAM wipe. This is, again, we can die here if we get unlucky, but running away is actually very good in this game, so hopefully we'll be fine.
Gotcha. And I don't know if we should mention, but we did have some notes last time about the game being stretched, and I think we've just decided to go with the stretched version because we had some issues with getting it scaled correctly in the way it's supposed to actually look.
Yes, actually, let me go look at the Twitch stream on my phone and see how it looks right now.
It looks, I think, the same as last time.
Okay. Yes. Oh. Yes, I was supposed to use a different game capture. It won't change it much, but I just like edited the transform of this capture to be a little larger, so it should look slightly better. So yes, the guy, Super Bass, our guest last time, told me to open 5 chests down here, which lets you like have the maximum amount of chests. But there's no real reason to do more than 2, and in fact, in a speed run, doing more than 2 is a waste of time.
Ah, okay.
So, and there are 2 very particular ones that you do. You do this one here that has a little bit of gold in it because it's close, and then you do the legendary one that might have a cursed necklace in it as your second one.
Okay.
Because the cursed necklace is worth a lot of money, so if you sell it, it reduces the amount of time you have to spend grinding gold.
Sure, makes sense.
Hyper says this isn't Splinter Cell. What?
I think Splinter Cell is what, Friday? I don't know, but no, we of course, as usual, forgot to change the game at the start, but yes, it is Dragon Quest. And it does show up as Dragon Quest.
Yes, I edited the stream, so it should say Dragon Quest now.
Yeah, it's correct now. Maybe Hyper showed up a little late, or I don't know.
A little early and hasn't refreshed the
Or
page.
early, yeah. That's what I meant, yes.
It says Dragon Quest. Then no more complaining.
Guess I would hope not. Got enough of your complaining already?
I wouldn't be dropping to sleep if it was Splinter Cell.
Exactly. It wouldn't work as a sleep aid, and that's what this stream is for. Oh,
Yes.
Well, I got lost and can't find the chest I'm supposed to open, so let's just pretend I opened the right one, because we can still do the quest with any two chests, but just for speedrun purposes, it's optimal to go for the cursed
Sure.
necklace one. This is not a speedrun, we're just going to show off the glitch and then load a file that's further ahead.
Right.
But yes. So now we've done that, the game loads, like, there are supposed to be 3 chests in this room, but the game just kind of, like, instantly acts as if they are opened whenever you load this room after the start of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's part of it too. That contributes to our 8 chests total, and then there are 4 more in this room here.
Gotcha.
So we can open 3 of them and they'll go away like normal, but the 4th one will just stay there, and we can open it an infinite number of times, basically is how it works. I think they're all the same. I think if you're playing the randomizer, you want to open 5 in the dungeon so that, like, you'll have 4 different random chests to duplicate.
Mm-hmm.
But in this run, you only need the 1, so... Yes, the speedrun has multiple splits for this sequence of just standing here on one chest, opening it again and again and again, because they do it for so long.
That's really funny.
Yeah. Like, we just stand here taking it and getting, like, 6 to 15 gold or something each time, over and over again, until we got over 5,000, so that would be very riveting gameplay, just like this game in general, and I'll not do any more. I'll just reset it now and load my file that I grinded on off screen. So yes, the game refuses to be interesting no matter how you play. That's kind of like the only real speedrun tech that you have. The rest of it's mostly just like knowing what level to do the challenges at and stuff.
Sure. Oh, Hyper says the announcement said Splinter Cell on Discord. Oh, yeah, that's because it was set to the wrong thing at the start.
Yes.
That's why I was confused.
Yes, it was my bad. I was so busy worrying about getting speedrun techniques right that I forgot to set the title right. Yeah, to give this game a little bit of credit, I think I was going to talk about how it was designed back in a time when the purpose of games wasn't really to tell a story, and so the point was more to create this adventure that's like where it's interesting to figure out what sort of stuff you're supposed to do. There's almost like an investigative element to it, which probably comes from the director having previously made like a criminal investigation game like we talked about before.
Sure.
So I was going to propose this idea. I know all the solutions, but if you would like to, I could like go around reading all the dialogue and see if you guys can figure out what to do in the game.
Okay. Sure. That could be fun.
Yes.
This isn't LA Noire.
This is what you had instead of LA Noire in the 1980s. Because yes, the primary tool that you have to find things out with is by talking to the various NPCs, of course.
Mm.
So some of these guys are just going to say lore and stuff, but some of them will have gameplay tips.
Mm.
This guy tells us to take a torch with us when we go into caves, for example, so...
That's useful.
Yes. Let's see. This guy basically tells you that you have to grind a lot in this game, so he's definitely correct.
Respect his honesty.
Yeah, so nothing too pertinent in the castle, really. This guy tells us that this city is named Breckenary, which is worth remembering.
Okay. Right, yeah, the city names. Well, you had some trouble getting around because you didn't know the city names before.
Yeah, and sometimes even in in-game, the NPCs will say, you know, this is in this town and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this guy tells us the directions to the town of Garenham. So it's north of the seashore and then follow the coast west.
Mm-hmm.
We found that town before. It was like the first one that I could get to.
Sure.
Are there any graphics mods for this game?
Probably. Well, there are the Game Boy Color and SNES like remakes of it, which have different graphics.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
HD texture packs.
This is a shop. Let's see.
This is HD. Look how sharp it is.
Yes.
Ray tracing.
Yeah.
Although I say that, didn't they add ray tracing to like Quake or something?
Yeah.
But kept it looking more or less the same.
Well, yeah. I think that's kind of cool, though, in my opinion. It's just like a tech demo. But I think it was Quake 2 specifically, the inferior of the two Quake games.
Yeah, so a lot of times HD texture packs for games like that can feel a little underwhelming, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, so I was doing a little more research on Dragon Quest, of course, for the purpose of the stream. Because, you know, our guest came along last time and revealed how inadequate my research had been.
That's right.
I watched the Dragon Quest Ballet, for starters, in its
Oh,
entirety.
okay.
So, yes.
How was that?
I don't know if I'm really one to judge Ballet, but I thought it was kind of cute. I think I like it better than most of the games, to be honest. It was seemingly not based on any of the individual games in particular, but there was a character who was most definitely playing Tornico from Dragon Quest IV, so that was interesting.
Okay, that is cool.
Yes, sometimes I couldn't tell if people were supposed to be fighting each other or not, because they were just like dancing around so much. But I think that's just natural to the medium and not really
Sure.
fault of the Dragon Quest
that would have
Ballet
been a
specifically.
bit jarring to be watching some ballets suddenly break into a fight and start beating each other.
Well, they could have like choreographed it in a way to make it more explicit they were fighting. But yes, it was very innovative and true to the game. You see what happened was there was a scene at the very start that was the hero fighting a monster, and then the curtain closed and they rolled it back up and did the exact same scene again another 500 times.
I see.
Yes. Yeah, so we talked about how it was the very first like ballet or anything like that inspired by a video game. It came out in 1995, so it was definitely quite like an early example of that, and it had like orchestral versions of all the music from the game, which was kind of cool actually. I think it was like that's been done a ton of times now, you know, like you have like opera singers performing the Skyrim theme and stuff like that these days, but
Yeah.
I think it was like one of the very first times that was done with a game, music from a video game, and it would have been really interesting to like, you know, because it was 1995 when you actually played the games. You'd only hear these like 16-bit chiptune versions of them, so to go from that
Yep.
to having orchestral like renditions of them probably would have been a pretty interesting thing to see at the time.
Yeah, that actually reminds me. I was going to bring this up last time and I forgot. I played Space Quest once, and when I started it up, it like scared the shit out of me because it was like it used like the onboard motherboard sound. So it was like this really loud beeping, I couldn't tell it was supposed to be music. I was like, what the hell is that? So yeah, if you hear that and then you get to hear an orchestra do it, definitely a big difference.
On a similar topic, have you heard about, I can't remember which game it is now, it was out on the GameCube, a horror game that used to intentionally make a disk drive sound.
Eternal Darkness.
Yeah, we talked about that a lot in the Call of
did you?
Cthulhu stream. Eternal Darkness, yeah. That's a game I'd like to play. Maybe I'll get it on the emulator.
Okay, but what were you going to say about it, Meco?
Yeah.
No, I was just going to point out that you don't see anything like that now. Well, you're doing like indie games like that. That game high school game, I can't remember the name of it, that we were playing, where it like requires the player to actually mess around with the game files and stuff.
Doki Doki Literature Club.
Doki, that's the one, yeah. But for the GameCube, it was interesting to see that the developers do something like that, which actually interfered with something outside of the game.
Yeah.
Even Metal Gear Solid with Psycho Mantis is sort of like an early example of that, right?
Yep. And I was going to mention also, more recently, Batman Arkham Asylum, where like there's that scene where the Scarecrow like gasses you, and then it makes it look like your graphics card is like failing. It's like all glitchy, and like it's like kind of generically glitchy. But at the time, my graphics card was having overheating issues, and it looked just like that. And I was like, not again.
I'd love to think that your graphics card was actually having issues, and you.
It might have been. I thought it was the game. No, I think I literally quit the game and restarted it, and then I like realized it was supposed to be happening. So
yeah, I do remember the Scarecrow parts of Arkham Asylum quite fondly.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, Cyberpunk has this really cool feature. They do the same thing. It makes it feel like your graphics card's failing and the game's only running at 10 frames per second.
Wow, that's very innovative. So this wizard has a little hint for us. He says that if we found a magic temple, which is just to the south, that's where the sun and rain meet. That's a hint. Keep that in mind. Yes, and speaking of hints, I bought a bunch of magic keys so I can unlock some doors. I will unlock this one so I can talk to the wizard here. He's gonna give us a very good hint. He says, I am Howard, 4 steps south of the bath in coal. Thou shall find a magic item. So he kind of just tells you where to find the next thing. It's not that investigative, really. But,
no.
But that would have been a very bullshit thing to have to find, like, without a really blatant hint like that, because it is, like, not visually depicted at all. So you'd have to, like, hypothetically, if they said, like, it's just in that town, you'd have to use the search command on, like, every tile or something to try and find it. I thought it was a shame that Arkham City apparently, like, doesn't have Scarecrow in it.
I don't remember. Yeah, it doesn't, but City is also legitimately really good. I think it was the ones after that that went downhill.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're all good, but yeah.
I thought City was better than Asylum.
I think that's what most people would agree.
Yeah. Just a bit disappointing to miss out on the Scarecrow parts, but other than that, I've heard it's better, yeah. Well, the big problem with Arkham Asylum was the boss fights, I guess, where it was like, they had the same boss where you trick them into smashing into a wall and then beat them up a bit, like, again and again and again.
Yeah.
The final boss was also very disappointing.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing.
Yeah, the Joker sucked.
Fighting Joker at the end was just like, it just felt so underwhelming. There was such a build up to it. He's messing with you all through the entire game, and then you get to the end and he just dies of it. Like,
yeah. And it's the same battle that you've already been fighting. Like, he just turns into one of those big fucking dudes that you've already been fighting the whole time, so it's really lame.
Yes.
But they did a better job than the other ones, so.
That's always an issue that Batman has to deal with, I guess. Like, the Joker doesn't really have any powers or anything, so how can he stand up to Batman? But
just
there must be a better way.
Don't fight him, yeah. Like, I think Arkham Origins does it better, where you don't. Joker's not a boss fight. You just like beat the shit out of him when you find him, but you have to do a bunch of stuff before that. You know, that's the challenge.
Yeah, that's one thing I never.
Boss.
That's just one thing I didn't really like about Asylum, is that it didn't really feel like something Joker would do. Like,
yeah.
No, it was dumb. It was. I think it was. They probably got rushed at the end or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the usual story. Yeah, excuse. But it was a good game. I got all the achievements in Arkham Asylum. I loved it so much. One of the few games I've done that.
It was the.
So I didn't. all
That
the like
and
fight
Bioshock.
challenges and got the top scores and all that kind of shit.
Yeah. Usually that's not worth doing in a game. Oh, I recently got 100% achievements in a game, though.
Which one?
Inside.
Oh yeah, nice. You liked it that much, huh?
Yes. Well, also, it's very easy to do. You just have to find
Sure.
all the little optional goodies across the game.
Okay.
And you got a really wonderful secret ending for finding everything. I was really impressed with it.
Okay. I'm sure you'll go into detail in our IGN thing.
Well, it speaks for itself. Oh, well, Inside's already eliminated, but I'm gonna do it on this
Oh, okay, that's right.
stream, of course. Okay. If we go to this wizard, he just says, "In thy task thou hast failed," and tells us to fuck off, basically. So,
Okay.
this guy is actually really important. The game does not really communicate like what you're supposed to do to get him to help you. He just tells you to fuck off if you don't have everything
Sure.
ready already.
Okay, so it's saying you have not yet completed your task, but the way it phrases it sounds like you fucked up.
Yeah.
Got it. Interesting.
Possibly an English translation issue.
Could be.
Yeah, and especially seeing, as it says, fuck off.
Yeah. Well, I'll give it away. The task he wants us to complete is rescuing the princess, which allows us to find something called Erdrick's token that kind of proves that we are the hero's descendant. But I learned from watching the speedrun, quite funnily enough, that it's possible to skip saving the princess. You can just, if you know where Erdrick's token is without the hint she provides, you can just do it. So it's actually an optional task, and you can even complete the game without ever saving her. So that is truly the Sigma male route of Dragon Quest, of course.
Is that the green dragon that you have to that is protecting her, or is that something else?
Yes, that's the green dragon. Which I just a test tried fighting at the level I'm at currently, and it absolutely destroyed me. So
Okay.
we will rescue the princess just to show everything off, of course, but it will be a while yet. There'll be some grinding between now and then. Yes, and I actually, I noted down the levels at which, the level, thresholds that the speedrun uses just to sort of expedite things a bit for the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Have any of you two, just because you're probably, well, especially Mr. A, who's more of an RTS fan, have you played Halo Wars?
Yeah, I have.
Is it any good?
It's good, but it's good for a console RTS game. So there's nothing wrong with it, but because of the, it's a target audience, it's just really simple RTS.
Yeah,
but
I've heard it's sort of like
fun
baby's
game.
first RTS, but
Yeah, it is, and it does a good job. But it's if you hate RTS games, maybe you'd actually like it. But
No, I like RTS games. I was just wondering if it was any good. The layout, the user interface looks really basic. So.
it is.
These days, Tooth and Tail might be a better, beginner's RTS if you want one.
I've heard that's quite good. I actually haven't played it.
Is that furry thing?
Yeah, the Russian,
Yes, that's
the
what I
Russian
mean, like
furry game.
Yeah.
It has a little something for each of us. Russian for me and Mr. A, and furry for you.
Yeah, that's right. I actually played that very briefly, and it seemed good.
Tooth and Tail?
Yeah, I just never...
Yeah, I didn't finish the story campaign, but I got really close. Maybe I should go back and finish it off. I also played some multiplayer games with Nick at one point, which was fun.
Fun.
I won by exploiting his psychology, because I knew he was a very unself-confident person, so he wouldn't go for an early attack on me, so I went for greedy early economic strategies.
Zerg Rush. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Interesting. I know nothing about Nick, really, personality-wise, so I would not have been able to outsmart him in that way.
Yes. Well, that's me using my talents as the AFT psychologist to
That's
win
right.
RTS games, of course.
Abusing your talents. I could have just asked Rain, though. Rain knows everything about Nick's.
True.
But Rain would never help me defeat Nick because he loves him too much.
Well, I don't know. He seems to be suckering up to you a bit, so he may do. He may for sexual
Well,
favors.
I'm the backup, Nick. That's the thing.
That's why he got a bit bitter when he noticed you and Exter getting a bit close.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I can't help it if I'm so charming.
Exactly.
Yes, I sent Mr. Meco a selfie today for the purpose of our upcoming avatars, and apparently I look like one of Kaoru's exes. So,
That's funny.
yes.
But I already knew what you looked like, I thought.
Well, yeah, I think it was just an excuse to get another pic of me, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, I asked him if his hair had grown, and he said a little bit. So, like, we'll just, send
I
the
see.
pic anyway. Even I'm not actually going to get a drawing of you. I just want the pic.
Yeah. I felt flattered because that means, according to Kaoru, I'm cute enough to date.
Yeah,
No,
sure.
I won't go that far. There's a reason that.
Oh, good
he's
point.
doing it.
Yes, good point.
He only dated while she didn't know what he looked like, you see.
Yeah, she'd only seen him in his fursuit, and then we took it off for the first time.
Hey, that's actually plausible.
I just love the image you sent. Makes it look like you're in a jail cell. I expected to see like markings in the wall behind you of how many days you've been down there.
Yes, I was in the basement at the time.
You're home, of course.
Mhm.
Where else would you be?
So this is a secret shop we can go to, but this NPC that mines the shop will move randomly, so if she's not in the exact right place when you come in, you just have to wait for her to move back there so you can buy.
That is ridiculous.
What are you talking about? It's fun.
What is that supposed to be behind her? Water?
Yeah,
Why is there water in the shop like
good
that?
question. I don't know. But she does sell a feature that's kind of ahead of its time. She gives us the fairy water, which serves a very similar purpose to the repel in Pokemon, if you remember what that does. Where it prevents us from getting into random encounters with lower level enemies. So it's actually a pretty nice quality of life feature that like a lot of games wouldn't do until much later.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Yeah, some props to the game for that. Oh yeah, so go get the secret item that wizard told me about now. I forgot a moment ago, but that's the next thing to do. Well, actually. Yes. Yes, a couple other things I realized that this game does that like were not commonly done until a bit later in gaming, are that there are actually different sprite sets for your character depending on his equipment. So
Okay.
he has a basic one when he has neither a sword or a shield, and then separate ones for having a sword and a shield individually.
That's fun. Yeah, that's cool.
Yes, it is cool, but it's a little strange because you can't unequip things at all. So, like, you'll see the unarmed sprite for about 10 seconds at the start of the game, and then for the rest of the game, you'll have the sword and shield ones.
You would think they would have used that memory to include sprites of you moving side to side,
Yes,
maybe, or something instead.
because
I guess that makes sense.
interestingly, like, that feature was even in the original Japanese version of the game, too. The different sprites for their sword and shield and stuff. But I guess it would be a lot more memory. Because
Sure.
like that game introduced, 4 different sprites for each NPC in the game as well as our player character.
Right.
Okay, so here we are in the village of Cole. Let's see.
Yep. That's what it said. Village of Cool.
Yes, which is where we need to go south of the bath to find our magical item, of course. Excuse me. Oh yes, this guy says, in Legends it is said that fairies know how to put golems to sleep, so that's pertinent as well.
Oh yeah, I recall there is a golem. So
Yes. And this guy said
And-
golem is afraid of the music of the flute, so similar idea.
okay. Because just that first guy, I would have thought maybe use the sleep spell, the golem. But no, with the
Yes.
flute clue, it's very clear.
Yes. And this guy says that this is a bath that cures rheumatism. She means this, of course. So like the wizard said, we go 4 steps south of that, which I think is this. It depends on how you're counting. And then we search and we find the fairy flute. So yes, when we meet the golem, we can put him to sleep with this. It is optional to fight the golem. It's optional to get the flute. You can beat the golem without it, but he has very high stats, and it is also optional to go to the thing that he is past. So.
Okay.
But you can buy a silver shield there, which is the best shield in the game. So the speedrun and everything will do that, for example. And this is another hidden wizard who should have a pertinent clue. Okay, so yes, it's the town of Cantlin that we go to with the flute now. It's often really not worth it to use your keys to unlock doors like that.
But in this case,
it's fine. Just to show it off, yeah. The game trolls you a little bit. Sometimes there's 2 guys behind a key who both just say, like, I'm busy, ask the other guard.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's a complete waste of your key to get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so another thing that's worth saying that I was like researching on this series is the difference in release dates between like the American and Japanese versions. So our guest Superbase said last time that like this game came out in 1986 in Japan, but 1989 in North America. And so the original Final Fantasy had released in both regions in between.
Sure.
And I should research this. Can you actually look this up quickly for me? Can you look up the Japanese versus American release dates of Dragon Quest III?
Yep. Already on it. Let's see. This is a role-playing game that was released for the NES in 1988 in Japan and 1992 in North America.
Yes, 1992. Yeah, and I know it was also released on the Game Boy Color, but that's not necessarily...
In 2000, and in 2001 in North America.
Oh, okay, wow.
And don't forget the Super Famicom in 96.
Yes, so both of those are significant. Those both have, like, explanatory power for why this series is so much more popular in Japan. Because, like I said, when this game first came out in 1986, it would have been, like, very... almost revolutionary at the time. But playing it after the original Final Fantasy, I think, would be a very different experience. I think Final Fantasy kind of, like, obsoleted this the second it came out. Like, it's infinitely better. Even, like, speed running of it is way more interesting with, like, far more strategic choices, and is actually much shorter, even though Final Fantasy is a much bigger game. So, if American players were, like, playing this game for the first time after having already played Final Fantasy, I can see why it wouldn't really catch on with them very much.
Yeah.
There's kind of a similar thing going on where, like, this game came out, and then Final Fantasy came out the next year, and it introduced the idea of, like, classes for party members, and, like, having multiple party members and all that sort of stuff, so it was a big escalation of this. But then Dragon Quest III came out the next year after that, and it introduced the idea of, like, having more character customization and being able to switch jobs partway through, which was a big deal at the time, and would have felt like a pretty significant big next step, but since it didn't come out in North America until, like, 92, American gamers had already been playing, like, Final Fantasy IV by the time they got Dragon Quest III, so it also wouldn't have had that same impact.
They wouldn't appreciate it. That makes sense.
Yeah. It would come off as, like, much more obsolete than it had in Japan. Okay, so yes, I just kind of went ahead with this on my own, but we found the Stones of Sunlight, which are one of the big key items we need. We need 1 key to open, like, the back section of the castle, and then it's sort of hidden off screen that there's the Sunstone. But one of the NPCs here does say something about, like, how there's a hard-to-find basement, so he kind of clues you in to look around the corners of the map.
Okay.
Bit of a mouthful for the 2021 release of Dragon Quest III. Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake.
Damn. Yes, there's a naming system as well where they like to have, like, very alliterative titles for every Dragon Quest game. So I think even this one has a subtitle. I forget what it is though. For example, the 5th one, it's Hand of the Heavenly Bride. And,
Okay.
This one's grind of the grinded like grind.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Sounds right.
Yeah, so speaking of grinding, that's probably what we'll do next.
Gotta.
Can't wait.
We've been too blessed so far. Gotta grind a little bit.
Well, I could do a dungeon.
No, I'm just kidding. Do whatever.
Yeah, I'm pretty close to level 12, so I might go and
Okay.
try to grind up to level 12.
What I might have asked this last time. I don't remember. What level do you tend to end up at the end of the game? Like, what's our goal here?
The speed run beats the game at level 18, but
Okay.
the speed run is named Zed, so I might need to go to level 19.
Got it. Okay.
It would not surprise me if I need to go to level 19. Because he kind of, like, it's pretty close, the final boss fight at level 18 as the name Zed. And can go, like, depending on RNG, you can lose.
hmm
Speedrun actually does multiple strategies that are sort of like based around getting something at a lower level, where you have to take a sort of chancy fight, or at least the one I watched does. It was not the
Sure.
world record for the no manipulation playthrough.
Mhm.
The world record is like 5 hours and 15 minutes, and the one I saw was like 5 hours and 45 minutes. But yes, one of the things that it will do is in this area of the map I'm in right now, there's like a town that's been destroyed by the Dragon Lord called Cantlin, and there's a boss here that we have to fight to get the Erdrick's armor. And it does that at level 12, I think, but it's like he had to retry quite a few times to win when I watched.
Gotcha.
So what you do is you grind to get to the level you need to be at, and then when you're actually going to whatever the objective is, you run away from every single battle. And so it's an alternation between grinding, all sorts of fights, and skipping all kinds of fights. And it's the same thing when you like tackle the final dungeon. You just run away from everything until you get to the boss. You can sort of get there with like the maximum amount of MP still left. I think I'll do the X Knight at level 13 again to compensate for being called XD instead of Zed. Oh, here's a fun fact about Dragon Quest. The name Zed being the most powerful possible name was an inspiration for Riot Games when they designed the champion of that name.
Did you actually read that somewhere? Or you just come for that?
I just made that up.
Okay, all right. I mean, I'm sure it's not true, but I was wondering if you got that from someone. That's good. I like that.
Yes. Okay, I've got one more, like, Dragon Quest related, thing that I researched to talk about, which is, information on the composer for this game series, Koichi Sugiyama, who we talked briefly about, before. It's quite interesting to note that, he was awarded both the, Honor of the Rising Sun 4th class and, named a person of cultural merit by the Japanese government. So I think the only other person in the entirety of the games industry, like the only other person involved with making video games at all, who has the person of cultural merit award is Shigeru Miyamoto.
Okay.
Yuji Horii, who has written and directed every Dragon Quest game, does not have that, and neither even Miyamoto does not have the Order of the Rising Sun. So Koichi Sugiyama was like the only person in gaming at all to be awarded these merits by the Japanese government, which again to me seems very strange because I don't think his work is of particularly good quality. So I think if somebody like it speaks to how much of a phenomenon Dragon Quest is culturally in Japan. But I think if somebody was going to be awarded for it, it should have been Yuji Horii probably. And like. Again, this is my Final Fantasy fanboy opinion, but I think Nobuo Uematsu, who does the music for most of the Final Fantasy games, is like really a much better composer who makes like really, really impressive and creative music. And yeah. I definitely do not think that Sugiyama's work is like as culturally significant as Miyamoto's, at least not globally. But it probably
Sure.
also speaks to how like the government is, you know, a little bit stuffy and old, and so they're more comfortable recognizing music than they are video games, the other parts of video games.
Yeah, that's probably very true.
Yes, and then we also talked about his very colorful political opinion, so I have some information on that one. So yes, Sugiyama was a Nanjing massacre denialist, stating that the facts regarding it are selective in nature. He was one of the signatories on The Facts, a full-page ad published by the Washington Post on June 14, 2007, which was written by a number of Japanese politicians and academics in response to the passing of the United States House of Representatives Resolution 121, which sought an official apology from the government of Japan regarding their involvement of using comfort women, which are basically like foreign civilians who were captured and used as sex slaves during the Second World War.
Yes, mostly Korean, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So, yeah, he didn't want to apologize, huh?
Yes, well, I think it was 2007, so it does kind of feel random for like the USA to be coming along and saying apologize now for World War II in Japan. But
yeah, well, gotta do it eventually.
Yeah.
Maybe something was happening, like one of the last people involved was dying or something. That you know could have been the case, but probably not.
Yes.
Probably, yeah, it's probably just kind of random.
It must have had some form of political posturing behind it, I think.
Oh yeah.
The US wanted something out of Japan or something, so they did it, but in
Almost
principle,
certainly.
I do think that is something that should be apologized for, definitely.
Sure.
So let's see, there's more though. In 2012, Sugiyama wrote an editorial saying that he thought Japan was in a state of civil war between Japanese and anti-Japanese. Giving examples, he argued that the Japanese media portrayed acts of patriotism negatively, such as performing the national anthem of Japan, or raising the Japanese flag.
Okay.
In addition, he thought the demands of the Japanese anti-nuclear movement, which grew following the Fukushima nuclear disaster of 2011, to immediately dismantle all nuclear energy facilities without offering any alternative solutions, damaged the country's ability to defend itself.
Mm-hmm.
And then, in 2015, Sugiyama made an appearance on the Japanese culture channel's Sakura television program, Haizuru Kuniyori, where he was shown agreeing with views shared by Japanese politician Mio Sugita, who said there was no need for LGBT education in Japanese schools.
Based.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
As well as dismissing concerns about high suicide rates among the community.
Cool.
Sugiyama added that the lack of children born from LGBT couples was an important topic to discuss, also suggesting that Japan was more empowering to women than South Korea. I don't know what the relevance of that comparison is, but you know. And he later recanted his statement by saying that LGBT couples have existed throughout human history, and he supported the use of governments to occasionally help them. So, yes.
Okay. Sure. That's close. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure he learned his lesson or something. I don't know.
Yes. Well, he was 95 or something at the time of his death, so he was a very old man who'd lived through very old-fashioned beliefs at the time. And I think, similar to what I said about Lovecraft's letter writing, I don't think there was any real harm in this one random old guy having these ridiculous opinions.
Yeah, that's fair. Not good, but leave him alone, I guess.
Yes. Well, I don't think it warrants what the people on GameFAQs were doing, where they're like celebrating his death. I think that was
that's
ridiculous.
That's not right.
But yes, to get back to the game, if we talk to this lovely NPC, she just says, "I hate people, go, leave me." So very useful. We're in a room that we have to go into. Can you see what we're supposed to do here?
Let's see. The room that is clearly locked.
That's the two guards I talked about before who just say,
okay.
Ask the other guy, not me. Oh.
Right.
Do you think is the answer walk off the top of this black screen on one very specific pixel, do you think? Yes, that's the correct answer. As far as I know, there aren't any dialogue hints to tell you to do that, but maybe I'm wrong. Yes, I like to hope that the SNES version like actually depicts that visually, because it's kind of bullshit in this
That would be
version.
nice. Yeah, that is a bit odd, but okay.
Yeah, so we're in the dungeon, the grave dungeon of this town. I forget the name already, which is where we have to go find the silver harp, another important key item. So this dungeon, it's not very threatening right now, but like as we descend each level, the encounter table changes and gets to stronger and higher level enemies.
Okay.
But at this level, I can definitely survive by running away from all the battles. It is nice to have a chance to like fight battles and level up without just purely grinding. This is one of the few times we do it. And I'm also choosing to use the Radiant spell here, so we'll see the differences compared to the Torch. It gives you a wider field of vision, but it slowly fades over time until it reduces back to nothing. So there is an advantage to using a Torch, which is that it does not wear off, at least not as far as I know. And the speedrun actually uses the Torch. Sure. And it also, I think, comes here at level 13 because you learn a spell called Outside that lets you teleport like out of a dungeon, so it doesn't have to bother walking back through. But I thought it would be more fun to actually walk back through, so we could be fighting in a, again, not a not purely grinding context to get some experience. Yes. I have memorized the path through the dungeon, or at least I know like vaguely where you're supposed to go. So we'll just appreciate that the way the dungeon was designed, and this is in contrast to later games, is that most of it actually only serves to like create the possibility that you'll get confused, and that's sort of the central challenge here, is navigating like in time.
Sure.
Instead of strategy in the battles, which is what like more modern RPGs kind of shift the focus
Yeah.
towards.
I actually don't mind games that make exploration a challenge. This is obviously a very simplistic way to do that, but of course it's an early game. That isn't like, I don't think that's bad.
Yes, it has its merits at least. It is kind of frustrating in older RPGs how like a lot of paths you can go through just lead to dead ends and stuff like that. Like it's, modern games will make it so that even if there's a dead end, there's at least like a treasure chest there or something. Maybe this game even would have benefited from doing the same thing. But at least it serves a purpose, right? Like Final Fantasy II is a good example of this, where a lot of the time if you go into a room, it will actually just be a completely empty room, and it will start you out in the middle of it, so like you'll have to walk back back to the exit, and you'll have a lot of like the chance to run into random encounters while you're doing that. So that seems really baffling if you go back and play it now, but that was the reason at the time, was to make it harder to explore the dungeons in time, basically.
Yeah.
Yes, in these lower levels here, I am really getting my ass kicked, so I'll just run away from now on until I get back up higher. Or at least that Wraith Knight really beat the crap out of me. That's an enemy I can't fight. Yes, here's a treasure chest. This is the silver harp. Yes, we talked to a wizard earlier, like on the last stream, who basically asked us to go get this, so we'll bring it back to him.
I vaguely remember the silver harp being mentioned.
Yes.
A little off topic here. Mr. A, have you seen the changes that are made to GTFO?
No, I know they were going to fully release the game soon. I haven't played it like in a long time. I missed probably the last 2 rundowns.
Yeah, the final version is out by the end of this month, I think.
Okay.
But they finally added matchmaking and voice chat.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. That was like a little while ago.
Yeah. And
yeah, that's cool.
It seems to look like a complete game now. I've been to play it again, but I don't want to play it on my own, so it's just a hint.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I really like that game. I think when I was playing it, it was just hard for me to commit like the amount of time needed to finish a level, because it was like 2 or 3 hours or something, if I remember right.
Yeah.
It's like I can't get that much time. But I love the concept. Yeah. and they added like like dynamic difficulty, like you can choose to go like more or less difficult paths and that kind of thing. So yeah, I played a little bit the update when they released that. I think that was like 2 rundowns back, and I enjoyed it. I found it funny that the matchmaking was like, it was actually just better to still use the Discord to find people to play with. But it is convenient. A real game should have some kind of matchmaking, yes.
I just find the whole thing quite funny. It's like I can't get away from Payday because it's like the ex-Payday developers who've gone to just make Payday again, but a better version of Payday.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Payday's fun. Payday's interesting, like, I don't know. What was I gonna say? Oh, because didn't they like abandon it and then they came, like, there's a bunch of new content, like new meaning like, because I remember the White House heist was like the last heist or whatever, and they still kept making new stuff after that or something like that. I don't remember. But they like keep coming back to it. I guess they can't get away from Payday being their only popular game.
Yeah, I think what happened was they planned on. I think they announced that they were going to like finally end updates for Payday.
Yeah.
On a different game.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what game that was now.
It was wasn't it the Walking Dead game?
It may have been that, and I know there was something else as well, but neither did well or sold very well. So they just said, right, we're coming back to Payday.
Yeah, we had no choice. But Payday players were like pissed because they like really abandoned it.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the game has been around for a while with support, so I don't know. Maybe it was just people being typical gamers getting pissy, but.
Oh yeah, they're always going to do that.
Overkill are also assholes, so I'm sure there was some merit.
Yeah. And they have announced that they're working on Payday 3 for 2023. So
okay. Cool.
We'll see how that goes.
Yeah. I enjoyed Payday too. The little amount of time I played it. I think I did everything. I finished the White House heist, so I did like technically beat the game.
There's no beat in Payday. That's why I've got like 60 hours in it.
Yeah.
I've got to admit, XDF, this is absolutely the most thrilling game I think we've had on stream.
I agree. That's why I picked this one, is to show off just how masterful it is and how much I love this entire series, in fact.
It's worse for me because I haven't got the sound on the game. I'm just watching it.
It's not. There's nothing. Yeah, you're not missing anything.
No.
So when it's really quiet and nobody's talking, I can just hear my PC fans and then just a sprite running across the screen.
You need that water cooling, man. No. It's just how it is. That's just how the game is. Man.
Of all the games I've ever streamed, I really would not blame you if you were playing some other game in the background while watching this.
Oh, I'm playing Highfleet.
Yeah.
But I feel bad because sometimes you'll ask me something because I watched the entire time last time and it was not rewarding to me. And now this time you're trying to get me involved, but I already gave up. No, I'm just kidding.
This,
yeah.
Oh yeah, Raim said it was The Walking Dead.
Yeah, it was. I remember correctly. It was the Walking Dead game that nobody wanted and then nobody played.
I wasn't interested.
Not to be confused with the VR Walking Dead game, which I hear is quite good, although I haven't played it myself.
Yes, and also not to be confused with Telltale's Walking Dead game. It's a different one.
Yes, which are also supposed to be quite good.
Not to be confused with this other Walking Dead game and this Walking Dead game and that other Walking Dead games.
I liked the Telltale Walking Dead game as a teen, but I'm not certain that I would still like it if I went back to play it now.
Mm-hmm.
I think the general consensus is that the first one was good, and then after that, it's just whether or not it depends on how much you enjoyed the first one.
If you want more of the same or not.
Yeah,
that's what I've heard as well.
The second one is definitely worse, but there were still parts of it I liked.
Sure.
And that was when I stopped. I didn't play any of the subsequent ones after that.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard that the last one, I think the kid that you look after is meant to just be fucking awful and nobody liked him. So.
Oh yeah.
That's realistic.
Yeah, and
sometimes you gotta look after people you don't like.
I can't remember. I can't remember. I watched the playthrough of it, but it seemed like no matter what choice you made, it kind of, in a typical Telltale fashion, didn't really make much of a difference.
Uh-huh.
Yes, well, that's a big problem with the Walking Dead series is that there's like divergent endings, but they always have to like make it so that whatever when they go on to the next one, they don't have any like code to recognize which ending you picked or diverging paths based on that or anything. So they always do some like really arbitrary tragedy that kills all the other people besides Clementine and like renders whatever choices you made in the last at the end of the last game totally irrelevant.
Yeah.
Just because it would be such a huge task to like program a completely different game based on who was alive at the end of the last one and stuff like that.
Right.
That kind of speaks to how Telltale's game model and overall game design was a little shitty.
Yep. I mean, yeah, it's a unique style of I mean, there was nothing really like that around at the time, but it kind of got derivative, I guess.
That was another thing too. Yeah, like when the first Walking Dead came out, it was a little bit more novel than it was by the time they died, because they just kind of kept making that same type of game over and over again.
Yeah, it kind of sucks they just outright died though. But I guess that was a lot of that was just due to mismanagement as opposed to them doing poorly.
Yes, because of course, Walking Dead was also not their first game. They made a whole bunch of games before that, but just
Sam and Max. Yes. I remember we talked about quite a bit.
Monkey Island one. Well, Sam and Max was originally a Lucas Arts franchise, like Sam and Max.
Well, so was Monkey Island, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Sam and Max Hit the Road, I think, is one of the Lucas Arts ones, and they're generally considered better than the Telltale one. The same thing applies to Monkey Island. The first two Monkey Island games are supposed to be really good. And the Telltale one's kind of a fan game. And then, of course, during that period, they also made the Bone video game series, which they didn't even finish. They only did the first two parts of it and stopped.
That's sad.
Yes.
Bone deserves
well, you know,
more.
Just like how Dune is for goons, Bone is for drones, I've realized.
Oh, okay. Sure.
I actually really enjoyed Bone, but from what I saw of the Telltale series, I was in some ways let down by it, but I think that's kind of like, it shows I was a fanboy of Bone, so I was going to nitpick every little thing, you know?
Yeah.
One of the things is just that classic, like, thing of when it's in a, you know, a print medium, you can imagine the character voices for yourself, and so then you build up, like, that image of them in your head, and then when you go to a voice-acted version, you are inevitably disappointed that the characters don't sound the way you imagine them sounding.
Sure, it makes sense.
And there were some changes that I saw that I thought were a little ill-advised, I guess. Like, there's one part of the lore that's revealed, like, several issues in the comic, gets, like, exposited upon at the very, very start of the Telltale series, which I thought was a mistake. Because it was supposed to be a mystery. Those elements of the lore were supposed to be mysterious up to that point in the comic.
I see. Yeah, that's a shame when you kind of, I don't know, it's kind of a balance between appealing to the old crowd that wants you to continue the story and like introducing to new people where you know, there's stuff that, you know, you kind of have to leave out.
Yeah. I think there's going to be like a Bone Netflix series or something like that in the future. Are there plans
That's
or something
interesting.
like that? Yeah. Huh. I'll probably give it a try.
Just, even if it's bad, you can at least have something else to complain about.
Yes. I'm always wary of a new adaptation of a thing I already like. Because
that's very
it's hard
wise.
for it to measure up, I think. Like, but that's like the thing too. Is like, I guess even if it is bad, I'll always be able to go back to the comics with Bone and recommend that people just read the comics. All right, so we're gonna be grinding for a while now.
Now the grind starts. Okay.
Yes. Well, what we were doing before was more interesting in comparison. So I've been babbling a lot. Did you guys have anything you want to talk about?
No, we already talked about GTFO. So no, I'm just kidding. I had a few like very very basic topics. Nothing much in depth. If we're out of stuff to talk about, I watched a movie with my family visit my family over Thanksgiving. That was a good time. Then we watched a movie called T-34, which is a Russian-made film about tanks blowing each other up in slow motion. It's about a group of Russian tankers who get captured and sent to a concentration camp, and they like have to escape using a captured T-34 tank. My dad, I think, found a review that said good for a Russian movie, which I think I would agree with. Most Russian movies after like the year 2000 suck, and this one, I wouldn't say it sucked. It got way better reviews online than I expected. We kind of made fun of it for its goofy slow motion explosions and stuff, which is very early 2000s in style. But I mean, the CGI was good, but I guess the Russians are a little behind in their movie making style. Who's to say?
That's the interesting delineation, isn't it? Is that Soviet cinema is considered to be very, very good, but Russian cinema, not so much.
It's just like schlock now.
Yeah.
But overall, I enjoyed it. If you're looking for an action movie, I think vaguely based on historical events, with tanks blowing each other up, I think they paid good attention to detail regarding like realistic tank combat and the actual mechanisms of the tanks and stuff, and the different types of rounds and that kind of thing. Although there was some goofy action stuff, like I won't go into it. It doesn't matter. Tanks blew up in slow motion. It was kind of cool. But I think my dad said he watched an interview. I don't know if it was this guy or another guy that also escaped from a concentration camp. And he said he watched an interview because the guy was still alive, like until, maybe whatever, in the 2000s. It was the interview. And my dad said like the stuff he actually did was like way cooler than what was in the movie, so he doesn't know why they changed it. But
that's a shame.
Oh well. Yeah, it's like you already have the story written for you. Like just ask the guy. But I don't know if it was this movie or a different one. But overall, I'd say if you're looking for World War II themed action, it's not bad. Not bad movie.
Yes.
I gave it I think a 2.5, 5, which is for me is some people is like less than a 6 means you hated it, but I try to be honest, and 5 is like average. So it's an average film.
Sounds like a slightly less depressing depiction of the Eastern Front of World War II if you compare it with Come and See. So
Yes.
which one you pick might depend on what you're looking for, I guess.
I guess, yeah. That's it. I mean, that's all. We almost watched Black Widow, but I was tired and I just went to bed early. So,
I've heard that's a wonderful movie, and you really
so
missed out.
that's interesting because I've heard both opinions, right? I hear some people like it and some people don't, which I know is like every Marvel movie. That's not new, but like people whose opinions I care about somewhat. So like, I know you. I don't know who here has seen it. Have either of you seen it?
No.
Or okay, because you posted, or one of you posted the Elvis the Alien. Yeah, Elvis the Alien review, which I actually did watch half of it, and then I was like, actually, if I'm gonna watch this movie, which I might, maybe I shouldn't spoil the entire thing. But like, my wife liked it, my sister liked it, my brother-in-law hated it. So far, it looks like it's a film that women like. I don't know, based on my statistics.
Yes, you're very representative sample there. Yes.
Sample of 3.
Well,
okay, so
I think,
Raymond's
like,
actually saying
it wants to be empowering to women, right? So maybe that does make
I don't know.
girls like it a little more on average.
Maybe, but like, yeah, I like Wonder Woman, for example, which I hear is actually legitimately decent. I've not seen the first Wonder
Yes,
Woman.
the original
Yeah.
creator of Wonder Woman was like an uber feminist who thought that women were the superior sex or something like that.
Well, yeah, he was way into like BDSM and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, the first movie I hear is fine, and then I watched 1984 with actually that same group, my family, and we all universally hated it. And it's funny, my dad misremembered because he was like, "Oh, I remember everyone loved 1984, and I hated it, so I'll probably not like Black Widow." And I was like, "No, everyone hated 1984. Like you're not remembering right." So he's like, "Okay." But Rain was just saying Hyper saw it and Nav as well, and neither of them liked it. So our sample size increases.
Okay.
Wow.
If even those two don't like a superhero movie, that's not usually good luck.
That's true. That's very true. Yeah, so that's that. And Ray mentioned there might be a Metro 2033 film slated for 2024. I'm not excited for
I was
that.
gonna say, yeah.
I read the book and it was like pretty good. Like it was fine for being written by a teenager and like distributed for free. It was enjoyable. I liked the concepts. It wasn't like amazing literature. I think as far as media related to Metro 2033, the games are by far the best. And so a movie based on a book that is already like, it's okay. I don't know. I think it's gonna suck. So
Yeah,
And especially if it's being made by Russians, it's
that was my big thing. Yeah, I don't really know if I expect the Russian cinema industry to do justice to it.
It's funny because I love Russian games. I know obviously the big choices like Stalker. No, actually, Stalker's Ukrainian. I should say Eastern European, not just purely Russian, but Stalker.
Witcher.
This game I'm playing now, Highfleet, it's published by Microprose, but it's developed by Konstantin Kashutin, who I'm going to assume is an Eastern European fellow, based on his name.
Yeah.
Like there was a Eastern European indie game sale sometime back, and I bought a few things off there, and I quite liked them as well. So like Russian and Eastern European indie scene, I think, is quite strong. I mean, I would even consider like Stalker. I guess I wouldn't call it a double A game, like a single A game. I guess it's indie.
I don't really
it's
think
like a small studio that made it, and then they fell apart. So
yeah.
A lot of them moved on to
the only person
Metro.
I know who uses the term double A. I think for everyone else, it's kind of just triple A and indie.
I've seen double A used on like Reddit. It's not common, but it's like, because really what it refers to is budget. People use triple A to refer to like, I don't know, well-polished games, but I think it's purely monetary.
Yeah.
Disco Elysium, Ray mentions, yeah, that is, I forgot, that's Estonian. So that's Eastern Europe.
Yes.
I guess that's Baltic, but it's in the east
Yes,
of
if
Europe.
we stretch, you can even say our wonderful Swedish Paradox Games is Eastern European, but I think
the latest expansion is for Hearts of Iron. So.
Yes, no step back.
So yeah, I tend to like Eastern European games. I don't know if it's like cultural or just maybe like there's a lot of strife over there, and strife breeds creativity. My dad mentioned during Perestroika and during the collapse of the Soviet Union, a lot of great bands, Russian bands, came out.
Yes.
That's because there was a lot of turmoil, and that kind of bred creativity. So I think,
I think
those regions are more stable now, but obviously life is suffering over there, and people make good games because of it, I guess, but not good movies.
Yes, I think that might actually be part of the reason why the Soviet cinema industry was so artistic, and why literary giants like Dostoevsky and Tolstoy came from Russia as well, because of because it's a cold and harsh wasteland. People, at least Jordan Peterson, likes to speculate that like part of the reason Dostoevsky was such a good writer was actually because of his epilepsy.
Interesting.
Which is a variation of that same idea that suffering can breed creativity.
Yeah, I think we've mentioned before that limitations, especially we've talked about this in movies, where certain movies had limitations placed on them, and the directors working around those actually made it for more unique and maybe better than if they had ultimate freedom.
Creativity is a response to limitation. Well, a video game example of that is Silent Hill, where the fog mechanic was inspired by the very low draw distance that was inherent to the PS1, and that ended up being like a really useful part of the game design.
Yep. I think we definitely mentioned that specifically before, but it's very true. And that's a lot of games. I think limitations made them better. I mean, even talking about Stalker, they were actually much more ambitious at the start. I feel like them toning back. So they were going to have vehicles and that kind of thing, but I think it really benefits like trudging through the zone and like enjoying or being scared shitless by the environment. It just adds to the atmosphere as opposed to zipping around in a vehicle. I think that's something that Morrowind compared to like Skyrim, right? I know that you don't have to use it, but the fact that you cannot fast travel in Morrowind, aside from paying mages to teleport you around, forces you to explore and actually makes the world feel bigger. I was really surprised when I heard that Morrowind's game world is notably smaller than Oblivion and like way smaller than Skyrim, because it feels bigger because you have to walk.
Yes. That's a very interesting contrast with Daggerfall, which has of course the biggest world of all, but would be absolutely and utterly unplayable without fast travel, because it's just like
too big. Yeah,
and empty. Like all the procedurally generated world is completely empty and devoid of anything of interest. So
sure, that makes sense.
Be walking for hours to get to a town. There would nothing of anything resembling interest would happen.
Morrowind benefits from being dense with things to do, whereas Daggerfall seems to have kind of the opposite problem. But I recall, I guess spoilers for Morrowind. I don't care. In the expansion, you can turn into a werewolf and you move way faster. And I used to like turn into a werewolf at strategic times to just get around the map really fast. So
Makes sense.
Things like that. It's like you use gameplay mechanics to get around. Like moving slow is a challenge in the game, as opposed to like Skyrim, where it's not. I'm not saying it's objectively bad. I obviously prefer Morrowind's, as everyone who knows me knows. But I think that's a cool example.
It's a consequence of your extreme fringe political beliefs, though. I think.
That's right. Yes, apparently.
Yes, you kind of reminded me of the conversation we had when I posted that recent video by my beloved Yahtzee Croshaw about AAA game design, where he coined the term ghost train ride. Because you talked, I think as a response to Ring, you said that, like, you think Doom 2016 kind of benefits from having, like, a more restrained approach to game design, almost compared to a lot of other AAA games, where it has the wisdom to just focus on the gunfights instead of trying to
do what we're good at, instead of like, oh, we have to appeal to everyone. Like, who isn't buying our game and why not? Let's put that in there for them. Like.
Yeah, like the extreme counter example would be like GTA, including tennis and stuff like that, and walking the dog and stuff. It's like, why would anyone want to do this? Why is this in the game? Just take this development time and use it to fine tune your driving mechanics instead, or something. You'd have a better game.
Sure, literally.
I think that's definitely true. I think
I don't know.
Another AAA game that like understands that at least to some extent is actually Halo, because you don't do much in those games besides like driving around and shooting, which I think is preferable to adding a lot of extra bullshit that doesn't really contribute back to the core gameplay, like those Tomb Raider and Assassin's Creed and stuff does.
Yes, Meco's back because we mentioned Halo. Yeah, no, I agree, and that's actually something I one reason I like first-person shooters is that they tend to be focused. I mean, especially nowadays, there's a big resurgence of like what I would like boomer shooters, like old school first-person shooters, or games that take those mechanics and like build on them somewhat, but it's not like an everything in the kitchen sink philosophy, where it's like, if you like shooting, here's a game for you.
Yes.
And it's like, it's not like, oh yeah, it's got, there's not like, oh, there's some platforming here and all this bullshit. It's just like fast-paced shooting. A lot of those games, surprise, surprise, made by Eastern Europeans. There you go.
Yeah. Speaking of European game design, that was also one of the things that I thought was so impressive about Inside, was that like everything that was in it contributed back to the overall like intention and the whole that they were working for. So I was playing Tomb Raider and Inside at around the same time, and there was really the contrast between the two, where everything Inside was so purposeful and focused, and Tomb Raider was much more of like a hodgepodge of disconnected crap.
Yeah. And I'd even compare Tomb Raider to like Uncharted. I think is a good comparison, where they're very similar on the surface, but Uncharted actually has like less stuff, but I think it benefits it because it's basically a third-person shooter with platforming, whereas like Tomb Raider is that, but there's also like
RPG mechanics and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's like crafting, and it tricks you into thinking you'll be hunting boars and all this. And then Lara Croft gets like brutally murdered, or not murdered because she's dying by like nature, but anyway, whatever, you know what I mean.
Yes.
I feel like it's like adding more isn't necessarily good. Not that I'm not even arguing that Tomb Raider is like worse than Uncharted, because I'm not even like a huge Uncharted fan, but I think that I don't know, Uncharted stands out more in my mind. Like especially Uncharted 2, it's like both games have these like set pieces, but I think like Uncharted 2 was like more memorable for me than anything in Tomb Raider. And then so I don't know.
Well, I think that's a pretty commonly held opinion. I think a lot of people think like the overall writing quality of Uncharted is pretty good. It's not very good at all in Tomb Raider, so that's an issue.
Yeah, Tomb Raider, it's like meh. And then Uncharted, like Uncharted 1, I think was fine. I think 2 does improve on the writing. It's not like particularly strongly written, but I think the story is like, it tries to make like an Indiana Jones-esque like video game adventure, and I think the story fits that very well. Whereas Tomb Raider is like it got so gritty that it lost that sense of adventure for me.
Yes, and that's the issue with the gameplay too, where like the emotional experience that Lara Croft is having, it never matches the one that the player is having. Where like she can be urgently trying to rescue her friends, like in a life or death situation, but the player is incentivized to take their time exploring the level to find goodies and stuff like that. So there's always that disconnect. That was the other big contrast I had with Inside, where like every element of Inside is designed to make you feel like this like weak and vulnerable little kid, So it was much more effective at creating those feelings than Tomb Raider was, although I thought Tomb Raider was trying to do that. It just wasn't reflected in the gameplay, because Lara Croft is actually really, really powerful in Tomb Raider. She can like tank gunshots to the face and then just counter with a bow attack and one-shot enemies and stuff.
Yes, she's vulnerable to wood, mostly from what
Yes.
I noticed, but not bullets.
The way I
Rain.
see,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, I was going to say the way I see, like for example, Uncharted is that I see it in the same way. I know XDev probably won't see this because he doesn't like superhero movies, but I see Uncharted similar to that, where like a good superhero movie, it's not going to be like Uncharted's not going to be super memorable, and it probably it won't. 10 years from now, people probably won't give a shit about it anymore. They're not going to be talking about it like they do with some classic games. But let's say, like, I see something like Final Fantasy VII as being like Goodfellas, and you could see Uncharted like just a decent superhero movie where it's
Sure.
probably not going to be like absolutely the best writing, and it's probably not going to be your favorite game, but
Yeah.
you can still enjoy it and you still had a blast playing it, and you can't really fault it that much because it did its job, and that
Yeah.
was it. I suppose you could see like The Last of Us as being like that the Logan movie, where it's trying to be
That's a very
bit
good
darker.
comparison. Yeah, I agree.
It's trying to, which is kind of funny because a lot of people say Logan seems to just be The Last of Us the movie, but if I'm going to like use movies to compare to video games, like I'd say Uncharted's like a superhero movie. The Last of Us is like Logan, where it's like it is a superhero movie, it is a blast, but it tries to be a bit deeper.
And then Final Fantasy VII is Goodfellas.
It's like
Okay.
Goodfellas, yeah.
Yes, that makes sense.
I want to note that XDeath just said Goodfellows. The movie is called Goodfellas.
Oh yeah. You're up on that now.
Anyway, what was I going to say? Yeah, I was going to say, well, Ray said something I agree with. It's that Uncharted just knows how to maintain the flow of the action, especially Uncharted 2, and I'm assuming 3, which I just didn't play. But I would agree with that. Is like you're always in the action, and it feels like an adventure, and like there's some, sometimes it's emotional and that kind of thing. But yeah, like that's something else that AAA games kind of, there's this emotional disconnect where the games feel kind of sterile to me, where I want to get into, like Last of Us I felt was effective at that, at least at times, where like it made you invest in the characters and the player was emotionally feeling the same thing the characters were feeling, which is why it stands out so much, why the story's effective. Where you play something like, I don't even know an example.
So
a lot of like open world AAA games, or like, well, okay, let's go back to Tomb Raider, where it's like, yeah, Lara is like suffering and miserable and trying to save her friends, but like I'm just trying to explore and get treasure, and I don't care. Like, I don't remember ever like being like, oh, I wonder what happens in this cutscene, right? I don't want to skip any cutscenes in Last of Us, but in Tomb Raider it was like, all right, get on with it. The story doesn't matter, that kind of thing. So.
Yes, that's why I think the comparison between Inside and Tomb Raider is so interesting, is because like they both kind of do the same thing, where it's the gameplay and the suffering that the person goes through that sort of makes you bond with the main character.
Mm-hmm.
But I found Inside to just be way more effective at it. And I'm not 100% sure if I can explain why, but I think maybe part of the reason is the fact that it actually only does that, whereas Tomb Raider like has dialogue and cutscenes and stuff like that, and it's all very dull. So.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of becomes your impression of Lara instead of what you go through with her in the gameplay. And then I guess the other reason is because the gameplay is not nearly as effective at actually making her seem like an underdog compared to the protagonist of Inside.
Mm-hmm.
So pointed out, he said, I don't know if that 10 years from now, no one will talk about it, considering Uncharted 2 came out in 2009. And it's still talked about. Yes, it is, but it's talked about when people compare Uncharted games. Everybody always says Uncharted 2 was the best. And anybody born around that or who played it during that era is going to say that. But what I'm trying to say is that I think like a newer generation of kids aren't going to be that interested in going back and playing Uncharted 2 when the new one's out. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, whereas today you still find generations of kids who go back and play the old Zelda games or something like that. That's what I mean by it's still aging better. I'd like to be proven wrong, but I just highly doubt that with that many people in the future from now will go back and really want to play Uncharted 2. I just can't see it.
That's something interesting. I'm gonna actually step away for a second, but I wanted to you made me think about like the point of the idea that like classics aren't being made anymore, I guess. Like, what do you think about the idea that certain games from a certain time period have like basically infinite longevity? But like you said, even great games from now, people won't care about them anymore in the future. So I'll leave you with that thought, and I'll be back.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said.
Great. Well, whatever. I don't care.
He said that like it's easy to find old games that like have held up all to this day and are still people are still going back and experiencing them. But he wonders if like some people seem to think that there aren't really very many modern games, if any, being made that will have that kind of like longevity.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. This is my point with let me just read this message from Rain, and I may be wrong about this, but I think Uncharted 2 was one of the first games to give a sense of flow, where the game had no loading screens, and you seamlessly change from cutscene to game. Well, yeah, but that's just a part of the game.
One of the first, I think, is very debatable. Metroid Prime had like loading screen hiding like that.
Also, yeah. I don't kind of agree, because I've pointed this out before with Uncharted, but it's sneaky the way that it does cutscenes anyway, because it just has a long climbing scenes and just covers the loading screen up with that, which I actually find cheaper than just cutting to another level.
Shadow of the Colossus is another one. I think Ico as well. They don't really have like loading screen divisions in them, so definitely not one of the first ones, but maybe you can say like it wasn't as common back then, so it felt more new when Uncharted did it.
Yeah, I mean, I also agree with him. I'm not saying that Uncharted 2 is bad. I'm probably one of the few people in AFT that really like. I know there's people like, I know Hybrid likes him and stuff. I do like the Uncharted series. I just have to admit that it's one of those. That's why I made the superhero comparison thing, where it's just like, yeah, you could put it on and turn your brain off and have fun, but I don't think there's really much else you could take away from the game. Like, I don't think it's.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really see it as being influential. I just see it as being, it took all good stuff out of video games and
I'm inclined to think of it the same way, yeah. Where it doesn't have the sort of like artistic significance, I guess.
So you guys are talking about how wrong I am, right? That's what it sounds like.
We're talking about how wrong Rain is. I'll get to how wrong you are next. No. If I'm to respond to your comment, I think basically what you see there is time acting as a natural curation system, where the games that survive, like, it's easy. People do this with music too, where they say like music is so much better in the 60s, was so much better in the 60s or whatever.
Yeah.
But the reason they think that is because the only music from the 60s they encounter is the like really good stuff that has survived all this time. They don't see the generic bubblegum trash of the time that didn't survive. And so I think with games too, there are modern games being made that definitely will survive. It's just harder to tell which ones they are right now.
Yeah, that's fair. I actually thought of counterexamples to my point, where like I'd say every generation of games has games that stand out as being like lasting classics. I mean, like Stalker or Morrowind, even though not everyone likes these games, people talk about them. And then like Witcher 3, which is like universally loved.
Yes, I was going to mention Witcher 3. I think Witcher 3 will be one. Breath of the Wild will be one.
Oh, that's very likely. Yeah.
Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Dark Souls. Yep.
Dark Souls. Probably both Dark Souls and Bloodborne.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that'll be like the Souls series. People always talk about. Dark Souls is the one I think that stands out the most when people talk about, because even like Demon Souls came first.
Everybody says
nobody
it's
talks
Dark
about
Souls,
Demon
like
Souls.
nobody says it's Bloodborne. Like they always say Dark Souls. Like.
Yeah. Yes, that's fair.
But I mean, Bloodborne is different enough. But I think Dark Souls is the one that stands out more, I guess.
Bloodborne is a very good game, and I think it probably will be remembered fondly enough. But Dark Souls is one with the sort of greater artistic significance.
I think like Bloodborne will be remembered better than Sekiro, for example. I loved Sekiro, but it just doesn't seem to stand out as much as Bloodborne from what I've seen.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's differentiating between it being a good game and being something to be remembered. It doesn't mean it's necessarily bad just because it's not that many people talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
think Doom 2016 is another one people will remember.
Yeah, that's true. For being,
I think that's partly
remake a classic.
Yeah, I was gonna say though, does that really count as much because it's kind of like.
I think that the gameplay is so incredibly different while maintaining the same spirit. Like, it is definitely a unique game if you're going to compare it to old Doom. Like, I know it's a reboot, but it's its own.
Yeah, game. I was going to make the point of, is it because of the legacy of the first one that people will refer to?
I think that's why I got hyped up to start, but it stands on its own legs. Because look at Doom. I don't know, Doom 64. Like, nobody. It's a good game, but like, who the fuck even knows that exists?
I guess that's fine.
I think Doom 2016 does have cultural influence as a sort of reinvigoration of the old style of shooters. Where games like Call
It
of
is.
Duty and Halo had sort of become the like go-to model for shooters, and then Doom kind of reminded everyone what made the old shooter so good in the first place.
I'm not sure if this is true, but it's very possible that Doom 2016 was the start of like the boomer shooter resurgence, even though it itself is not a boomer shooter. Like it is very modern in its gameplay style, even though like the spirit is old school. But there's so many like legit like basically like Quake clones and Doom clones coming out now with their own twists on it. So it's not just the same game again, but that are much more old school in style than even Doom 2016. But I don't know. This might not be true, but I would guess that wouldn't have happened without Doom 2016's influence. So.
Yes, I agree.
I kind of feel that Doom did something very similar to Dark Souls in that it just reminded people how games should be made in a sense. Like Doom,
in a way.
Like Doom reminded FPS games how FPS games can be fun again.
Yeah.
And Dark Souls did a very similar thing, I guess, for whatever genre you
just hard games in general. I think is one of the big things.
Like it's okay for games to be hard, and they can be fun because they are hard. Like people make the argument like, I don't know, like Dark Souls isn't good because it's hard, but like it totally is. Like if without that challenge, it wouldn't be nearly as memorable. Like the game is solid, and if it was easier, it would still be solid, I think. But the challenge is
helped
part of the gameplay,
though, didn't it? Like it really helped tell. When I remember when Dark Souls first became a thing, it was always like that was all that people talked about was how difficult it was, and I think that really enticed people to give it a shot, and then that's really just boosted it. So it got free publicity just for people saying how difficult it was, really.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well, in the game, I've grinded up to level 13, so I'm gonna give a go at defeating the Axe Knight. We'll see how it works out. This looks like it's the worst possible start to the fight imaginable. So.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he got a preemptive strike and immediately put me to sleep without me being able to do anything about it. So I think I'm boned here. You're supposed to cast Stop Spell on him, so he can't put you to sleep.
I see. Better luck next time.
Yes.
That's probably going to explain why I'm feeling a bit tired now as well, watching this, because he did that attack.
Oh, okay. Not because it's like 6 a.m. or whatever time it is.
5 a.m.
5. I was off by now.
I keep having weird dreams. I've been watching a lot of Dexter, and I was having a dream that I was in Dexter, so it's just kind of interesting.
Dexter's set in the real world, so in a way you are in Dexter.
Yeah, but it's a bit different to actually
Miami.
meet Dexter and all the other cast and stuff.
Yes, that is a bit different.
That's when I know I've been getting a bit too obsessed with something.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Very rarely it happens, but sometimes a game will really pull me in, and I'll can't stop playing all night, and then I'll dream about it.
It's got a saying, isn't it? Is it called the Tetris effect?
Yeah, Tetris effect. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. I only really have dreams about the ones that I never stop playing, like EU4.
I just expected you to say something like, I only have dreams of dying.
That too, yeah.
I did have that a few weeks ago where I dreamt I got stabbed, and for some reason, I went in my dream, I was
okay.
I met some police officers, and they're I've been stabbed, and they just started laughing at me, and I was just that's typical police.
Yeah.
My vision was darkening, and I was oh my god, I'm dying.
Yeah.
What do I do?
I had a dream I died. I was in a car and somebody drove it into a wall, and it happened in slow motion, and I had time to think about what do I do, and I was I'm just gonna die. That's it. Oh well.
That must have been distressing.
No, I kind of just woke up. It was actually quite peaceful.
Okay, interesting.
When I was a kid, I had a dream that I died. Actually, in my dream, maybe I'd been playing some Halo or some shit, but I was having a rocket launcher duel with somebody, and I was winning, but I got bored, so I just gave up. And then when I woke up, I got blown up in the dream, and I woke up, I couldn't move. I was kind of freaky, but then I was fine after
yes, that's what's called sleep paralysis.
Yes, sleep paralysis. But it's funny because I've had sleep paralysis other times, and it usually comes with an intense feeling of dread. Whereas this time it was just I was fine, I just couldn't move. So it's kind of odd. It was odder than most sleep paralysis, I'd say. But anyway.
Yeah, we've all dreamt of dying.
Yes, multiple times sometimes. So the moral of the story is dying isn't so bad.
Yes.
All right. Well, yeah. I think that you made me think of that talking about games, and I'm glad I proved my own point wrong because that would have been depressing had I been right. But
Yes. You also said something that I found interesting during that same conversation where you said that the only games that really impress you lately are either very innovative in some way or they like make some kind of change on old classics, I think.
mhm. Okay.
It occurred to me that some of the games I've really liked lately, like Omori, for example, are games that are not necessarily that innovative, but they show us
Young boys.
yes, they have young boys in them, but they show a sort of high degree of
Oh, yeah.
what's the word? They basically just accomplish what they
Oh,
what
okay.
other games do really, really, really well, right?
Yeah.
Omori had such a well-crafted story in it and everything, so that and
Yeah.
some connection between the gameplay and story.
And the gameplay was like fun. Like it wasn't like amazing for a JRPG, but it held its own and allowed the story to shine instead of being like, oh yeah, the game sucks, but played for the story.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to actually play a game where the developers actually had fun making it and actually put their love and attention into it, rather than a game where you can tell they just turned it out because they needed money.
Yeah, CDPR is just I bought a disc and it was actually so soaked with developer tears that I had to return it, which is why I haven't played the game. But anyway,
Yes.
yeah, I feel like part of that is like it's I don't know, like I've played so many games now that it's maybe hard to impress me, or maybe just my tastes have become particular and I don't have time to play like every single TA in Horizon Zero Dawn. What are they, ghost train rides?
That's what Horizon, or that's what like Tomb Raider and Uncharted and The Last of Us are. He calls
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
like Horizon Zero Dawn, Jiminy Cockthroat.
And now that's going to be something that extras are going to be saying a lot.
He's already said it many times. He just corrected me just now.
I think it is useful to have a shorthand for those types of things because
like it's not descriptive of it necessarily, but like when you say that, I know what you mean. It's like open world, like
yeah,
yeah,
crafting and stealth elements, action
yeah,
adventure.
like they're
open
all the
world.
same. It's all the same. Like I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and like you're right. I really respect when a dev shows like real creativity. What like I'm playing right now, Highfleet, which is an indie game published by Microprose, who made a lot of good ass like strategy games back in the day. And it's about like post-apocalyptic like Russian airships in Afghanistan or something. It's like very Dune-esque, the aesthetic, like the movie Dune, the latest movie Dune. I have to specify. But like all this is like rugged military and strategy. Yeah. Like look up a picture of this game and look at the UI and how like ridiculous and oppressive the UI looks, and it's all functional and it's made to look like a control panel of one of these like airships. It has like a radar, infrared, all this stuff. It's like built into the UI and like sticks out of your screen, like looks really bulky and bad, like aesthetically, but it's like meant to, and it's actually really cool. And the game itself, I don't know, whatever. It's like it's creative. The gameplay is good. You can tell the devs cared about it. I like it, And it's like you can say the same, like maybe the devs loved making Horizon Zero Dawn and whatever, but I don't know. It's missing that. And there are creative elements, but overall, it's just got so much more in it. Like it's like all of this crap that AAA games get thrown in there. Where I just want something like tight and like if I want to play this game, I want to play this game. I got other games I can play if I want something else instead of like one game that does everything. I just don't get that. It's not. I mean, it's not for me. Like people can have their preferences, but it's hard for me to get into a game like that. I feel like maybe those games are for like. I mean, they're probably for casual gamers who don't really have a strong preference as to what they like specifically. So just the game kind of does everything and it's pretty fun and you can kind of just relax and play it. And that's cool. I got no problem with that. But for me, I tend to look for more niche things, and my niche is like really mechanically challenging games or like tycoon games or
in so many words you're trying to just basically say that you're into a high intellectual game.
Yeah, exactly.
And everybody else is into normish shit.
No, I mean in a way though. Not saying like intellectual, but like there are definitely games. Most AAA games are made to pander to, or appeal to, I should say. Pander is negative. I don't mean to be negative. To appeal to a larger audience, gamers.
Yes,
Whereas
the
if
broadest
you
audience possible.
broad audience. Whereas if you play games a lot, you have your preferences, and those games just have too much of the stuff you're not looking for, and it's too much of a time commitment to something that is fun and well done, I'm sure, but you could be playing something that like is really caters to your niche and be having more fun, which is what I tend to do. Or stuff that's unique, because all those games, again, it's the same thing over and over. It can be done well, whatever, but when you've played so many games, you want to see something creative or unique, like Omori, where it's a really great story that ties into the gameplay. It's like something you haven't seen before. That's really cool. Even something like Doki Doki Literature Club, which is like barely could be classified as a game, but it's unique, and that's why it stands out. That kind of thing. So.
Yes. Okay. I managed to defeat the Axe Knight, so we've gotten our ancestor Erdrick's armor. It's the best armor in the game just in terms of pure defense power, but it also has some unique properties. It makes us immune to damage tiles like the swamps, and it also heals us every time we take a step. So
That's great.
very handy. Yes, this will help me grind all the more efficiently than ever before.
Yes.
Brilliant.
I love games that remove their own tedious gameplay mechanics.
Yes.
Less game, please. Yeah. So I don't know. I feel like you probably feel the exact same way. Your preferences are somewhat different, but it's really the same thing. Is like you deep dive into things that tailor more close to your preference, or are just totally unique. Yes, Meco. What?
No, I was going to say just bear in mind that if you want XDev's opinion on anything, just make sure that Yahtzee's made a review on it first, and then
Well, Yahtzee. Yeah, I am agreeing with Yahtzee and shitty on AAA games. So there you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
There
Well,
we go.
Yahtzee has not reviewed Omori.
I'll then recommend it to him. Then
It's
if
too
it is
similar
and
to a
it-
game
and
he's
he
already
shits
working on.
it? How would you feel?
I don't know, I'd be okay with it. He's bashed games I liked before. He absolutely tore the shit out of Final Fantasy 13, which I like.
Mm,
This doesn't like Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
he doesn't.
It's weird
He
games.
doesn't.
And then his opinion got changed when you played Persona 5, and it took that game to change his opinion
Yeah.
on.
Yes, well, there are a few
JRPGs.
other JRPGs he liked before that. He liked the Paper Mario series before that, and he also liked Earthbound before that.
Yeah, they don't count.
Those are boomer games.
True.
Yeah, Yahtzee's definitely shot on games that I like, but that's okay. I think his opinions are generally respectable, even if I don't agree with them.
I think he's very much like Donkey in the sense that you just don't take it to heart. It's probably some of it's done to. I mean, it literally is his entire. The entire episode
Yeah.
is just to.
I think so. Well, that's true, but I like
He
Yahtzee
may-
more because he makes a point, even if it's like disagrees with everybody, and then he supports it. Like Donkey, I can't tell if he's like memeing or not half the time. I don't know. So
Yes. Yahtzee does exaggerate for comic effect. But
Sure.
He is also
absolutely.
genuinely his opinions, and he is definitely somebody who has like influenced how I think about games and game
Yeah,
design.
like I don't think Yahtzee's ever like lying to like play up his shtick. Like he's telling the truth, even if he's being, even if he's exaggerating.
He's a bit of a
so-
nitpicker, but that's
Yeah.
I have nothing but respect for that. That's why I'm on a
Exactly.
podcast called the Nitpick Podcast.
Exactly.
So,
That's the only reason I'm on this podcast, of course.
yes, my
Um,
admiration for Yahtzee is why I'm on this podcast.
So
Yeah, we should have changed it to the Yahtzee appreciation.
the Yahtzee fanboy club. Yes. But yeah. I feel like, and it's I don't know. That's where the creativity is now. Is like these more obscure indie games. I just don't feel like AAA's, even though they're like some of them, like even like God of War, which is universally praised. I haven't played it, but nothing
It's the
about it.
best game ever. Remember what you were talking about?
Nothing about it seems to like really stand out to me to the point where I'm like, I have to play this, It's
Yes.
just like, oh, another good game with. Actually, I didn't even know this, but it apparently uses a more Dark Souls-like combat system.
Some people
guess
have
is
made
cool.
that comparison. I'm not sure if I agree, though. I think a lot of
Apparently, you can change the controls to be like exactly like Dark Souls, which kind of
yeah, I
lends
think
to that
it
opinion.
changes to like shoulder buttons for attacks instead of square like it was before. But most of
Okay.
the mechanics are still as they were in the original series, like light attacks versus heavy attacks, dodge, roll, block. That was all in the original games.
You just described Dark Souls.
True.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter what you say anyway because it's been confirmed to be the best game ever. So.
Yes, followed
Yeah.
of course by Grand Theft Auto 5.
The two best games in the world.
Yes, which I have been playing for the sake of our IGN discussion. And
GTA 5
yes, I
or
think
God of War?
GTA 5.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Started God of War, but it's out now, so there's no relevance anymore, right?
Oh, true. We knocked it out. Yeah.
Yes, it kind of falls in for me to a similar category to what you were talking about before, where it's not that it's bad per se, but it's difficult to think of a single, like, really exemplary feature that makes it stand out from any other Rockstar game.
Yeah.
Yes, there is. You play as 3 different characters.
I think I would like that less overall.
It's like, actually, that's the worst part. I definitely, yeah, I don't know. I liked my experience with GTA 5, but I actually just liked the main story. Not even the story, like all the different missions. There was that one where you like, I don't know if this is exactly correct. Like you drop a submarine out of a plane and then you like dive underwater. Like that was cool.
Yeah.
All the cool stuff you do. And then when I beat it, it was like, okay, well, none of the like side stuff or just exploring the world is that cool.
That's
so
the thing, though. You have
like
those
the heist,
missions, and then on the other hand, you have missions where you literally drive to a tow truck and then tow a car and bring it back to the towing station.
You know what I hate about the GTA is this. It gives you the impression that it's obviously it is an open world game, but when it comes to the actual missions, it's not. It does not let you do
Yes.
the mission how you want to do it, and that really
Missions
irritates me.
are actually like very predetermined and restrictive in terms of what can happen. Oh,
That's why I like the heist, just because they give you some of that like limited freedom, but it was kind of neat.
yeah, the
Like those are my favorite ones.
the mechanic of running away from the police is one of the few things that actually like makes use of the whole open world to some extent, and
Yep.
that gets forced into some missions, and that's when it starts to feel a little more alive instead of like heavily scripted. And it is such a
Yeah.
weird contradiction how it gives you this super open world, and then the missions themselves are like really restrictive and heavily scripted.
Sure.
Very strange. But yes, this actually, here's a little anecdote. There's a bug in the PS4 version of the game that makes it so that shops don't work. Like when you press right on the D-pad to go into a shop, it just kind of gets rid of the prompt, which makes the missions where you have to repair your car or buy new things unsolvable, unclearable. So you have to
Sure.
use the skip mission feature to beat them. So I encountered that on my playthrough, and it was very
Oh, that
delightful.
sucks.
It actually seemed to be fixed by just resetting the PS4, though, interestingly.
Okay, that's not too bad, but that is very annoying.
Yes, and even though I bought the game new, the disc, I must have spilled something on it or something. There must have been like grease on my PS4 disc drive because it got dirty and wouldn't read.
Ugh.
So I had to clean it with the cleaning rag from my harmonica to get it to run.
Why didn't you should play the harmonica for us on stream?
I don't actually know how to.
You just have.
I bought one, but I never learned how to play.
Okay. My dad can play a little bit with, well, simultaneously with the guitar. He has one of those like neck things.
Like Bob Dylan, yes.
Yes, the famous Bob Dylan. Maybe that's who inspired him.
Yes, Nobel Prize for Literature winning musician Bob Dylan.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
That's really funny. You really like Bob Dylan, right? Unironically.
Yes, I do.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, I talked about this before in my in the DDLC stream, but like when I listen to a song by a band I really like David Bowie, or if it's one of my favorite songs, I'll think something like, I love this song. But Bob Dylan has certain songs that I think I listen to them and I think this is one of the greatest songs ever written. And he's the only artist that quite gets there for me, I guess.
Okay. Quite gets you off that way. That's fair. No, he's very famous. I mean, I've heard his songs. I'm actually like I've never heard of him before. I've heard Bob Dylan's songs. I don't listen to him that much, but yes, he's very good.
Well, you'll have heard The Times They Are Changing, which is one of the songs
Yeah,
that makes me feel that way.
Sure, that's a great one.
Like that with Smash Mouth.
Okay, they broke up.
Did
It's
they?
over.
Oh,
Yeah.
Great.
Okay,
Now I'm
that was-
depressed.
What's
IGN's
the lead
cancelled
singer's name? Whatever his name is.
Fred Durst.
Yeah, Fred Durst. Like someone filmed him at a concert.
What?
Just,
Are you about? It's Fred Durst's Limp Bizkit.
no, yeah, that's right. I was like, wait, that doesn't sound
shit.
right.
Shit, I'm completely wrong.
Yeah. Whatever. I'll just repeat what Rexdeath says. As you can see.
Steve
I was just testing you, you see.
And I failed because I trusted you.
It's Steve Harwell who was the vocalist
Okay, there we
for
go. Thank God you.
Anyway,
you there
whatever the
for
fuck it is, somebody filmed him like at multiple concerts, like just drunk off his ass, freaking out at the audience. And after he watched those videos, he's like, I'm embarrassed of myself, and my career is over, and I quit. So the band, that's it. I was like, I respect that. That's some
Yes,
self-awareness.
At least to
'cause,
some extent. I
yeah,
respect
you're a
that,
complete ass. So,
Yes, yeah, so
Now I
Actually,
actually,
it's
really
not
want
enough.
to see fucking Fred Durst leading.
I do think Smash Mouth is one of those bands that's like better than their meme status might make you think. I guess
Yeah, I would agree with that.
even All Star has some good lyrics in it and stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's lyrical masterpiece.
I like that
think,
song because
yeah.
it's in Shrek.
One of these
Yes.
days, with a shape, a finger and a thumb and a shape of a L on a forehead, I think that vibes with me, man.
I like the stanza that's like a big global warming metaphor.
Which one?
It's a cool place, and they say it gets colder. You're bundled up now. Wait till you get older. But the media men beg to differ, judging by the hole in the satellite picture.
Ah, sure.
And then the ice we skate's getting pretty thin. The water's getting warm, so you might as well swim.
Are you looking this up or did you memorize the lyrics?
I know them off by heart.
Nice.
He's the biggest fan. He's the
I've
biggest.
watched enough remixes of
Yeah.
All Star. There's one
Fair enough,
called
fair enough.
Calm Susur Star, which remixes it with Calm Susur Todd from the end of Evangelion, for example.
Oh, that's great. Also, somebody joined. Oh, Raim joined. Hello, welcome.
Right.
We've been ignoring you because we were talking. I was gonna go through your post that you made. That was never there was
Yes.
never a gap in the conversation. No, so he was just talking about Bob Dylan.
Yeah, that's what attracted him. Either that or Smash Mouth.
Well, no, yeah. I mean, Smash Mouth brought him into the voice, but so Bob Dylan composed Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, a well-regarded Western, or well-regarded
Yes, I think
by
it's,
you, Raim, or by everyone.
I think that the soundtrack, the song "Knocking on Heaven's Door," originated from that soundtrack.
Oh, and I like the Guns N' Roses version.
It's been covered by a very, very large number of bands. That song.
Yes, it has.
Bob Dylan was the original writer. I know
You know, when I was
Avril Lavigne covered it. That's one version I'm familiar with.
Oh yeah, she is.
She had that song Skater Boy.
Yes,
Yeah.
classic.
And that Hello Kitty or whatever it's called.
I don't know.
Not familiar with that one, but she did the "Hey Hey You You, I Don't Like Your Girlfriend" one as well.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good one too.
I'll have to play the Hello Kitty one. I think that's maybe a best one. Yeah, it's so.
You're gonna get us banned if you played on stream.
It opens up the inner weeb inside everybody.
Is it actually like advertising for the Hello Kitty franchise?
Yeah, well, kind of. It's just kind of aids the entire thing.
Okay.
It's like it's just for some reason it was around about the time where every fucker had to have like an element of dubstep in the music. So she even tries like it just randomly goes into like a dubstep drop, and it's like what the
Oh,
fuck?
God.
Oh yeah.
That does sound pretty dumb.
Welcome to music.
Yeah, dubstep ruined music for a short while because now when you listen back to songs that tried to do that, that tried to implement dubstep, they just haven't aged well and they sound like shite.
Yeah. I was never. I get when I sound like I'm old, but I never liked dubstep.
Same, TBH.
Hot take.
I don't think anybody
Dubstep
really-
either.
I don't like Daft Punk, but I do like Tame Impala. Which is not dubstep, but is similar to Daft Punk.
Yeah, I was gonna say Daft Punk is nothing like
Yeah,
dubstep.
definitely not dubstep.
Yeah, that's
But
neither of them is. Tame Impala is more of the psychedelic rock that's resurgence in
Okay,
Australia.
Ram, enough.
we don't.
Enough
I appreciate
music
it.
categorization, autism.
And
Oh yeah, we
you
summoned Rain by talking about music.
You and I listen together to several Bob Dylan albums. People Dex.
Is this
You
true?
don't get to complain about this.
Is this true, X-Death?
You made this. Remember.
Yes.
So
it's
you
true.
summon me here when you talk about
Anyway. Bob Dylan, yeah. I was never big into like classic rock. I like it. It was like, but it wasn't like I was listening to like old metal. That was my thing when I was a kid. And now I only listen to Russian music, so because that's the enlightened way to do things. I think my my 8th grade history teacher called one of my friends Bob Dylan. I don't know why. I don't know if he looked like Bob Dylan because I don't know what Bob Dylan looks like.
Did he have the certain similar singing voice like Dylan's?
I don't know. Maybe.
Think a lot of people don't consider Bob Dylan like a good singer.
Sure. You don't need
But-
to be a good singer.
Yeah,
You have to match the style. Like Ozzy Osbourne, I think, is a terrible singer, but it works so well for Black Sabbath.
Really?
Yes, really. He's very flat. He's not. He's
What?
good in his very small range, but he has a tiny range. He's
That's
fine.
not
He's
Bob
fine in everything.
Dylan's problem. It's just the distinct texture of his voice doesn't sit
Okay.
very well with certain people.
Okay.
well, yes, and that's why a lot of people complain about it. But the thing is that Bob Dylan, and several singers whose tone, as people pointed out, is pretty different. Thing is that, and Mr. A said this: you don't have to be a good singer in the sense that your voice doesn't have to be like amazing, an incredible range. However, when you sing and you are capable of maintaining the tone of the songs that you compose, it is something that is definitely very important of them. And I would say that Bob Dylan definitely knows how to handle the kind of emotional tone in his voice, in his songs too.
Sure.
Particular favorite for me is the last song in Blood of the Tracks, which would be my favorite Bob Dylan album that Evil Dex and I listened together. It's Buckets of Rain, which is a quiet, melancholic goodbye song that Dylan really stands out for me.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean,
I didn't realize Bob Dylan was still alive. I'm just seeing Wikipedia.
Yes, he is. He's
alive.
still
Yeah,
touring, I think.
Yeah, he's still touring. Oh man, my parents. It's funny who's like everyone's still touring. All these old ass musicians. My parents went to see old like Russian rock star they used to listen to as kids, and he's like still touring. He was like really pissed that no one knew about his new music. Where it's like you're in America. He was in America. It's like you're in America. The only people here are like Russian expats that listen to your old shit. Like nobody's gonna care about your new music, dude. But anyway, whatever. This is a Russian rock star. My parents used to listen to that they saw live in the States. Like he's still touring. That's my point. Is a lot of people are still touring. Hell, I saw Iron Maiden when I was in high school. I don't know if they're still touring, but they were.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Right. In the game, I've defeated the Green Dragon, so we'll rescue the princess now. This is one of the parts may be worth actually looking at.
Sure. Okay, I'm looking.
The princess is the best character in the game, clearly. So, she's Gwaelin, the
hot.
daughter of Lorik. She's asking me if I will take her to the castle. I will say no, and she will of course say, "But thou must," until I say yes. So, this game, of course, invented this device.
Say no. Keep saying no.
No, this bitch does not take no for an answer. I'll show this off even more so, because that is by far not the extent of it. But yes, and also we get this cute little sprite of our character carrying the princess until we bring her back to the castle.
If it, though, not gonna lie.
Yes, definitely.
How can you fight when you've got her in your arms?
I'd like to imagine that I give her my sword and she swings it for me.
Oh, I thought you were gonna swing her body around or something.
That'd be cool too. She has such a thick skull that it just bashes them to death instantly.
Well, she has a thick something else by the look of it.
Yes, it's true.
That sounds almost straight out of a Bollywood film.
Every part of her is thick.
You should have told me this game had waifu material.
Yes. We'll wait until you see how she acts once we get her back to the castle. Okay, so we're bringing her back to her dad. Now this is, like I said, this is not necessary to complete the game, but it's, you know, part of the intended path. Oh yes. She gets a key item called Gwaelin's Love, I think it is. And there was an empty seat for her all along, and now it's filled. So if we talk to her again in the castle, she'll say, "Dost thou love me, Exdef?" And if I say no, her response will be, "But thou must." And then she'll ask again, and get over and over again until I finally say yes. So.
It's like talking to my girlfriend.
Definitely a master of romance, this princess.
Oh, oops, I was muted. Hello.
Of persistencies.
This is
Many
literally the
kisses.
same conversation I have with my girlfriend. That is amazing. Do you love me? No, but thou must.
Yes.
Well, this is programmer logic. You just reboot and try again.
Probably one of the only memorable parts of the game, which is why it's the only one that has named a trope on TV tropes, which is "but thou must," the narrative device in RPGs where if somebody asks you a yes or no question, but they keep asking it again and again until you say yes, which Dragon Quest is very proud of the fact that it invented that and uses it very liberally in every game. So
I think that's funny.
when we play the other games in the series, we'll look forward to that. Yes, well, Pokemon uses it as well, but it tends to feel pretty pointless in those games. Whereas Dragon Quest and Mother both at least have uses of it that have like artistic merit or storytelling utility.
Mhm.
We talked about Pokey at the very start of the game. Of Mother 2 uses it to like, and that's sort of to reinforce how much of an annoying little prick he is.
Mm-hmm.
This has given me a good idea for a new bot. Discord bot.
Did you play? Did you play Mother 3 before Mother 2?
Yes.
Okay, so your views
Fake.
of Porky were tainted
I guess
coming into
so.
Mother 2.
Yeah.
You never really experienced Porky like a fresh-eyed child would have.
Yes. It's true.
All right.
I think that Mother is a series where it's best to play it in release order, but if you don't, that's alright too, basically.
What about if you just don't play it at all? Is that okay?
I wouldn't recommend that approach, but, you know, whatever works for you. Yes, so... Okay. Interesting. Well, the princess,
Oh.
yeah. Her love tells us how to get back to the castle, but rescuing her is also supposed to play some kind of role in locating Erdrick's token, which is another plot item we need. But I don't know what it is. Maybe the guards something start to say, like hints for it if we rescue her. But yes, that's another thing I thought was worth saying that this game does that like wasn't very common in this era of gaming. It wouldn't be for a while. There are a couple of contextual dialogue checks with NPCs in this game. So there's one guy, for example, that like has a different dialogue based on whether or not you have the fighter's ring.
Mhm.
If you don't have it, he says something like all warriors should wear a ring. And if you do have it, he asks if you're married and says you look too young to be married. So
Okay.
It's speaking to you directly.
yes, which I guess reinforces the idea that our protagonist is probably like a teen or something.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. This explains why you're playing the fucking game.
Yes. Yeah, so that gets back to my trend where Mr. A only plays games for this stream, at least where you play as either a policeman or a cop.
Yep.
Or a soldier, I mean. And I only play ones where you play as a kid, but that's mostly just because I played all games that are influenced by the Mother trilogy.
I liked when I was gonna play Undying because she was suggested it, and you were like, "Do you play as a soldier or cop in that one?" I was like, "No." It's like, "Oh wait, the main character used to be a World War I soldier. Fuck, can't get away from it." That was unintentional too.
Oh, we
Yeah,
should play it
I
like
think
wild.
I think we talked that at the end of the Cthulhu where
Yeah,
I only play ninjas, too,
yeah, that's right. Yep.
which is funny because in Chaos 3, Splinter Cell basically Sam Fisher is kind of a ninja.
It could be either one of us could play it. You because he's a ninja, and me because he's a military guy. Meco plays nothing.
Well, here we go. We found Erdrick's token. You have to walk out to this swamp on the edge of the map and search this very specific tile to get it. So, I'm not sure.
Nice.
I'm not sure how you're supposed to know that, but there probably is a hint in the game somewhere.
Is it a poison swamp or just a
It
regular?
is, but since we have Erdrick's armor, it doesn't affect us anymore.
Right.
Maybe there's something behind that. Maybe the reason why XDF only plays games with kids in it is because he wants to relive his days of playing Mother for the first time.
Yes.
Mr. A only plays like games with soldiers because he wants to relive, I don't know, fucking whatever the first soldier game you played for the first time.
I don't know. Return to Castle Wolfenstein.
Raven just wants to be a ninja, so that's why he only plays
Oh,
ninja
yeah.
games. You know.
And do you only play games where you can be a cute anime girl because you secretly want to be a cute anime girl?
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's why I was playing a lot of
L.A. Noir, yes. Cole
Yeah,
Phelps is
like,
the best waifu.
his best wife. Yeah. And playing God Half-Life as well. I've been playing that a lot recently because like Gordon Freeman is best wife.
Mm.
Gordon Freeman.
Very good.
I was like annoying my household by just repeating stuff that G-Man says at the start of Half-Life 2.
Wake up and smell the ashes.
If I kept doing it in the same way that he does it, you know, like stutters and he keeps
Yeah,
like
yeah.
he's got long
Yes.
pauses in between his words.
Yeah.
And I think Kaoru was just like, can you please shut up?
Mr. Freeman.
Wake up, Mr. Freeman.
Yeah,
Wake up
right.
and smell the ashes.
Yeah.
That's good. There you go. You should have been the
Do you want-
G-Man.
I can do an impression of
Freeman or whatever.
Lara Croft in Rise of the Tomb Raider as well. Do you want to hear that?
Yeah, sure, do it.
I've got to get past that bear.
I don't know. I don't
You know what?
I-
In all honesty, you did
I
like
don't know what I
literally every
expected, but-
single American putting on a brace.
I don't doubt it.
I'm British. Very good. I expected
lit-
nothing and was not disappointed.
That's quite literally all they ever do. It's like you say to an American, "Oh, can you do an English accent?" And it's just straight for the Queen's English.
Well,
Yeah,
that is actually how she says it, though.
Or like a Londoner. It's only
Yeah,
those two
right.
that exist.
A shitty Cockney accent or something.
Yeah, they've watched like Mary Poppins once, and that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's almost as memorable as the Doris Lock, which Mr. A can do that one.
I
Wait,
can
which
do a
one?
good impression of
The
Gordon
Doris
Freeman.
Lock.
Oh yeah, yeah. The radiator's cold. It's locked. Yeah. Classic Call of Cthulhu.
Yes.
What were you saying, Meco?
I said I can do a good impression of Gordon Freeman.
All right, let's hear that.
Let's hear that for the rest of the stream.
Okay. What do you think?
That was really good. I was wondering how long you'd go for.
I watched. I've been watching a lot of like videos. There's a guy on YouTube who does like he goes through like the Half-Life alpha and beta releases. You know, like early
Yep.
stuff that got cut out of the game and stuff. And he was talking about how the original idea before Gordon Freeman was supposed to be I can't remember the full name of the character. It was something the space pirate or something like that. But then he started going into like saying, oh yeah, and but they decided to go for Gordon Freeman because I suppose he's a much more like compassionate and emotional character. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What are you
What
talking
are you
about?
talking about? I think they wanted to, from what I remember, like they wanted to make him like a generic first-person shooter, like macho man at the time.
Yeah, that's correct.
Which is why it's unique, but it's not because he's fucking emotional or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, they said that they originally went for this fucking meathead type character. 'cause
Yeah,
they'd
yeah, like
influenced
every
by
other
stuff like
shooter at the time. Yeah,
Doom and Duke Nukem and stuff.
Yeah.
But then they decided, oh, why don't we just go for the complete opposite and make a nerd that's like a doctor and
Yeah.
he doesn't even say anything.
That is
My
something I
name's Gordon
find
Freeman.
interesting, is the idea of characterizing a silent protagonist. But I don't think that Half-Life
Right.
is the game to go to for that.
I think it's pathetic.
I like the way that Half-Life does it though, where it's like you still can create a backstory for this character despite him not saying a word. It's just by other people's interactions with him.
Yeah.
Because everybody praises him, and especially in the second one where everybody recognizes him and they go, "Oh, it's Gordon
Yeah,
Freeman."
it's Gordon Freeman.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
and people say, "Oh, they've heard so much about you," so it's like I like stuff like that. That leaves you like wanting to know
Yeah.
more about the character, even though he's just silent. You're not going to find anything else out.
personally not a fan of silent protagonists, but I always say that it is definitely hilarious. That's what you mentioned. That people's reaction to him being the free man in the completely control combined world.
Yeah. Somebody was saying to me, that reminds me, somebody was like, Master Chief is such a great character. And I was like, the fuck are you talking about? He doesn't have a personality. Like, and they were like, you have to read the books. I was like, well, it doesn't count if you have to read the books. I'm just talking about the games.
Well, I think that's what 343 tried to do with Halo 4, is that they wanted to actually give it a personality. And a lot of people didn't like that because they liked to make their own fanfics about it.
Yeah, like he's a very like straightforward professional like soldier type. That's all you get. Like he has a bit of a sense of humor, but it's not like
That's kind of the only character that exists in Halo is a straightforward professional military type.
Yeah, I mean that's true. But like they're in a war. I don't know. I find it refreshing that not everyone's like making like quips and shit constantly. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Like he has a sense of humor. Like he makes like very small like jokes or whatever, or just the way he talks. Sometimes, rarely.
Yes. I have a bit of a soft
very
spot for
sarcastic.
Chief, but I would not unironically describe him as a great character.
No, I have no issue with him. I think he works very well for the games, and like I like that he's not like too like overly fleshed out, because it's not really the point.
Did they ever reveal his face? Because I always liked.
They showed his eyes like in a trailer or something.
I always liked the fact that you never saw his face.
Yeah,
I think that was
cool.
like a great approach to like the silent protagonist take. It's just that the fact that you'll never know what it looks like.
Yeah, I wish they hadn't, because then they hadn't showed anything. Because like I mean, he's known to be like. I think they've shown parts of his face before. Maybe they've shown his whole face like in a comic. I don't know. Never in the games. But he's like a tall, pasty guy with freckles, like white guy. Like that's
I preferred that, because I remember reading somebody saying that because his voice doesn't necessarily sound of like any ethnicity.
Yeah,
it kind of lets the player put their own.
Yeah, I thought that would be really cool if he wasn't like known to be white. Like just you can be whatever ethnicity or race or whatever the hell you want. Just not a woman, I guess. That's the thing.
Hold on. We're living in 2021.
That's true. No, that's true. Not biologically a woman, I guess. But anyway, you know what I meant, asshole. But I think that's cool. They kind of ruined it by giving him a canon ethnicity and all that, but it's not that big a deal, I guess.
Yes.
They still haven't showed his face, I don't think. So.
Well, there are games that have had a silent protagonist and still managed to characterize them very well. The perfect example would be Omori, actually, with Sunny, whose psychology is crucial to the entire story, even though he never utters a word.
He himself is silent, but because the whole game takes place in his head, like he kind of speaks through the game.
Yes.
I guess,
which is no voice acting in the game.
Also true. You got me.
Well,
but yeah.
Omori, who is his alter ego, does speak a little bit at the end, so it's cheating to some extent.
That's right, yeah. Spoilers for Omori. Although we played on this stream, so if you're following the Nitpick podcast canon, then it's fine.
And then Mother 2 and especially 3 with Ness and Lucas do also use various techniques to characterize those guys, despite them not talking. Although, again, Mother 3 cheats a little bit, because Lucas speaks in the chapters where he is not the main player character.
Right, yes. Yeah, I think I like the concept of a silent protagonist if it's, I don't know. I was going to say, there's no if. I don't know what I was going to say there. I like it. I like the games that have done it, even if it's like Master Chief is not a silent protagonist, but in the older Halo games, may as well be, and I think it's well done.
Yeah.
I guess Halo 4 is the turning point, although I haven't played it yet. I'm getting through Halo 3, and then Halo 4 is next.
You got through Halo 2 already?
Yeah, I beat Halo 2.
How'd you feel about it?
I liked it quite a lot. I felt like it solved a lot of the issues I had with the first game. It still had a few repetitive parts, but those are known to be bad levels, so it's not just me bitching about it. Overall, I think that was the latest graphical update, so the game looked beautiful. My favorite parts were the vehicle sections. I like that, there weren't too many of them because it would have kind of overdone it. But those were a lot of fun. And the thing was very obvious was the game is unfinished, right? The story kind of just cuts off, and it's play Halo 3 to find out what happens next. And I was worried that Halo 3 would actually feel like padded out because it was originally supposed to all wrap up in Halo 2. But I'm most of the way through Halo 3 now, and it doesn't feel that way. So they definitely did a good job of expanding the story without like really padding it. So I respect that.
I will say, with just on the topic of the vehicle control, I actually think Halo for me is one of the most comfortable like driving control schemes in like that type of game.
On PC or console?
Both, because
Okay.
I used to play it on controller, obviously on the Xbox, and then I've been playing Infinite, which uses the same one, and
Yeah.
it feels I've never had trouble like controlling it personally. I know
Yeah.
some people have, but I personally haven't.
It's a little weird because everything, like if you have a turret, like on a tank, you control the tank and the turret with the mouse, so it can be a little odd at times, but it's never been bad. And usually, you're right, it feels more natural than using like the keyboard keys to control. I always hate keyboard driving; it sucks.
Well, no, but what Halo does is that you literally just press like forward, and then it's wherever your camera's looking that you drive that direction. Whereas some games don't do that. It doesn't matter where you look. If you're pressing forward, you press it forward. So you have to use like you have to, for example, on the keyboard it'd be like W and D to move right, W and A. Whereas on obviously with Halo, you just look in that direction and keep holding W and it'll turn, which I just found a lot more comfortable.
Yep. Yeah, and all the vehicles feel generally really maneuverable, so it feels good to like dodge shots and all that kind of thing.
Well, I played, I think Half-Life 2, I really hate the vehicle control. I'm always crashing. I can never, every time it's those bits we have to go over a ramp, I'm always missing the ramp by like an inch, and the whole thing just flips and kills me, and I'm just like, this is fucking awful.
Yeah, I don't remember too well, but I don't recall Half-Life 2 having particularly, like, the vehicle sections are pretty long at times, but I don't remember them ever being that good. Not that they were terrible, but like, I think I'd agree with what you're saying.
Yeah,
they're
they're
not
a
as
little
long as I
lackluster.
originally remember them being.
Alright, well, we got the rainbow drop in the game, so that sage that told us to fuck off earlier, if we come back with the Erdrick's token, he'll accept us.
Nice.
And he will combine the Staff of Rain and the Sunstone that we got earlier to make the rainbow drop, and that allows us to create a bridge to get into the final boss area. If we go, if we go north into the west, we'll find a place where there's like just a really tiny, like a one-tile water separation between two land masses, and if we use the rainbow drop there, we'll create a bridge for us.
Okay. Couldn't just cross it.
No, we couldn't get a canoe or anything like that. We had to get several mystical treasures, yes.
Fair enough. Anyway, I'm just nitpicking. That's always funny when... I feel like nowadays games tend to be better about it because people bitch otherwise, but like when there's like a really obvious solution that the game just ignores because it has to like pad the game time, you know?
Well, the most interesting part of this game, I guess, is like going through the steps, finding the relics and stuff that get you.
I mean that's fine. It's not like bad that the game does that. It's just Again, if you want to nitpick, it's an easy thing.
Think about it, yeah. Yes. Because, like I said, this was kind of designed with that idea in mind, that the process of discovery and that it would sort of make you feel like this hero, going on an adventure and finding rare treasures and stuff like that.
Yep.
So this was what RPGs were designed for back in this time in gaming. There were more of adventure games than they were story telling mechanism. So I was going to propose, I think one of the first games that kind of made the switch and turned RPGs from being an adventure game thing into being about storytelling was Mother, the first Mother.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, I remember us talking about it and how old that game is and how it was unique and how story-focused it was. I mean, I find that certain aspects of the story were even better done than, like, Mother 2, for example.
Gygas's
Gygas, yeah. Gygax, Gary Gygax.
Yes. I guess that's a bit of I have conflicting feelings about that, because I think the way Gygas was portrayed in the second game was very purposeful to creating the final boss fight that it had, which is the highlight of the game, and a really, really cool part.
Yep, I agree. I do agree with that. But as far as Gygas as a character, like he definitely has more a fleshed out backstory and that kind of thing. Not too much. I always hate over exposition and that kind of thing, but
yes.
it has certain benefits, I think.
Mother 1, if anything, was probably too sparse with the details about Gygas's backstory and all of that stuff. But yes,
Sure.
it was also one of the first games that was kind of like experimenting with how RPG mechanics could be used for storytelling. Because like
Mhm.
I remember I highlighted this at the time, but you meet Eve, the robot that your grandfather like made to protect you, and she like is really really powerful in the fights and turns what would be a very oppressive and difficult area into a much easier and safer thing. So you almost feel this sense of gratitude towards her character that comes purely through the mechanics instead of like cutscenes with her giving dialogue and stuff.
Yeah, gameplay matching the story. It's a good example.
Yes, I think that's the most important thing that separates a good to average game from a great game is when they consider how the story and the game mechanics inform one another.
Right. I think you know what, just to really force things back to Halo, I think Halo does a good job of that too, with having the Arbiter fight alongside you in Halo 3, because like he's supposed to be this. I mean, you play him in Halo 2, but he's supposed to be like this great warrior and all this, and like he actually kicks ass when he's with you. And it's like, oh, good, like that supports what he's supposed to be, and I like having him with me in the game. So
yeah, so that's kind of another thing we can go back to sort of reinforce the same idea as like my complaints towards Tomb Raider, where I think Tomb Raider, like in terms of its overall mechanics, is actually pretty fun to play. And
yeah.
If there was more consideration of how the story and the gameplay mixed together, it could have been maybe a really good game or even a great one.
Yeah, I think I'd agree.
Or instead, it's just like a decent one that I like more than some other generic AAA ones.
Yeah. I feel like that's a really easy way to make a player care about a secondary character in a game, is like just have them fight alongside you and not suck. Like every game where that's the case, I always end up, you know, liking the secondary character. It's like he's helping me in the game. Or sometimes like you get the opposite, right? Where you're told they're like this big badass, but they're just like an idiot AI that just like gets in your fucking way.
Yes, a really good example of that is Kingdom Hearts, where the central themes of the whole game are like friendship and cooperation and teamwork and all that stuff, but Donald and Goofy both have absolute trash AI, so they become completely irrelevant to the combat. And so the message of the gameplay is really that you should just look out for yourself and make sure you're strong.
Hope they teleport to you at the right times. Yeah, absolutely. Like some games, I think when I can tell it's really effective is like I will reload a checkpoint to save my AI companion if they die, just because I feel like it's canon that they lived there. You know, that kind of thing.
I do that in Fallout 1, which I don't know whether I'm
I did that in Fallout 1. It was horrible. It was the worst experience of my life. But I did survive the game with all of my companions.
Yes.
It wasn't worth it, but I did it.
I've done.
But yeah, I feel like it was like they were. Or was that right?
I've done that in Stalker.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's parts in that where Call of Pripyat where you have to get to Chernobyl through the tunnel. Like, it doesn't matter if those guys die, but yeah, I always make sure they survive because they're characters. They talk to you and stuff. Yeah, that's how I felt in Fallout. It's like they're not like particularly good companions, and they become useless later in the game. But like they talk to you and shit, so you know they should live.
And they have some banter while you're going through the tunnels.
Oh, the stalker. Yeah, they do.
A lot of people feel more bonded to dog meat than they do to the human companions.
That's fair. I guess past the part where you get them initially, they're kind of personalityless, and I don't remember the first guy's name, but he always stood out to me because he was around at the beginning of the game when it was actually useful to have companions. At the end, it became kind of completely pointless. So
yes. Well, maybe it goes back to gameplay too, because when you first get dog meat, he's quite powerful and can really tear through the enemies in the next couple of areas.
Yeah.
So then
and
maybe
just
that makes
having
more
an
of
extra
impression.
body is really, really helpful. When later it's like, if they have power armor, it's fine, but if they don't, they just get one shot by people who do have power.
Yes. There's no companion leveling up in that game. They did introduce that for Fallout 2, but it's...
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
So when I play Fallout 2, eventually I will appreciate that.
Doesn't completely change things, though. Like, they still sort of fall off because they don't level up super fast.
Ah, okay.
You can also change their armor, unlike in the first game.
You can change their armor. Can you not? Was that a mod?
Maybe.
Huh.
Pretty sure you
I
can.
gave some of them power armor. maybe it was a mod. Okay, then. So they're even worse. They're even worse originally. Shit. That's unimaginable. All right. Yeah, I enjoyed Fallout 1 overall. I don't know if I'll ever go back and replay it, but
Yes, I really like it. I think it's quite a
Yeah.
good game.
yeah, I want to play 2. Yeah. I
2
was feeling
is
quite into-
better in almost every way.
Yeah, I mean, I am aware of that. I just don't. I don't know. It's one of those games where like I know I have a dedicated chunk of time to it, and I have the time. I want to start it.
Yeah,
It's like I know once I start it, I'll have a great time, but I just for some reason reluctant.
I think the one thing I like better in the first game is the villains, because the Master is actually a really cool character.
Yeah, the Master's awesome. In 2, it's just like it's the Enclave. You don't have to spoil it.
Yeah,
But
it's the Enclave and Frank Horrigan, or Harrigan, or whatever, at the very end.
Yeah,
He's-
Harrigan. Yeah.
He's not as interesting as the Master, or even the Lieutenant, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, he's just like really big. That's
Yes.
like his whole thing.
That's the main thing people remember about him, is how intimidating he is.
That's probably. I mean, yeah, that's all I'm aware of. Yeah.
And you have the President, who's kind of the brains behind the Enclave, who's just a complete dumbass.
Okay. Is it the same president as in Fallout New Vegas or 3?
I don't think
That was-
so.
3. Okay.
No, probably not, because you kill him in Fallout 2.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, because in 3 it's. I guess I won't. I don't have to spoil it for viewers.
Yes, I've never played Fallout 3. I have played.
Oh,
New Vegas.
okay. Never mind. Then I won't spoil.
Well, I've played
I
it.
haven't
I should
played
say I've played it. I just haven't gotten to the end.
Okay.
I've only gotten to the part where you like first get to the radio station and talk to that one dude who has met Liam Neeson there.
Oh shit, that's like really early.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Free dog. Yeah. Okay. Yes, the president is in 3, but it is if you kill him in 2, then it's definitely a different guy.
Yes.
That's all you need to know.
I also thought Caesar was a very good villain in New Vegas.
I
because-
liked him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite parts of the game is when you first go to what is it, Fortification Hill, and talk to him, because he's like the bad guy and the murderer and everything, but he's able to make his points in such an eloquent way that you can
Yeah.
almost believe him for a second.
Those are the best villains. Morrowind has a villain like that, sort of.
Caesar is very much channeling Marlon Brando in Apocalypse Now, right?
Yes,
Down to having
yes.
a terminal illness.
Yes, that's true. I didn't even think about that. That's why we need all these movie buffs. I love Apocalypse Now. I don't like its source material, Heart of Darkness.
Okay, why not?
It's just a bad book. I remember reading it for English class, and like it was one of those books where it's like I know I'm supposed to like this because it's a classic, but I didn't really enjoy it.
Hmm.
And then our English
I
teacher
get what
was
you
like,
mean. Yeah, one of the things that occurs to me with it is it has that framing device where the actual narrator of the book is like
yeah,
a member on the crew of the ship of the real narrator who's telling the story, which I thought was
Yes.
completely pointless.
just like Frankenstein. Yeah,
and just served to be somewhat confusing when they like suddenly cut back to the ship part.
yeah. Well, I was vindicated because I came into class and we were talking about Heart of Darkness, and our English teacher was like, "The only reason I made you read this book was so I could complain about how much I hate this book."
Oh,
He
wow.
just like bitched about it. I was like, "Okay, great." So he also didn't like it.
The author was
but
not writing in his original language, which I find kind of impressive.
Oh, that's funny. That's interesting, rather. Yeah, I mean, like, I know it's a classic, and I've talked to people who do like it, and they were like astounded that I didn't, and neither did my English teacher. So it's like,
Yeah.
I'm not saying you have to hate it, but like, I didn't really enjoy it, and but I
guess
do
I
respect
have-
it because Apocalypse Now is one of my absolute favorite movies. So
Yeah.
and it is just that book. So.
I guess I have mixed feelings towards it because I can like see the literary merit of it, but I also didn't
Yeah.
want it to be a very entertaining read personally.
Sure.
But yes, and I guess even the excuse of him writing in not his first language is like you can compare that with someone like Nabokov, for example, whose first language is Russian, who was able to write like very accomplished prose in English.
Sure,
That's one of the
sure.
big merits of his books.
I feel like I wouldn't blame anyone. Like that is a pro if you can do that. I would not
Yeah.
consider that to be I wouldn't blame anyone for not being able to do that. That would
No.
that would be unfair. But you're right.
Nabokov is
there
probably
are times
one
that-
of the very few people who's written such high quality writing in a language that was not his first.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, Ayn Rand is another writer who like wrote all her most prominent work in a language that was not her own. The same translation, in fact, the same Russian to English, but the quality of her prose is not nearly as high in comparison to nowadays.
I mean, yeah, that's not what she's known for. She's
Not-
known for
Not that it's bad or anything. It's perfectly adequate. Maybe in some
Okay.
ways better than Joseph Conrad's English prose for Heart of Darkness, but
gotcha. Yeah, I mean, her books are known for being terrible, from what I hear. No, for
Yes.
for the political views.
yes, they are actually very poorly regarded by literary critics. But I think I don't know. I feel like they're not as bad as that. they're pretty entertaining as popular novels.
Sure, fair enough. I have never read one. One of my friends wanted me to because he really liked the objectivist theory, so I
Okay.
specifically didn't read it out of spite.
Yes,
Because
well, I know you have a very negative
vehemently
attitude.
disagree with. Yeah.
Yes, well, my inclination is that, like, you can take good elements from almost every philosophy, including Ayn Rand's.
That's true. That's true. I wouldn't disagree with that, actually.
She identifies situations where somebody is being asked help to the point where it's almost like they're really getting a raw deal. And I think that's worth remembering that can happen, I guess. She
Yeah.
somewhat eloquently provides examples of that happening in her books.
But I consider it, especially as a Russian, to help someone and cause undue suffering to one's own self is morally the purest thing you can do, of course.
Yes.
So,
Yes, well, actually, her philosophy kind of helped me back when I was working because there's the color to it, right? I will expect no man to live for me as well as not living for another man. So, for me, that made me think like I have to, stick at this job and make some kind of contribution to society because I can't expect everyone else
Yeah.
to carry me.
that's fair. There are like that, what you just said, and like basic aspects of the philosophy that I have no issue with. But I think
Yeah.
when that's one of the ones. I mean, most philosophy, when you take it to the extreme, it can end up being bad. But that's one where I feel like if you just take it even to its natural end, it's already bad.
Yes.
In my opinion.
Some of the things that Rand talks about and uses as examples within both the Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged are pretty abhorrent, particularly one part in the Fountainhead where she basically spits upon the idea of building an orphanage for disabled children as like a pointless endeavor.
Yes. What are they going to ever do for me? Yeah. Exactly. I would disagree with that. I understand where she's coming from. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I've never read any of her books, so everything I'm saying is just stuff I've heard. But you sound like you've read like the.
I've read
big ones,
both
right?
the Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged all the way through,
Okay.
yeah.
Are those the only ones she's written? Or
No, she wrote quite a few other things, but those are the
Okay,
ones
so
that
those are the big ones.
those are the ones that she used to explain her moral philosophy. She was only kind of like in the early process of forming it with her other books, like We the Living and stuff.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't read a lot of philosophy books. Maybe I should because I really have a very I have a very little understanding of most philosophy actually. Even like in college, I'd say, God, I didn't take any philosophy class. I've never taken a philosophy class.
That was my favorite class in the last 2 years
Yeah.
of high school.
And like I feel like people talk about Plato's allegory of the cave or whatever the fuck, and like I've like heard of, like I know the idea, but like that's the extent of my knowledge about Plato or Socrates or
Have you seen The
anything.
Matrix?
Watch Luca,
I've
because
seen
that
The
explains
Matrix.
the allegory of the cave.
I know. Well, that's what I was saying. The allegory of the cave is like as far as my philosophical knowledge goes. Like literally, that's it.
Yes, you should
Have you seen The
read.
Matrix?
You should read
it's really-
Crime and Punishment and the Brothers Karamazov for
Okay,
sure.
you're right. I should like.
They get
Then
you
you
in
know-
touch with
you know
Russian
about Plato's
culture,
theory.
and they're philosophical, and they're also just really great books. So.
Yeah, and yeah, The Matrix is the allegory of the cave. Yes.
And Luca is too.
And Luca. Okay, yeah, I'll keep that in mind for when I watch Luca eventually.
Yes.
But
Actually, that's just some pretentious guy on Letterboxd to purport.
Oh,
propose
really?
that. But he has a point because it's about having a very limited section of experience and then having your world opened up as part of adolescence. So it's like
Okay, yeah, I mean that makes sense.
yeah,
I
because
feel
Luca
like-
only knows about the world underwater, right? And then he meets Alberto, who like opens him up to the
Yeah.
world on the surface and shows him a whole new world. And then
feel
Julia
like
does
that's
the same
nice.
thing by introducing him to science.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. Yeah, like Philosophy of the Caves or whatever, Elder of the Caves seems like such a basic concept that
Yes.
it's so easy to find examples of it in media.
Yes. We
So
just keep in
that's-
mind that it's very early philosophy from
No,
me.
yeah, not that is not a criticism of it. Like being
Yes.
basic is not bad. I like Doom, but
You're a
I just mean that.
doomer. You're a doomer,
Yeah, I'm a
we could
doomer.
say.
But when comparing things to it, it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much to it. So yes, this has elements of that, but it's not a complaint. It's funny.
Plato's
But yeah,
Republic.
I agree that like in fact, I keep adding books to my list of books to read, but I really should just read like Russian literature is on there like way down and just keeps getting pushed down. But really, I'll read Crime and Punishment next. That'll be my next book.
Alright. Yes, I should read more of Dostoevsky's works too. I keep meaning to read The Idiot, but I have not done so yet.
Yeah, my wife read something. She read Lolita, which is, I know it's not Dostoevsky, it's
That's
Nabokov.
Nabokov, yes.
But I think she read Crime and Punishment. I
Yes.
don't remember.
Well, Crime and Punishment and the Brothers Karamazov are the ones that the people tend to read the most.
Okay.
They're the most.
I
highly
started Brothers
recommended.
Karamazov when I was bored out of my mind at my internship, and I was like, well, I just read a book at work. But then I think I decided to play chess instead. So I played online chess.
Yeah, parts of it can be slow going, but there are also parts of it that are like really impressive.
I don't mind slow books. It just I have to be I have to know. I like the book has to demonstrate to me that it's really good. Like if it's just like slow forever, and then like gets good at the end, it's hard for me to get to that point. But a lot of books like Count of Monte Cristo can be really slow, but it starts off good and it has like enough like riveting parts that like even though it's slow at times, you still like I love that book throughout. So
Didn't to mask tape like the line or word or something?
yeah, that's right. I hear that, and it makes sense. There are chapters of the book that have no relevance to anything. There's one where he's like describing how rich the Count of Monte Cristo is by like describing the furniture in every room of his hideout. It's like, what the fuck is the point of this chapter? I mean, I know the point is to say how rich he is, but it could be a lot shorter.
Yes, Victor Hugo's books also have some very long parts like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. I don't mind it. I understand it, but
yeah,
it doesn't appeal to me either. So it goes.
Yes, as Kurt Vonnegut would say.
Vonnegut said, yes.
Not a Russian author, but we can forgive that in his case.
Yeah, I quite like him.
Which of his books have you read?
Fahrenheit 451. I mean, shit. Slaughterhouse 5. I always get them mixed up. Yes.
The two
So
books
it
with
goes,
the numbers in the titles, yes.
Yeah. But yes, So It Goes is from Slaughterhouse 5.
Yes.
That and I read a lot of his short stories in school. I couldn't tell you which ones. So Slaughterhouse 5 is the one I know.
I have not read Slaughterhouse 5, so it sounds like we haven't read any of the same Vonnegut books.
I don't know, like, I feel like I need to reread it because I read it and I kind of don't understand why it's considered so good. Not that I didn't like it. I didn't read it and was like, oh, I hated that. I read it and was like, I don't know what I think of this book.
Okay.
Which makes me feel like I really kind of, maybe I need to go through again and like pay better attention or something.
Sure.
I know it has a lot of significance as to like his life and like his experiences in the World War II in this case, which I respect that, but I don't know. So if you decide to read it, let me know. Maybe I'll read it alongside you and form a real opinion.
Yes, I've read Cat's Cradle, which I quite liked overall.
Okay, yep.
And God Bless You, Mr. Rosewater.
Okay.
I think
I've heard of those, but
he comes up with good, very cynical concepts in every story he does. So I guess I appreciate that.
I suppose So It Goes is a cynical concept in its own right.
Yes, it's the same as C'est la vie.
Yes, C'est la vie. A popular Russian saying.
Yes.
It actually is. I mean, I know it's French, but the Russians say it.
Russians love
Russians
the
steal what they
French,
can
after
from the
all.
French, yes.
Sorry, guys, I dropped asleep. Did I miss anything?
No worries. No, we're talking about Kurt Vonnegut, so probably not. What books do you like, Meco? Who's your favorite author?
don't know. I
Okay.
mean, I haven't honestly. I'd read like a book a year these days.
Sure.
So,
No, that's fair. I was just curious.
I've did start reading Shutter Island, just because I really liked
Okay,
the film.
yeah.
And I wanted to see whether Scorsese actually did a good job of adapting it.
Yeah.
Um,
I forget that's a Scorsese movie. I feel like
Yeah.
that's probably one of his worst movies. Then, not that it's a bad movie,
Yeah.
but for
The only-
Scorsese.
The only movies I've seen by him are the ones that are considered worse, like Shutter Island and Cape Fear. Actually,
Oh, I like Cape Fear though. I mean, I guess it's not one of his best movies, but it's a good like thriller.
I guess I'm
IMO.
lying a little bit because I have also seen Taxi Driver as well.
Oh yeah, that's one of his better ones. So
It's considered.
you
to
are
be-
lying a little bit.
I personally did not like it, but I think I should watch
Okay.
it again.
Yeah, compare it to Joker, like everyone else.
Well, apparently the king of comedy is the true.
Is more like Joker. Yes. But Taxi Driver definitely has its
I
connections.
think I'm sure I watched an interview with Tarantino literally making that joke. Oh no, actually, I watched
That is a very Tarantino joke to make.
I watched Scorsese. They asked Scorsese if he'd have ever directed the Joker, and he said, "I already have done." Called Taxi Driver or something like.
That's actually pretty funny.
So, well, the joke was just because somebody kept. He was basically just running off somebody else's joke who kept calling
Yeah,
it Taxi
yeah.
Driver. So he said, "Well, apparently I've already
Sure.
directed it. It's called Taxi Driver."
Yeah.
But I'm going through. Well, I've already basically gone through all the Tarantino films with my partner because she's
Ah,
not
yeah.
really. Yeah, she's. Yeah, I told X-Def about one last night because we'd watched Reservoir Dogs, and she said.
Oh, I
it
love
was-
Reservoir.
She said it was like okay, but it was.
Ah.
She said I overhyped it. She tends to do that a lot.
All right.
And that the film was back to front, like it started. Finished.
Somebody fucked up our coffee. That's really funny, actually.
Well, she actually said something which made me laugh by saying, because I was trying to defend it obviously and just say it's just Tarantino's style. It's just how he does
It
things.
is. It is.
And she said the end credits were at the start of the film. And I was like, well, you got me there.
Yes.
That's true.
But it was very purposeful, wasn't it? Because what
Yeah.
happens is you get introduced to the characters, and then you see that the heist has gone horribly wrong, and then you rewind to find out why it went so wrong, basically.
Yeah. No, it's very intentional, which I like that. I like Tarantino's
It
style.
does
of
go
doing-
back and forward because it does start. It's like starts in the middle somewhere, then goes to the end of near the end of the film, then goes to the start, and then near the end of
Yeah.
the film again, then to the start. Then it does go back and forth a lot.
Yeah,
which
the
is-
warehouse, the warehouse is the end, and that's like the main chronology of it. But all this stuff, they're showing you all this background in between, basically.
I love the film a lot. I think
no, it is my favorite
easily
Tarantino film.
Yeah, I agree. And I know a lot of people used to. I read comments about people criticizing the sound design, but personally,
What?
I just think that's like such a strong point of it because it
Yeah.
makes you feel like it immerses you more in the fact that there's so much reverb and echo because of the fact that they're in a fucking warehouse. I dislike it more if everything sounded so crisp and clear, and they're clearly in a fucking empty warehouse.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't know. I never noticed any bad sound in that movie, but then again, I only ever watch it while jerking off, so that probably it just elevates my.
Well, I think it's like a lot of people just don't like the fact that every time someone shouts out of the way, it like echoes and reverb. And people
Yeah,
just find that a bit annoying. But I personally really enjoyed
It
it.
fits. It fits this. I think yeah, it's fine. I mean, it is a low budget movie, but like it also
Oh,
fits
yeah.
the setting, so it's okay.
And that's where we
Is-
first got introduced to Tarantino's famous boot shot,
Yes,
Yes.
which we
Yeah,
then
that's
see
right,
again
that's
in,
right.
in
Pulp Fiction.
yeah.
But I like some of his earlier stuff too. I liked Jackie. I watched Jackie Brown. It was fine, but he, I think Tarantino wrote True Romance, which I really love that movie.
Yeah, he did. He wrote Natural Born Killers and
Yeah, Natural Born Killers is also really
Yes.
great.
Well, Natural Born Killers is an interesting case because he started, like, he was there at the beginning but left due to creative differences. And
Ah.
what's his name? Oliver Stone and his
Stone.
co-writers had changed it so much by the time it was released that Tarantino's name no longer appears in the credits except for
Oh, interesting.
original concept. or
That kind of
something like
sucks. But that's I didn't even
Oh,
know. I didn't
wait.
even know he. Oh, go ahead. What were you
I
trying
was
to?
going to mention that True Romance, Reservoir Dogs, and Pulp Fiction are co-written by Tarantino and Roger Avery.
Uh-huh.
So Roger Avery is, I think they had a falling out because they didn't work together after Pulp Fiction.
Okay.
In a way that the heist of Reservoir Dogs is also working a film that's written and directed by Roger Avery called Killing Zoe. And I think they have like some, I don't know if they sold it actually, I haven't looked into it, but they have some dispute on like who worked the most in particularly like I think with Reservoir Dogs if it was either more Tarantino or Avery in the script.
Okay.
But yeah, like True Romance is another film that's both Tarantino and Avery.
Yeah, but nobody cares about the other games.
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck that is. So it's obviously Tarantino did most of the work. No, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
I'm a huge Tarantino fan, though. I love.
I like his
Majority.
older stuff. I think his new stuff is good, but I just like.
I think the
anything-
only one of his films I really couldn't. No, that's something I disliked. Is that I was just two actually. I wasn't massive on Death Proof. I liked it.
I haven't
It
seen
wasn't
it.
something that I'd go back and rewatch.
Mm,
And I was slightly disappointed by it Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, just because
Okay.
I understood the purpose of it, and
I haven't seen that one still.
It's not because it's not a typical Tarantino film. I really love the fact that he's gone for something different this time around. It hasn't just gone for typical Tarantino. But I just don't think it was a film for me. I don't know. It's just one of those films. I can understand like a certain. I can understand it appealing to a certain movie buff who enjoyed like the golden age cinema a bit more than I did. I just couldn't really get behind it as much.
That's fair. Yeah, I feel like Tarantino's films do tend to play on this nostalgia that doesn't really appeal to me. But they usually, like Pulp Fiction has a lot of references to like old school movies, and I don't give a fuck except that it's a good movie, you know. So, but I ever like from Inglourious Bastards on, like I thought that movie was good, but it just didn't. I don't know, like Kill Bill 2 was the last one that I just really liked of his stuff. So I don't know. Everything else after that, like it's still good. It's still a Tarantino movie. It's still.
I
good,
just love him because for me with Tarantino is I always because I went to see Django Unchained at the cinema.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I like Django a lot too.
And it was just so different. Like to me, I found it so like daring and different to the most stuff that we ever see on at the cinema. Do you know what I mean? Like it just the film literally screamed, "I don't give a fuck." Do you know what I mean? Like he just went crazy with everything, and he pissed off so many people, and I just loved that type of thing. And did it well. It weren't just like trying to be edgy for the sake of it. You know what I mean? He did what he wanted to do, and it was so different for its time. And I just don't know. I just loved it. I love Tarantino.
Like Hateful Eight, I found honestly kind of disappointing. For a Tarantino film, it really didn't stand out to me at all.
I don't know. For me, it put me in mind of Reservoir Dogs just a little bit, so I enjoyed it.
Sure. No, I enjoyed it. I just mean like I don't know. I hold his stuff to a higher standard, I guess, just because I'm a somewhat of a snob, and that one didn't. I don't know. It was good, but it wasn't good enough, man. I don't know. But they're all good. These are all my opinions of comparing Tarantino films.
Yeah,
so I already like them all by default, so I'm not actually shitting on them.
Who is? I know this isn't a film thing. That's for that other podcast that Raim does. That a fly on the wall. Or
Let's not mention that.
But who do everybody say is like the director that you if you had to name just one director who, if they announce a new film, you're more likely to want to go and rush to watch
So
it.
Raim, it's like some random Italian guy we know.
I would say Stanley
It's a
Kubrick
shame.
if he were
It's a shame
alive.
we don't have
Okay, hipster,
other
I meant
co-hosts
someone
from
still alive.
outside the wall.
obviously, I meant somebody alive because they're not going to be making a new film anytime soon. That's why I
Yeah.
said
Well,
specifically.
Exeth could only think of Kubrick. All right, give him a break.
Yeah,
Well, I'm surprised he didn't mention Terrence Malick.
I've seen one of his films, so
But did you like it?
Yes.
Wait, what did he direct?
The Tree of Life.
Okay.
The Thin Red Line.
Oh, I know Wally liked that one a lot. That's post X-Death era, so
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know, man. Denis Villeneuve.
Oh yeah, great director.
Oh,
Yeah, whatever, dude. I like his stuff. Fuck Blade Runner, not even that. I loved Arrival.
Really?
I need to watch more of his stuff. Yes, really. What are you asking like that?
Sicario is great.
Really?
I don't know. I thought Arrival could have been much better. I guess.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm just fucking with you.
It's just because
I
it's
have
from
to-
a side of Canada that he doesn't
I have
like.
to agree with Evil Dex here that Arrival has certain plot elements that detract from it.
I don't know.
In particular, the retroactive continuity that it
Yeah.
solves
You mean
itself
the
in the
point of the
film.
movie?
Rain doesn't understand the time travel. That's one of the things we established hearing
I
outside
think that's
the
the
wall.
point of the movie. So it's like,
Oh, hey,
I wish I
stop-
didn't have
stop
that. It's like,
complaining.
well,
I'm agreeing with you here.
I don't really agree with that point of view. I just think like the emotional heart of the movie didn't quite stick with me.
okay.
I kind of
that's
appreciated
Oh.
what it was going for, but it didn't quite.
fair. Yeah.
Well, we
land.
do
Okay.
have a recording, a discussion with Evil Dex. Well,
Okay, I'll just watch that.
So
We don't have to bring it into this podcast.
I
then.
would
It's
spare
already-
you that if I could, but it's your choice in the end of the day.
Sure. No, I don't know.
Most
I'm trying to think of like
question.
modern directors. Like I could have made the obvious like Scorsese. I fucking love Scorsese, but I knew Meco would say that, right? So I was trying to pick somebody else.
I
just-
don't know, actually. I wouldn't
I
actually
wouldn't say
I'd-
Terrence Malick because I've only seen the one of his movies,
Okay.
so that already on its own, I guess, shows that I'm not necessarily
Fair.
jumping to see everything he does.
I would
well,
more say
you've seen
Tarantino
that
over
one movie twice because you've seen both versions of it.
Seen it several times if you count, like 4 or 5
I don't
times if you
know.
count each rewatch. But
But I see what Exeth is saying is like there's some directors that I like one movie of theirs, but I don't actually care about any of the rest of their work. I mean, Denis could be an example because I've only seen, I guess, 3 of his films now, but he's made a lot more that I don't care enough to watch, even though they're
Right.
supposed to be
Yeah,
good.
Dune.
So
I was
No,
gonna
you-
ask
you
what the
s- you s-
third one is,
definitely
but then
s-
you said, then I remembered it was Dune.
yeah, Dune and Blade Runner and Arrival, but he's made like Enemy and like 2 others that I.
Didn't you
Sicario
watch
and
Sicario?
Incendies.
Oh right, I forgot about
Yeah.
Sicario. I love
Yeah, that's-
Sicario too. Shit. Okay, so yeah,
Well,
I guess that's
actually,
my
I
pick.
think X-Devs will be Enrico Casarosa. who,
Yes, directed
Luca.
Luca.
Famous
Masterpiece.
Canadian director, yes.
Yes.
That's funny. Well, okay. Well, what is your choice, X-Death? If you
I'm
unless it's
surprised you didn't say John Lasseter makeup for Evil Dex.
I'll say Hideaki
Yeah, but-
Anno.
Okay. I don't know who the fuck that is. What did he do?
That's the
Evangelion.
Evangelion guy.
Okay. all right. No, cool.
Well, because
Uh,
really his name carries enough weight that even though I haven't seen any of his non-Evangelion stuff, I am interested in almost anything he's
Oh,
done.
sure. Yeah. I mean,
He made
yeah.
He directed Shin Godzilla, which is I am actually interested to see, despite having no interest whatsoever in Godzilla, just to see how his particular take on it would be.
Yep. That makes sense.
I'll go with Paul W.S. Anderson.
That's a good choice.
Okay.
I'm joking. I'm guessing you don't know Paul
Yeah,
W.S. Anderson.
he's the
is.
director of There Will Be Blood. That's a joke, of course, by the way.
Did you not like There Will Be Blood?
No, he's saying Paul Joseph Anderson is the director of that.
Oh. Yeah.
Paul Thomas Anderson is the one
that
from
one.
There
Yeah,
Will Be Blood.
okay.
Paul W.S. is the guy from the Resident Evil movies.
I wonder if there's
Yeah,
anybody who
that's-
actually says that Michael Bay is a favorite director.
Oh
I've
yeah,
got
dude.
somebody
You
else.
know, there's some. Yeah, 100%. I could think of people that if I asked them, they'd probably say Michael Bay, which is fine. Hey, don't judge.
I am judging.
I judge that. a
Yeah,
little
me
bit,
too.
to be
Yeah, me too.
honest.
But
That's why I
will
made the
pretend like I don't.
joke because like anybody
I don't know.
who's a
Who,
serious-
nobody knew who the fuck that was.
Yeah, no, that's why I didn't land. And that's why we disappointed.
no.
Yeah, he was responsible for
Oh, Raven.
Resident
Yeah.
Evil films and
Yeah.
Brain probably looked it up on Letterboxd as soon as it was
Yes.
said. To
Wait,
be
so
honest.
he's the one.
I'm the one that has seen several of those films and
He's like Mila Jovovich's husband or whatever.
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay.
He directed
like her.
the first Mortal Kombat movie.
Ah, yeah. I saw that
There's
one when I
actually-
was like 8, and it sucked.
There's
But I loved
actually
it.
one PWS Anderson film that's regarded as good. I think you've seen it, or probably not, Mr. A.
Okay.
Event Horizon
Yeah, I love Event
with
Horizon.
Sam Neill.
Yeah, it's a good horror movie. I mean, it's fine. It's not a good. It's fine. I like the actors in it, and overall, it's not terrible. I didn't know he directed it. I had no idea who directed that movie. Actually,
Yeah,
I didn't care.
it actually has like a trouble production because part of that film was actually lost. So it's
Oh, that sucks.
so like the negatives of it were born or something like that.
Uh-huh.
So the
Yeah.
film itself is actually kind of incomplete, but
Interesting.
it's generally regarded as the best.
Yeah, I do
Oh,
actually like that
interesting.
movie. Unironically, it's not like amazing, but it's fun. Okay, cool. That's okay. So there you go. It's still not my choice. I'd still probably pick Denis Villeneuve because he reminded me of Sicario, which I really like. So that was the
Yeah.
straw that broke the camel's back. I was iffy before then, but now, yeah, with Sicario, I just really like his style. I know that
I love.
X-Set's a doomer and hates Blade Runner, but Arrival is not. I agree, it's not like I liked it, but I'm not gonna. argue it's, like,
I'd
amazing.
just say Tarantino because I do get excited for when he announces something.
Yeah.
The problem is with Scorsese is that there has been a few films that he has made that I've been a bit I haven't been interested in, like
Yeah.
Hugo, Silence. They're okay films. It's just I was never like, oh wow, I really need to see that. That
I
looks
only
so
really
good.
watch like his gangster stuff. That's like all his best.
Yeah.
Well,
works.
yes. I think
But
my problem with Blade Runner is basically the same as my problem with Arrival, where I feel like the whole emotional side of the movie is just not really good.
that's fair. I felt it was impactful enough, but I know what you mean. It's yeah.
Well, Evil Dex has this list where he made Liam Dick protagonist films where the character has no motivation. Is to and Blade Runner 2049. So probably.
That's fair. Fair enough.
Both
I would say
Blade
like
Runner
Dune.
movies.
Dune has the same issue. Like Dune
Oh, I don't
is
doubt
honestly pretty sterile as far as the emotion goes, which is fitting for the book, unfortunately. But
Yes.
so it's not like Denis' fault, but yeah,
Well,
you probably wouldn't like it.
my
from that angle.
suspicion that it will be that way is the primary reason why I don't
Yeah.
particularly want to watch Dune.
No, if that is a big deal for you, then I can tell you probably will not like it. So yeah. there you
Oh
go.
yeah, as well, like he does look like an underage boy, so you might want to watch it.
True, he's a bit of a
Oh
twink.
yeah, yeah. Paul, what's his name? Timothy Chalamet.
Yeah.
He
Yes.
just like in Call Me by Your Name.
He is supposed to be an underage boy in the books. I think he's 16. So
Oh, there you go. The next nephew starts.
that's why.
We just proved that for every rule it's an exception. Even twinks can't make me like Denis Villeneuve.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, Sicario is so fucking good. Anyway, whatever. You guys have you
Agreed.
used? Yeah, I know you like it. Unite tend to
Yeah,
have
but that's
similar
because it's
tastes.
about like Spanish people or something.
Yeah, and oh, for me it's because it's about like military people. So there you
Yeah.
go.
It's
Yes.
about vengeance.
Yes, it is. It is. I was gonna say sort of. I mean, it is sort of like that comes in at the end, but then that is actually the whole plot, like secretly, but you don't know. Spoilers. I'm not gonna
Okay,
go into it. 'Cause
now-
I want you guys to watch it. It's actually very good.
No, there's no point in me watching it because you just ruined the whole movie.
No, I
Well,
didn't.
you weren't going to watch it anyway, so it
That's
doesn't.
completely true,
Nothing,
yes.
nothing I said ruined the movie, but that's also
Actually,
fair.
I'd say Sicario was my least favorite of
The
his
fact that
films.
it's
Oh,
by
really?
Villeneuve already ruined it, so it's okay.
It's fine. Whatever. You guys are annoying. Can't recommend shit to you.
You
I'm
can't
You
just
can't
recommend
admit.
shit. You've recommended shit before.
I have. I recommend shit all the time.
Maybe
Like-
I'll read the book version of Dune one day.
I think that's a
When I'm feeling
it's a
particularly
very
goonish.
influential- Yeah, it's a very influential novel in the sci-fi world, and for good reasons. So I wouldn't.
I want you to read it and then like go into AFT and just tell Wally how shit. it is.
He'd cry. No, he'd just say some like snarky comment and then not respond to anything else I wrote about it. Like he did with Deus Ex Human Revolution. I said that was crappy.
I honestly didn't know he was a fan of that game.
Yeah, he's never played the originals, which I think he should.
Oh wow, I would surprise him.
Because by most accounts, it's pretty much infinitely better than Human Revolution. So
Yeah, I find that strange. I thought that people who, I mean, if he likes it that much, as you're saying, I thought I would have gone back and played that one.
yeah, he
considering
put it on
it's-
his list of top 10 games of the decade.
Wow.
Human Revolution?
Yeah,
Huh.
I wouldn't even put it on my top 10 games of 2011 personally, but to each his own.
Yeah, I liked it, but it was definitely. I remember playing it and being like, "Wow, I wish this was way more like the original."
I just
But,
wish
oh
you
well.
had JC Denton in every game.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a shame.
What a shame. Yeah. A bomb.
Yeah, I couldn't get behind. I forget his name already. The
Adam Jensen, he is a
Adam
boring
Jensen.
main character. Yes, that's one of the big problems with Human Rev.
I didn't ask for this.
Yeah.
it just sounds like he's got like throat cancer.
It kind of does.
Yeah.
Denton does too a little. Denton has
I
like
didn't know
zero
Christian
affect.
Bell had this. And
Yeah.
Yeah, but that it's like they tried to go for like a snake type character with him. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I like
he
the game
talks like
takes.
that all the time.
Yeah, I like the game takes place in Detroit. I used to live there. Very nostalgic. But
Some
otherwise-
parts of it take place in other parts of the world. There's a part of it that takes place in, I think,
Yes.
Vancouver, which is just a lab and you don't get to go to the city, so I was very
No,
disappointed.
yeah, lame. Actually, I will say Mankind Divided, the hub world in Prague, was actually a pretty cool hub world. I think that was well done.
Well, you know, Prague is one of the world's greatest cities.
It is. I've been there. It was one of my greatest places I've been to, I guess. I don't know what I was trying to say. I liked it a lot.
I think what annoyed me about Deus Ex, the newer ones, is I've got this thing where whenever you play a stealth game and it cuts to a cutscene for you to for like an animation of them taking
Oh,
someone
that
down.
yeah, I know what you're talking
And
about.
that just got so fucking annoying. Now, why can't I just hit them at the back of the head? Why do I have to fucking go into a cutscene? every fucking
Yeah,
time?
yeah. Like everything's a cutscene. Like you like a burst through a wall and that kind of thing. Only in specific places, and it's like a cutscene that plays. I know what you mean. Batman: Arkham Asylum also has that with the like remote detonation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a problem of modern games in general.
It is. It is. Yeah.
Like, I don't mind it as much if it's like in first person. Like if it's like an animation.
Yeah. No, I know what you
The
mean.
way
Like
that
the third
Deus Ex is,
person,
is
yeah.
it literally fades to black for a split second
Yep, it's in third
to show
person.
an animation of you taking them down, to fade to black again,
Yeah.
to go back
I
to
know
first
exactly.
person again, and it's just like that's just wasting my time.
Yeah. I felt like the game that game got weaker as it went, where like the first mission had a lot of different ways to solve it, and then no, I mean that's not true, because even like in Hong Kong, climbing that big tower. But then like the thing that the original game did so well was there were a lot of like what I would call like neutral zones, or zones where you're like not actively like in combat or sneaking or like under threat, where you can walk around like the city of Hong Kong or the city of New York or like part of it, Hell's Kitchen, and talk to people and get by talking to people. Whereas in Human Revolution, it was missing that. Like, oh shit, it also had the more I talk, the more I contradict myself. I don't know. Deus Ex 1 was just better.
this is a Call of Cthulhu situation.
It was
Yeah.
much deeper, basically, in general.
We got a
It
comment
is.
from a viewer, Corn Husker, saying,
Yeah.
"Are you winning?"
Well, I
Sorry,
wasn't
it's-
gonna reply. I saw it and I didn't mention it because by the time I saw it, he's already gone. So we just
Oh, that's
we missed
great.
Cornhusker.
I'm sorry. But yes, we are winning just very, very slowly, as is the
We are.
only way to win in Dragon Quest.
Yes, even speedruns is a
Yes.
slow win, and this is slower yet. This is a speedrun where we try to win the game as slowly as possible. Part of our strategy is, in fact, initiating speedrun strats and then failing them at the end.
Yes. Very innovative techniques employed in
That
this
was a
one.
joke I've been waiting to make for years. So I'm glad you guys liked it.
It was very worth it, yes.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, what I was trying to say is, like, I felt like Deus Ex 1 had way more... Like, you have three ways to solve something. Combat, stealth, or manipulation of people. Like, talking to people, convincing them. And combat and stealth are present in Human Revolution, but talking to people, they kind of just pay homage to that. Like, there are a few points where that is the case, but it's really lacking in that department compared to the first game. And I felt like That was really a big part of making the first game feel like more of a living world with NPCs and that kind of thing.
It occurs to me that my favorite part of Human Revolution was the dialogue puzzles, because they were actually a lot more in depth and did a better job of representing how hard it would be to convince someone of something they truly do not want. So that's the one way in which I think it is a better RPG compared to New Vegas, because in New Vegas you just pick whatever has a speech check labeled once and you instantly convince them.
Yeah, and actually, even the original game did not have that. So that is something unique that Human Revolution did that was actually really cool. I agree with you. That was my favorite part too. You could even defeat the antagonist by doing that. Not the final boss, but
it's only there like 3 or 4 times in the entire game.
Yeah, it is literally like 4 times. Yeah. Yep. And you could get that add-on that would like the whatever cybernetic module. Augmentation that would allow you to just like show you the right answer if you just didn't want to do that.
Which is why I actually specifically did not pick that one, because I wanted to try to figure it out for myself.
I think that is the superior way to play. But yeah, did you go back and play the original? I don't remember.
I started it but couldn't get very far because some of the mechanics felt kind of unintuitive, and I meant to go back to it later and never did.
It is a game that once you get over the learning curve, it really rewards you by opening up and becoming way better. But I know what you mean. Like every time I restart it, I can like barely get past New York, and I have to be like really dedicated to like the Statue of Liberty level. It's like, when does it become good?
Mod you can get for the game, which completely randomizes stuff, but not a randomizer. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like you look in it's like a funny I haven't talked today. Like for example, you go into the bathroom and your reflection starts talking to you. You can have a full-on argument with your reflection and stuff like that. And AI just starts buzzing out, and it's just so funny. Like it's just completely random. I really want to play it and just have a good laugh because I love the voice acting in that game.
Yes, it's great. The voice acting is phenomenal.
I defeated a boss in the game, the Golem, who's guarding this city.
Yeah, so you played the flute at him, did you?
Yes, so that's his weakness. Now, the way it works is that it's guaranteed to put him to sleep, but he can still wake up like normal. So it doesn't strictly skip the boss, but the way it worked out this time was just that I put him to sleep once, and he never woke up, and I won. So
yeah, cool.
Yes, now in the lore, we saw a city before that was like further from the Dragon Lord than this, and it was already destroyed, so it's only through the Golem and the protection of the walls that this city has survived. And it's also completely optional to beat the Golem or go here, but we can buy the best shield in the game here. And
yes, the silver shield.
Yes, we don't find any, we find a legendary piece of armor and sword in this game, but we don't find a shield, so buying the shield is important.
Okay, and you have a fuck ton of gold, so...
Yes. A fuck ton, but barely enough to buy it.
No, wasn't it like 400 gold?
It was 14,000.
Oh, shit. Okay, I'm blind. Never mind.
Yes. In the later games in the series, there is an Erdrick shield, but not in this one.
Okay.
And there's also a helmet slot and an Erdrick's helmet, I think.
Well, not everyone gets all his stuff. That's fine.
Yeah. This is the latest. Oh no, it's not actually. This takes place after Dragon Quest III, so you could assume that his shield was lost permanently between the two games, but then Dragon Quest II takes place after this and has the shield back in, so that theory doesn't work.
Interesting. So it follows the Metal Gear Solid timeline, where the third game is the prequel.
Yes.
Okay.
Of course, this was first, though, so maybe that's where Kojima got his inspiration.
Oh, sure.
No, I don't think so.
Kojima is only inspired by cinema.
He's just inspired by himself. He just wakes up one day and he goes, wow, that is a brilliant idea. How did I think of that?
You're right.
What if there's a game where all you do is walk around and deliver packages?
It does show a bold artistic spirit to be able to create something like that.
No, there's a game that'll stand the test of time as Death Stranding, I think. As controversial as it was among the normies, I think it is legitimately a really unique game.
I don't know. I think it's one of those games where...
Fuck you.
I mean, I loved it. I enjoyed my time with it. I just think that because there's been such a meme with it. I think that's all I've been remembered for now. Is
That's
so
true.
Everybody
But
will
hey-
just think back and go, "Oh, you mean that walking simulator?"
Yeah, I mean, it's literally a walking simulator. I don't know. You know what? Well, I was gonna say like the story and characters are all stupid, but that's true for Metal Gear Solid too, and everyone
Yep.
loves those, so it's okay.
That's why
Just
it
typical
It
Kojima.
upsets me when people say that Metal Gear Solid 2 is like the great, or 3 is like the greatest story in gaming. Like, no.
I mean, I had that opinion in middle school, but
Yeah.
yes, since then, not so much. No, I love this story, but yeah, it's really dumb. It's okay though. It's like Cold War spy thriller schlock. Like that's fine.
Okay.
It doesn't. You have to pretend like it's super deep,
It has
even if Kojima also pretends like it's super deep.
it has moments.
Yeah, I know, of course.
I'm gonna talk about that when we do IGN because I'm gonna vote for it over The Last of Us.
Okay, me too.
I find Kojima's still one of those directors though, where he could fart in a box and release it, and I'd probably still be interested to see what he's done with it. So,
Okay. Definitely not the case for me because I was totally uninterested in Death Stranding until I just bought it and played it. I was like, okay, I really love this.
He's just a director that just again he just doesn't give a shit and just makes what he wants.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I
he doesn't
respect
have to
that.
permission. He doesn't
I
have to
mean, yeah.
check.
Like, but
whether,
so is Uwe Boll, and he makes like utter shit. So I don't like
True.
necessarily think that's a good quality, right? Like inherently, but I do respect it in it.
Yes, when combined with talent, I'd say
Yes,
it's quite a good
exactly.
quality.
yeah,
Exactly.
Uwe Boll is hilarious because I think he challenged a fan to a boxing
Yeah,
match.
he
or,
challenged
or a critic, yeah.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
critic, that's right.
Yes,
Yes.
that's pretty Sigma male.
he's a
though.
man child.
True. His public persona is amusing, yes. And probably
Yeah,
more
he's-
entertaining than any of his films are, let's say that.
Yes, he's a complete
His
asshole.
letterbox
Also-
profile is also hilarious. he's
Yes, he has very
he's
Neanderthal opinions on films.
God, I bet he does. Yeah, he thinks like he's the hottest fucking shit. I don't know. What's the last thing he made? Like, he's not really made anything in a while. It's
I
like
have
House
no
of the Dead
clue.
or some shit. Like, because everyone wanted a House of the Dead movie.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't
That's a
this
fun
something-
game though. I love that game.
I like Typing of the Dead best.
Yeah, that is the best one. But even like in the arcades, I used to play House of the Dead, and it was. Oh, I mean, I had the PC versions of 1 and 2. You just click around with the mouse. It was fun.
I think House of the Dead is probably one of his earlier ones.
I think you're right.
I know he made a Far Cry film there.
Yep.
And he did Blood Rain.
Okay.
The
He did
Background.
going postal or postal.
Postal,
yeah, I think
yeah.
it was Postal, yeah.
Yeah.
Which was already a massive pile of shit in game form, so just imagine the movie.
Whoa, Postal's a classic. I also don't think it's good, but I don't know.
It's just pure edge lordery, basically.
Yeah, but it's like tongue in cheek. So it's not like it's being sarcastic. It's only pretending to be retarded.
Yes. I guess that's
No,
true.
I mean, yeah, like it is tongue in cheek, but I get why even then, like you don't like it. That's fine.
Sure, I read like.
I also think it's really stupid. I'm not. I've never played it, but like just seeing footage, I was like, I don't think I'd enjoy this. Even like I understand the humor, but I don't like it.
I'm sure I read that there was something behind Boll's films that like he was purposely
Retardation?
like making so many shit ones.
I don't know.
So that they could,
Maybe,
like,
maybe he said that. It's like it's on purpose that it sucks.
No, but I mean it was something to do with like some sort of scam, like some tax evasion or money laundering, the thing that was going on that he could only do through funding the films. I don't know. There was something really strange going on that I read somewhere. I'll have to find it and post it, but it's got a Wikipedia. I think it mentions it on the Wikipedia page about him anyway.
I'm looking at his Wikipedia. As part of a publicity stunt for Postal, Boll released a video claiming that he is the only genius in the whole fucking business, and that other directors such as Michael Bay and Eli Roth are fucking retards.
Well,
I actually agree with the second part of that, yes.
I was wondering why he picked those specific people.
Because they're the types of people who make similar movies to
Yeah,
him,
that's true.
but just
You're right.
better versions of the same thing
You're
compared
right.
to his.
I actually like Eli Roth. Cabin Fever I thought was fun.
Do you have an
Yes.
opinion on Hostel?
I know my parents saw it and hated it, so that's my opinion on Hostel.
Alright.
I've actually heard it's actually not bad if you understand that it's kind of a over-the-top like satire or something. Like that is an opinion I've heard, but otherwise, I don't know. I never met anybody that liked it. So
Yeah.
I know that one, like, it's kind of like Saw, where one has some actual merit, and then the rest are just like cash-in bullshit. So,
Oh, sure.
I guess,
Did you know that Michael Bay and David Fincher work together make it? Oh, like I think it was the same group making music videos, directing music videos as originally.
no. Cool.
Yeah, so
Oh, this
that's
is
how,
it. This is
so
what
that's how the twist started, basically. They were working together, and one's obviously better than the other.
He also Boll also believed that Postal could beat Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull at the box office. He's just saying things that I agree with. I don't know, like, what's up? Why does everybody hate this guy so much?
Yeah.
To be fair, that's the worst.
No, yeah, it's my point.
In the film.
I doubt it lost at the box office to Postal, though. That's this.
No, absolutely
that
not.
specific metric. I'm sure it blew it out of the water.
All right, so his most recent movie was shit.
He's retired now, isn't he?
No, he's not. Oh, he's only producing. Yeah, the last thing he directed was he's directing. He directed some German movie. He is directing Rampage 4: The New Blood, which is in development.
Wow, there have been
The last
3
thing he actually Rampage, President Down, in 2016. Oh god,
there have
that was a
actually
fun arcade game.
3 different movies based on Rampage.
Yep,
That's dumb.
that's it. I like that game though.
Yeah.
What else?
That's
Yeah,
also
this
the movie
is
with The
what-
Rock.
In the Name of the King, isn't that the Dungeons and
That's
Dragons?
Dungeon
movie?
Siege.
Oh, Dungeon Siege. Yes.
Yeah, this is what I was reading. This is what I was talking about with Uwe Boll. It says director Uwe Boll purposely makes bad movies to exploit a German tax law which allows wealthy donors to write off income taxes. in
Oh
box office.
yeah, that's right. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay.
So yeah, he kind of intentionally makes bad films, I guess.
Yeah, he says he makes them intentionally. I think it's bullshit. He's just a shitty director, and then he says they're bad on purpose.
Yeah.
That's like fucking what's his name, Tommy Wiseau, being like, it's a
Yeah.
it's a dark comedy. It's like, no, it's not, dude. You were serious and you made a shitty movie. Bullshit.
But The Room actually has entertainment value. That's what separates it from anything by Uwe Boll.
I mean, it's so bad it's good entertainment value, which I feel like Uwe Boll. I don't know, but I would guess that some of his movies could be enjoyed in the same way.
Maybe.
But I don't think I've ever seen. I might have actually seen Far Cry, but I don't remember it.
Maybe 1 or 2 of them have a
I watched
moment that has that that's like
In the
that,
Name of
but
the King. It's bad.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what you need to. We need to start doing a film roulette where we just recommend each other really bad
No,
movies.
no.
I think
I don't-
people
I will
have
not
little
watch that.
enough motivation to watch the film
I know,
to
like-
begin with.
Even like good movies. I was gonna talk about the
Again,
movie I
that's
watched.
fine.
That was good.
Well, go ahead.
Easy
I
Rider.
liked it. Yeah,
Alright.
Easy Rider. It was
That's
good.
one of Buddha's favorite films.
Yeah, I had never heard of it, and I was like, oh, I mean, he recommended it based on my tastes, so I was like, okay, like maybe I'll like it. But
I put
it's
no
kind of
stock in what movies Flying Buddha likes, I'm afraid, but
well, just ask Raheem, he knows. But I really enjoyed it. It was a cool, like, little kind of adventure travel film across parts of America, and also kind of almost a coming of age film, where like really focused on the character development of these two guys and how they sort of even drift apart over their journey in certain ways, drift apart and come together, and they meet all sorts of characters, zany people, including Jack Nicholson playing himself, of course. Just kidding, he plays an alcoholic lawyer, but he always plays the same character. He's always an alcoholic. Anyway, I liked it a lot. And it had I guess spoilers, but it had kind of a sad ending, which I think really hammered home some of the message it was trying to get across. Although just before it ended, I was thinking like, oh, that was like a nice, like, it had some kind of rough parts, but overall it was like kind of a nice movie. But then the way it ended, I was like, oh, that wasn't very nice at all. But I still liked it. And plus, if a movie doesn't have a sad ending, I won't remember it. So
Yeah, you're Russians. You're not allowed to
Yeah.
like happy things.
But I would recommend that movie, in fact, to everyone here. I think all of you guys would enjoy it, or at least have some interesting opinion on it. As it's not just generic schlock. It was quite good. And it's mostly takes place in the American Southwest, which is a really nice looking area. There you go. That's my review.
All right.
Yep. Meco, you watched, or no, it was Farah who watched your movie. You guys haven't watched your movies, have you?
I have them.
The weekend has.
Alright. Very sad.
That's why I'm just trying to cancel the film overlet in general. That way I don't have to watch anything.
You can just quit. You don't have to cancel the whole thing.
Yeah, I've already quit once. It's better to just, it's like
You're not
if I
gonna
quit
quit
AFT again, I'm just going to shut the server down instead.
I was actually gonna take a break from it, but it's been so fucking long that basically I have taken a break, so it doesn't even matter anymore.
Yeah, you could have just said, no, give me a film that's not too long.
No, that's not even it. I don't know.
No, I don't mean you. I mean Meco.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm not bothered
Because
about the
he
length.
got a 4-hour film.
Oh jeez. Wait, what did you get?
I don't
GG.
know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because mine was like, I did check. I was like, oh, this is only an hour and a half. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I got fucking. What did I get last time? Like Seven Samurai. last time.
Samurai.
Oh,
Now I've
jeez.
got another
Yeah.
fucking 4 hour one.
It's been
What's
2
with you?
months.
You're so picky though. You're like no horror, no lawn movies.
I'm
Just
not
pick your
like
own damn
horror.
movie.
I said I'm not a fan of like your fucking jump scare slasher type
Alright,
shit
alright,
horror
alright,
movies.
alright.
It depends
what
on
you're
how it's
recommending.
done. Because technically, like, I Saw the Devil is classed as a horror film.
That's
I love
true.
that.
I consider
I
it
mean,
a
not just
comedy.
because it's
Honestly, that movie was really funny.
The
It is
thing,
fun, yeah.
the thing is a horror film. I love that film.
Yeah, sure. No, I know what you mean. Like Nav recommends like slashers or zombie movies, like to me. But
Yeah,
you
that's
probably
what
would
it is.
like.
Stuff like that. I'm not that interested.
Yeah,
in.
that's fair.
If
That's
Nav or Hyper recommends it, I usually lower my expectations accordingly.
Yeah, I don't know. I liked. I mean, like
Hey,
I
Nav likes
appreciate.
a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate the like Nav actually does a good job of recommending movies that I would never watch otherwise that are like aligned enough to my tastes that it's like still branching out. Like he recommended Nightmare on Elm Street 3, which like I generally am of the opinion that slasher movie sequels are trash, but and like it wasn't great, but I still appreciated watching it, and it was like for its time like a fun slasher movie. So I like
He
I
picked the
like that he
movie
recommended that.
Stripes for me, and by the time I was done watching it, I had no idea why he had chosen it.
You don't like anything, so
What is Stripes about?
Well, yeah,
It's,
I
uh,
recommend
Oh,
it.
that one. Yeah, the Bill Murray movie.
Bill Murray and one of his buddies playing themselves.
Oh, the army. Yeah, the army.
themselves
Nice.
getting drafted into the army. It just kind of felt like the most like generic and milquetoast version of a Bill Murray movie that I could ever possibly imagine.
That's
So-
fair. I don't know why.
it's one of the films that breaks through Bill Murray's performances, and it was basically built around his improv as a comedian,
Okay.
which is why there's the
That
franchise.
completely
of the
failed to make it anything other
Police
than
Academy that
uninteresting.
basically
So
tried to replicate that, but obviously didn't because it didn't have someone like Bill Murray in it. And
I
instead,
love how like
oh, yeah, I feel like
Raim's
that.
trying to like make it sound better. I'm just like, no, it's
Well, I mean, I haven't seen Stripes, but I know the backstory of it because I have seen Police Academy, which is
No,
pretty
that-
terrible.
That's really funny that you haven't seen it. But no, I mean that's true. You don't have to have seen it to know all that history. I've seen it.
You don't
and
need to watch something to know.
I don't
it's-
really like. I mean, hey, that's me. I don't have to. I don't have to
said the
play a
story,
game to
not the
tell you
film.
all about it and how good it is.
or watch a movie. I remember you
Hey,
struck up for
he would-
Alien
He won't
Resurrection
listen
when
to
you.
games or watch movies. He just watches Yahtzee videos and looks up the wiki for tips.
Oh, good jest, Raim.
It's really funny that you guys keep
Exactly.
bringing up that Alien Resurrection thing because I have no memory of that. And I have no idea why I would defend that movie so vehemently, but I believe that I did it. It sounds like something I
I
do.
don't know
guess.
if that was that vehement, but you just said.
Okay.
You just said.
Oh, I
I
see,
said like
alright.
it was abysmal, and you're like, well, I've heard that it's worth watching. I've heard some people say.
Okay. Well, that's a very fair point. I thought that I like the way you talked about it. It sounded like I really went into defense of this movie that I don't even.
Well, which
think
is
it's good.
frustrating because you defended Alien 3 first, and then, but it was also in a very weak way, I guess. We're like,
Oh, I
you
also
know-
haven't seen that, so.
Oh yeah, you haven't? Jesus Christ, man.
Why would I watch shitty movies? Wait, no, wait. Maybe I've seen. I think I actually have seen the third one. Oh, it's the one with what's his fucking name? The Sons of Anarchy guy. Perlman, Ron Perlman. That's the third
that's
one, right?
Resurrection.
That's the fourth one.
Yeah.
Wait, what the fuck's the third one then? Hold on.
Bald. She's bald in though. She's like shaves her head.
Aliens 3. I'm gonna look this up. I've seen one with Ron Perlman.
That's the David Fincher one.
Yeah, David Fincher. Yep, she's bald.
Yeah, it was by far the worst thing he's ever done, in my opinion.
Yeah, easily.
Oh yeah, Perlman's not in that. So I guess I've seen 4. And I skipped 3?
Yeah, 4's got the Ron Perlman in.
Okay. I thought it was fine.
Really?
I don't know. No, I don't remember.
Alien Resurrection was. I think that's one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
It has Ron Perlman. Yeah, is that right? That's all I remember. He's in. I don't like.
Yeah,
it.
yeah. It's got Ron Perlman in it's where she's got like alien blood all of a sudden. And
She gets resurrected as like the alien queen. Oh yeah, because it's one of those things that like completely fails to understand biology, right? Because she had the alien queen, like she was impregnated with a new alien queen in Alien 3 and died like that. So then cloning her DNA cloned it having an alien inside of her womb, because that's how biology works. Although again, that's being very nitpicky.
To be fair to David Fincher, Alien 3 was already a mess before he actually got the film, since it went through several years of scripts and directors. And he was just basically given it at the end. It was his directorial debut also. So.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I watched a thing about it, a retrospect interview with him, and he said that like he was basically handed a pile of shit and he had to make what to do with it. And
He would say that though, wouldn't he?
No, but it wasn't just him. There were a few cast members as well that confirmed that it was difficult. I'll have to find the thing that I read because I think I mentioned it before, where Sigourney Weaver was being really awkward as well at the time with how she wanted the production to go, because she didn't want guns in the film, and she didn't. And they had to basically do what she said, because she was like, I think she just won an award or something, so she was really sought after.
Well, you can't have aliens without Sigourney Weaver.
To get away from making excuses for bad movies for a minute, we've come into the final area of the game, although I'm just doing this to go grab my sword that's here. You might see that there's these magic door locked staircases that we can go down. These are a complete red herring. They just lead into pointless areas of the cave that are just there to fuck you up. So what we actually have to do is go examine behind the throne, which is this, and find a hidden staircase. I don't know how you're supposed to know to do this. There might be a hint somewhere, but I don't know where it is.
Well, I know because you told me.
Yes.
There you go. You could have somebody tell you.
I think that was the vision. The director's original vision was to make people just look it up in a guide.
Well, in defense of myself, not only do I have no memory of defending this movie, I'm pretty sure I saw on Reddit people defending it, and I just wanted to bring that up as like.
I think they were just trolling you.
That sounds
That's
exactly
fine.
like.
That's fine, but I don't. If I made it sound like I was personally of this opinion of the movie, I don't think that I am. Because
I don't know if that makes you seem better or worse, to be honest.
The reason I haven't seen it is because I know it's bad. And I thought it was interesting on Reddit that people were actually saying it's not that bad, because I never heard that before. So I was like, maybe there's, I don't know, like, you know, because sometimes a movie gets a bad rap, and it's like you watch it, and it's like, oh, it was fine. Like, it's rarely good, but it was like, oh, that was okay.
For clarity's sake, are we talking about Alien 3 right now or Resurrection?
I don't know which one I have no memory of this.
You defended them. You defended them both.
Okay,
but you definitely made it sound. You admitted that you had not seen Resurrection, but you made it sound as if you had seen 3.
I think I've seen the one with Perlman, but I thought that was 3. So it sounds like I've seen Resurrection, but not 3.
I wasn't defending 3, may I add. I was defending David Fincher.
I think we're just making fun of me here. You're not under attack.
I've heard of directors just being screwed over. That everybody takes it on the director, and they forget that it's not just the director who's in charge of the fucking film.
No, he took the movie though, so it's his choice.
It's the same way that I was watching.
He's made enough good movies. I don't think he needs to.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying, like, he's not flawless. I thought. I don't like every one of his films.
He's not flawless. He made The Social Network.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like that? I was just about to point that. No, I thought they were fucking crap.
I know. I remember Meco hated it. I haven't seen it myself.
I thought it was really good.
Well, no. It actually, it's his best reviewed movie according to both Rotten Tomatoes and Metacritic.
Panic Room was shit as well.
By far. Panic Room I thought was fine. It's just like a generic thriller, which I guess for David Fincher is disappointing.
I liked Seven, Fight Club.
The Game, I like The Game.
Gone Girl. I didn't like Girl Dragon Tattoo.
I like that one.
I haven't seen The Curious Case of Benjamin Button.
Same. Zodiac is good.
That's one that I always like want to get around to watching.
Oh yeah. Oh, you'd like it. You'd like Zodiac. It's really good. It's like a detective thriller.
It's usually compared as The Lesser Memories of Murder.
Okay. Well.
Which is a film that Meco loves.
No, I know. And then Mank, I heard Mank was like really disappointing, but it's well reviewed, so well, who knows?
Yeah, Mank is a severe film snob wank movie. It's about the making of Citizen Kane.
Oh, is it actually?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a movie that was basically the same plot as Citizen Kane, but it's like actually the making of Citizen Kane.
Yeah.
Wow, that is a film snob wank concept.
Yes.
Cool. I just really hate the cover art.
That's a good reason not
really
to watch
bad. Whatever, Meco. I can watch a film.
Well,
about
he watches a movie based on the
war.
opinions of people on Reddit, so is that really any worse?
I did. You guys are up my ass. All I said was some people. I've never seen this opinion before. That some people like it, and I thought that was interesting. That's all. I always heard people shit on it, so now I see people that people like it, and it was upvoted on Reddit. So I thought maybe either people were upvoting it to be ironic film snobs, which is probably more likely, or like many people shared this opinion. So I was like, oh, that's curious. I thought this movie was universally hated. That's all. All right, that's my defense. Fuck you. Okay. Also, it reminds me, somebody said the Matrix sequels weren't so bad. You guys seen those? I haven't seen those either. My dad said they're not worth it. So.
I don't even like the original Matrix very much.
Oh, that's fair. That's true.
Reloaded was watchable, I guess, but Revolutions or whatever the fuck it was called was very forgettable.
All right. Well, they're making a new one now, so.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
With Keanu Reeves. Yeah, God,
it's going to be shit.
Yeah, I would not have high hopes for that.
Stop giving Keanu Reeves work. Like, I like him, but people keep trying to force him to be good, and it's never going to happen. All right, leave him alone.
He's good in
No
John Wick, but you don't have to say anything.
No, he's not. Exactly. He's good like Arnold's good in Terminator. Like he just doesn't have to say anything, so it's fine.
And would you say Arnold doesn't deserve work? I mean, he's not a good actor, but you know.
I think Arnold deserves work because he's not a good actor. He's a different kind of bad actor.
That's literally the same logic you could use for Keanu
No,
Reeves.
he's a different kind of bad actor. I guess you're right. Keanu Reeves can be entertaining. I've seen him in some Shakespeare adaptations, and he's abysmal, and it's really funny.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, he's brilliant fucking Dracula accent.
Oh god, yes, that movie's so good. I actually didn't like that. That movie's supposed to be good, and I didn't like it. So there's a hot take that I didn't steal that from Reddit.
Which one?
Was the best. Dracula, Bram Stoker's Dracula by Francis Ford Coppola.
Well, yeah, if it's directed by him, then people are obligated to say it's good. Is the thing.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. There's a hot take I didn't steal from Reddit. I think that it was mediocre.
Yeah, I like
Gary Oldman.
Keanu's British or whatever English accent.
Yeah, his awful English accent.
Like, dude, I totally love you, dude. Like,
that's good. That's good.
Oh, madam, I am totally into you. He literally just like used his Bill and Ted voice and just put like this
he doesn't say his R's.
I didn't think anything would top my Lara Croft impression, but that might have.
No, that was a genuine Keanu Reeves from Dracula.
Yeah, that's literally how he sounds.
I find that it's such a funny movie because it's mostly based off the book. It adds a romance plot that the book doesn't have, and actually I think it's better for it. Here's a hot take. The book is bad. I know it's a classic. But I don't care. I didn't like it. But anyway, the whole premise of the book is Dracula is just trying to buy real estate in England. I think it's really fucking hilarious. And a real estate agent goes to Dracula's castle and gets stuck there.
Sure.
It's really funny. I thought that was funny. Which is also the plot of the movie.
Yes, I've never read the book. But I remembered you observed that the female characters had very strange behavior.
Well, it's I mean not strange for the time, but they are like really awfully written. And
Yes.
it's like, yeah, there's this whole thing about one of them or multiple of them get infected with the vampire, curse, and they have to keep getting blood transfusions. And it's like, it's this one lady has like multiple suitors. I think it's Keanu Reeves' wife, and like all these guys are interested in her, so they like keep giving her. They're like the ultimate simps, where they just keep like donating blood to her.
You did
and, like,
explain the
cycling
same
through.
story during Call of Cthulhu. You said that she has a bunch of servants that could. Also
Yeah,
contribute.
exactly. Yes, yeah. And it's like this big thing where it's like, oh, I can't give any more blood, but I must for my lady. It's like, why don't you get the servant to do it?
Yes.
Fuck.
Well,
You idiot.
I was reminded of you saying that a little later when I was watching an anime. I can't remember which one, but I find that the female characters in most anime are like really horrifically obnoxious and unlikable people.
Yeah,
And
yes,
it's
I agree with that.
interesting to me because they're trying to make them funny and quirky and appealing, and for me, it's just like it's almost always excruciating. I don't understand it. I guess it's just the culture gap, though.
I don't know. I've only seen. I mean, like I would say JoJo doesn't do that.
Yeah.
Of the anime I've watched, there are
For the most
JoJo
part.
and Death Note. So
Yeah.
JoJo doesn't do that. It's fine, I think. Death Note does on purpose, I guess, because the girl is supposed to be annoying. But I don't know if that's a
Yeah.
Yeah, she's supposed to be she's that's
Lisa is an idol.
against, and he's supposed to be. That's why he manipulates her.
yeah. So I guess it's fine there. It's not because they don't know how to write women. It's because they
Have
chose to
you-
write the woman poorly. I don't know.
Have you seen or read any Dragon Ball? Because I think
No,
even,
no.
even Bulma is kind of an example of what I mean.
Okay.
Although she's a much lesser example. I think what I'm particularly talking about is when you're just looking at like generic anime du jour, the way they'll portray
Sure.
the female characters tends to be like the same.
Yeah.
Like the tsundere character archetype, for example, I find so fucking unbearable.
Yes.
And it's supposed to be like cute and charming. The one that I can sort of tolerate is Asuka from
is
Evangelion,
Asuka,
but that's because
yeah.
she's a deconstruction of the tsundere.
Yeah, I guess when it's satire, it's fine because it's supposed to be that way.
Yes.
lady, that was totally bogus.
Yeah, which Evangelion like gets very deep into her psychology and also explores like how her behaving that way is not a useful or like proper social way of interacting with other people. So
Yeah.
I appreciate it in that specific context, but then every other anime that just does it without any degree of introspection, it's just obnoxious in my opinion.
You know what anime doesn't do that is Evangelion.
that's what I was just talking about. Is the way it was explored in Evangelion.
It's quite literally everything with X. It's like, oh, this in this anime fucking sucks. But I tell you what does it right. Evangelion.
It's literally
Pretty much, yeah.
I could not know anything about Evangelion, but if X complaining about something, I'll just be like, you know what does it right is Evangelion, and I bet I'll be right.
I was going to say that about he complains about all the characters, but he was going to bring up that Asuka is the one good tsundere in all of anime.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, if it's meant to deconstruct, like Evangelion is designed to deconstruct the idea of media, you know.
It's to
Everything
deconstruct
it does is
anime
a-
tropes in general. Yes, it also deconstructs the typical shonen protagonist character arc with Shinji. But
See, I just said random words and I'm right. Next time he's talking about it now. Got him.
the
No.
the shonen like average character is much more tolerable in my opinion than the tsundere is.
Sure, that's fine. That's because you're gay, right?
Maybe.
No.
I think it's just because they're a lot
No, I
less
think I agree.
overbearing.
Yeah, that's like they can also be annoying, but in more kind of
Yeah.
reserved ways, so it's fine.
Ash
I
from
agree.
Pokemon is somewhat annoying just because he's such a fucking idiot, but I still find that a lot more tolerable in comparison to just being a complete
It's a
jack.
kids show.
Oh, here's a great example actually. There's an anime
Okay.
called there's a complete piece of garbage. Let me try. Guilty Crown is what it is.
Okay, yeah.
There's a scene where it's a really bizarre scene that I don't understand like the continuity of it. I think they just kind of put anime cliches in without thinking about it at all. But the
Okay.
protagonist gets knocked out, and he's like with this rebel group. He gets knocked out. When he wakes up, he's naked. I don't know why. I guess they stripped him. But
Yeah, of course.
he's in a locked room, and then he walks around in the locked room, and the girl like opens the door on him, and then like she screams at him and slaps him for being there. Really,
Yeah, I've seen that so many times.
she intruded on his privacy, so
Mm.
her like taking it out on him and considering him the bad one in that situation, it's just like not right, you know?
You just don't understand. That is a desirable and cute.
Yeah, I've
behavior.
seen that so many times. That's why I get so fucking bored of anime sometimes.
Yeah.
As soon as I start noticing the tropes and fucking cliches, I'm just like, yeah, this is gonna be shit.
Yeah.
And usually I'm right.
Yes, it does definitely. There's definitely. It's true of any medium, but anime in particular, has very visible cliches, and most of the so-called seasonal shows that come out every couple months are like the exact same thing as one another.
You know, there's not many anime that has the cure for cancer, but do you know what does? Evangelion.
True.
That's, you know.
I think JoJo's pretty good.
Yes, well, if you had watched Evangelion, JoJo would pale in comparison, of course.
I'm sure. It's on my list after Cowboy Bebop.
No.
Which I'll finish in
No.
5 years.
What's
You know,
Cowboy-
it's-
Oh yeah, I
Let's
forgot
be-
you're
We
already
can
in
watch
the
it
middle.
together, Mr.
Oh,
I'm in the
watching
middle of it.
Cowboy
I
Bebop.
talked to my brother-in-law about it because he likes some anime. and I
Well,
was
why
like,
don't you watch Evangelion to the middle as well, and then you've got to decide.
oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, but you know, my brother-in-law said the same thing. He was like, I felt like it was just like disconnected episodes that didn't particularly appeal to me because of
Oh,
the lack
no.
of overall arc.
Hmm.
I was like, me too. Wow.
Well, my overall opinion of it is that it's all right, but it doesn't light a fire in my soul like a lot of anime fans
Like
seem to
Gurren
think
Lagann.
it does.
Yeah, like I hear it's a good anime for people who don't like anime, but I feel like the reason it's that is because it's basically just a Saturday morning cartoon, and like kind of like I guess it's a good one. I don't know, but it's like if you like cartoons from your childhood, you'll like this anime. So I guess that's true.
Pokemon.
I don't know. But yeah, that's the thing. Everyone watched Pokemon and Dragon Ball, so it's not like.
Pokemon is basically the pinnacle of mediocrity for both the games and the anime.
What about Dragon Ball?
Also,
Z. Okay, awesome.
I think Dragon Ball is better at the start and then gets progressively worse and worse as it goes. So early Dragon Ball is better than Pokemon, but
Okay.
For me, I think Dragon Ball has to be like the most boring anime or franchise in general.
I
for me.
mostly agree, but I think maybe part of it is that it's been so thoroughly copied that it seems cliche now.
Yeah, that's fair, probably. Fuck
It's not
if
even
I
the
know.
cliches of it. It's
I'll never
just like
see it.
I tried going back and watching it, like to appreciate what it may have, you know, what it started and how it made that genre so popular. But I just
Well, it is
everything about
a-
it just
It is a shonen anime, which explicitly means that it's made for teenage boys. So.
Yeah, you're a grown man, Meko, so
I watched.
it's,
I
it's
started
okay. that
watching
you
it when I
like
was a young teenage boy. What are you talking about?
I
That's
just-
my point.
recently. Whatever. You said you were going back to see why it was so influential, so I thought you meant like recently.
I think
Well,
you
no,
have to
because
get
I wasn't
into it
born
when
around
you're
the
a
time when
teen.
it fucking. I don't think I was born anyway when it first got released. So that's.
Oh,
why
really? I didn't know it was that fucking old.
I think it was like the 80s, so
Oh,
you
geez,
would have been
okay.
it would have existed when you were a teen to watch it.
Sure.
80s. I'm not born in the 80s.
I know, but by the time you were a teen, it was around, is what I mean.
Yes, that's what he's saying, I guess. Is he,
Dragon Ball
he-
was
You're
released
just saying you watched it as a teen.
1984.
All right.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
All right,
I'm
all right,
saying
all
I
right.
went back. It
Oh
was
my
in,
god!
like,
Stop saying you went back. It makes it sound like you watched it as an adult. All my friends watched it as teens. That's normal. That's when you're supposed to watch it.
yes, that's when I
Definitely.
tried it. That's what I'm
All right,
saying.
all right,
and I couldn't
all right.
get into it, and I just
Okay.
found it crap. And I
Yeah,
used to
okay.
think, like,
You're just confusing
Well,
me.
it's an action
went
show. It
back.
doesn't really have much going for it except for violence and some quote-unquote comedy. So
Yeah, yeah.
I honestly am mostly with you. I was not interested in Dragon Ball as a teen. I was only interested in it when I was like really little because it was a thing that was on, and I was young enough
Yeah.
that I'd be stimulated by any kind of flashing
Right.
lights.
Flashing lights. Yeah. Yeah. I watched. I like Ninja Turtles.
Sure.
That was it. What else did I like? Star Wars. I don't remember.
that Russian Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, Winnie
No.
Pooh.
I watched that once, I think, when I was a kid. Or like twice.
That's a masterpiece, though.
It is. It was good. I watched. What did I watch? Samurai Jack was good. I don't know. Didn't watch a lot of cartoons.
Watch Graham, watch Dora the Explorer.
He critiques the Spanish and Dora the Explorer.
We have a first time chat.
Yeah, that's weird. In Spain, do they have the opposite? Does she speak trying
He
to
speaks
teach.
English. Yeah.
Really? That's well cool.
That's really funny. We have a first time chat from Diabetes the Second. There's the hero, and good luck with the slime.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Some Dragon Quest emojis. Very that's great. I like those. Yes, thanks. We need all the luck we can get to stay awake during this game. Haha, gotcha.
Well,
I
I'm
just
probably
like the
gonna
fact that
call it
That's why we're
soon
talking about everything.
because we will not finish the game tonight. So I will actually grind until I'm ready for the final area off screen, and we'll probably
Sure.
call it within the next 10 to 15 minutes.
I just love the fact that people are going to be joining this stream just to hear us arguing on Dragon Ball Z.
That's hey. What else?
Well, I
we
mean,
wanna talk
it's both Akira Toriyama, so it's vaguely
about?
topical.
Yeah, that's true. For those of you joining and wondering why we're not talking about Dragon Quest, is we talked a fuck ton about Dragon Quest in the last stream. So check out that VOD, or
Now we're talking about
if it's-
Dragon Ball.
unless it's
Yes,
gone. But
and some more
now-
research on Dragon Quest at the beginning of this stream, so that VOD will be there for you too if you
yeah.
like. Although, yes, disclaimer, some of it is fairly opinionated criticism of the flaws in Dragon Quest.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Diabetes says, interesting graphical mod, haven't seen this, hope you're enjoying the grind. So yeah, that's what we're talking about is, we talked a lot about the game, but it's just, you run out of things to talk about and then you still gotta grind. So no offense to the game, of course, product of its time, but that's why we're talking about everything else. So if you want to hear us talk about this game, and a lot of fun facts from some of our viewers, that would be the last video, unfortunately.
Yes. Well, no.
Yeah, Bitters a second says interesting graphical mod.
We
Haven't
just
seen
read
this.
that. We just
Oh, yeah.
read that.
Yeah.
What?
So this is the American version of the game. I don't know. You're not running a mod, are you, Nexteth?
No,
Yeah. So this is the American re-release of the game, I think, which updates some of the graphics a little bit. So.
unless there's something up with my ROM. This is
Or that. Yeah.
this
I
is what
was
the
going
game
to-
looks like normally.
I was going to ask if that had actually been a recommendation from the guy you mentioned from the previous stream that
No.
gave you tips on the speedrunning and stuff.
No, that guy only plays the randomizer.
That's true. Yes, there is a randomizer. If you love
It
this
probably
game.
is also very grindy, but I did not actually look at
Well,
the
yeah.
randomizer.
I don't think it changes the gameplay to make it.
Yes, well, you could probably happen to find high-level items earlier, which reduces.
That's
some of
true.
the
That would make
grinding.
it fun. That would be kind of cool to like try to speedrun it and see if you find good stuff early. It's like the Binding of Isaac.
Well, the re-releases of the game, as was mentioned by Superbase, also double the experience and gold yield, so they
Yes.
would reduce the grinding by half.
That's
is,
correct.
As we've seen, a very substantial difference.
Right.
Maybe we should end it with our Toy Story 3 Pixar facts.
Yeah.
Sure. Just
Yes.
like last time.
Yes, well, okay, so I watched, like I said, I like to watch rewatch the movies, so I can give my opinion of them. I did enjoy Toy Story 3, but I would like to propose that it's kind of a similar situation to Up, actually, where with Up, people mostly remember the very start of the movie because it's so impactful for them. And I
Yep.
think Toy Story 3 is kind of a similar thing, where a lot of people cry when they watch the very end of the movie when Andy gives his toys away to Bonnie. And so
Mhm.
then they
Oh, it's because they were a shit film.
so they become forgiving of some of the other issues with the movie, which I did notice. There are some actually quite contrived parts of the story, so the whole way they end up at the daycare is just a series of coincidences instead of character decisions, which I consider to be bad writing. And the
Sure.
comeuppance of the villain is also like that, unfortunately. But I did think the setting of the daycare that was like this false utopia was actually very well realized and cool to
Mhm.
see. And I thought a consistent strength of all the Toy Story movies is like that they incorporate the different properties of the toys into the action sequences and stuff in creative ways, and so that was very well done with their whole escape plan in Toy Story 3, which is one of the cool parts of the movie. And I also really liked the villain. I think Pixar movies in general tend to have weak villains, so the only other one that I'd really like highlight as being really good is Syndrome. But I did think Lotso Huggin' Bear was a really like well realized and fun to watch sort of character who made a good antagonist for a Toy Story film. So
Would you say Toy Story 3 is Toy Story 2 but improved?
no, I like Toy Story 2 better.
In fact, they do have
Because
similar overall
they
plots.
have a very similar structure where the toys
Yes, but I
get
think
trying
people
to buy, followed by
overall overstate the
a toy that-
similarities between them.
trying to live in the past. The Beatles
Alright,
too says that he loves the randomizer. We're checking out.
Yes, I probably will. We'll stream this one more time to finish it off. So I'll probably at least watch a randomizer speed run, or run anyways, between now and then to get a flavor for how it's different.
That's what Diabetes the second said. The randomizer is great though, worth checking out.
It's what
Yes.
Range just said. Or
He
is-
said randomizer is great though, worth checking out.
Yeah. I'm replying to him. I'll engage with the audience.
So we'll get into our fun facts for Toy Story 3. This is everyone knows this one, so we'll start out with it. It's Sid Phillips from the first Toy Story film has a cameo as the Garbage Man. He really likes heavy metal music.
Yep. Typical
Yes.
stereotyping, the rebellious kid liking metal music. I liked metal music, and I was a very goody two shoes kid.
Not like Sid, you're more like an Andy.
I'm more like an Andy, but I liked Iron Maiden.
I think all of us but Evil Dex enjoy metal music.
Evil Dex just hasn't been introduced. It's
Yes.
a music of connoisseurs.
I'm sure that's the case, yes. Let's see. Anyways, in the first film, Pizza Planet truck has a sticker on the back that says Krat FM. The same sticker is on Andy's wall in Toy Story 3.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
The number on front of the train in the first sequence is 95, which of course is the year that the first Toy Story was released, and also Lightning McQueen's racing number.
Right, yeah. I was gonna ask what other movie references that, and it was Cars.
I think others as well, but those are two of the more prominent ones.
Sure.
Because Pixar do like their recurring references, like the Pizza Planet truck itself.
Yep. Sid, I guess you could count, even though he only comes back once, so it's more of just a one-time.
Yes, the
throwback.
Luxo Junior ball is another one that has a little cameo in every single movie.
And the idea of teasing the next film,
Yes,
right? That's that popular theory.
that's consistent. I know that happens in Toy Story 3. I forget exactly where, but it should be written down.
Okay.
Okay, yes, here's another one of the Pixar facts, Pixar Wiki's facts that I felt was forced and decided to include to make fun of. Like how Toy Story 2 started with an outer space setting, Toy Story 3 started with a Wild West setting, with space being Buzz's world and Wild West being Woody's.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, there's kind of parallelisms with the other films, like deliberate story
Yeah.
parallelisms, and I suppose that's one of them.
I actually forgot about that. The Buzz Lightyear intro, and I remember that being I watched that and was like, man, I want to play a video game like this.
Yes, well, you'll be pleased by one of the fun facts.
Okay, great.
In the bloopers of Toy Story 2, the prospector tells the two Barbie dolls, I'm sure I could get you a part in Toy Story 3, and Barbie does indeed appear in this film, so wonderful implications there, of course.
Right. Yep.
The batteries inside Buzz are B&L batteries, which stands for By and Large, the company from Wall-E.
Oh, that's fun.
Some of the batteries Lotso's gang used for gambling are rebranded with Revolting, which is known to be the main sponsor of Davy Apex from Cars.
Oh.
And like with Toy Story and Toy Story 2, Andy's mom's license plate is A113, which is another very common recurring reference in Pixar films. It is the room of the character animation classroom at CalArts, which a lot of people from Pixar went to, and apparently other animation studios like to reference it as well for that reason.
Cool.
And like the Pizza Planet truck, it's known to be in every single Pixar movie except for one. In this case, Monsters, Inc., where people can't find it. But apparently Pete Docter says that it was supposed to be in that movie somewhere.
Okay.
Oh yes, so to advertise the next movie, Andy has a poster on his wall for Finn McMissile, a British sports car agent who's important in Cars 2, the next one.
Cool.
Here, I'll have to read this one verbatim as well. Totoro, the friendly furry creature from Hayao Miyazaki's Japanese animated classic My Neighbor Totoro, shows up as a toy that Woody meets, and Pixar founder John Lasseter has called Miyazaki an inspiration from his work, and Lasseter has been involved in the English versions of Miyazaki's last films, including he directed the English dub of Ponyo and was a creative consultant on the dub of Porco Rosso. And then they go on to claim that Miyazaki and John Lasseter are really good friends in real life, which I don't know if that's true. I think
Yeah.
John Lasseter wishes
Sure,
that were
Lasseter
true.
Put that last bit in.
Yeah. I think John Lasseter wishes that were true. Okay.
Yeah.
So related to the idea of advertising their new films again, Andy has a Newt Crossing sticker on his wall, which is a reference to the now cancelled Pixar film Newt, which was to come out in the summer of 2012, which ended up being the release date for Brave instead. And
Okay.
since we'll never talk about Newt again because it's not its own film, I have the tagline here so that we can know what type of film it was. It says, "What happens when the last remaining male and female blue-footed newts on the planet are forced together by science to save the species, but they can't stand each other? That's the problem facing Newt and Brooke, the heroes of Newt." So,
Okay, that's an interesting premise.
yes.
Huh.
Could very well have been better than Toy Story 2 or Cars 2 or Brave.
Yeah, I know Brave. I remember I watched Brave in theaters and remember it being enjoyable. Although I know people
Okay.
kind of shit on
I
Is that
haven't
the one with
seen
Ron
it.
Perlman in?
Fuck.
I haven't seen
I don't
it,
know,
but I
you
will
might
be
be in there.
watching it for Pixar Facts, so I'll be able to weigh in on that in the end, I guess.
If it had Ron Perlman, I wouldn't have liked it because I don't like him. So there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know what's the end that's good.
The City of Lost Children, apparently, which I think is in French.
I've never seen that, so there you go. If I
you
ain't
should
seen it,
watch
it can't be good.
Maybe you should
No,
watch
No,
it.
I don't know. I thought he was. I mean, he was in Drive, wasn't
He's
he?
in Drive, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I
what
don't know. I think he's fine. I don't. Oh, he's I mean Hellboy. I think he did a good job in
Yeah.
Hellboy. Yeah. I just remember like Sons of Anarchy. I thought was like a really mediocre show, and that's what I associate him with.
Yeah.
And I don't know. That show was like really hyped, and I watched the first season and was like, I didn't like that.
I
So-
really like that show.
So,
I
and all I think about when I think of Ron. You like that show, Meco?
yeah, very much.
Okay.
My mom
Maybe I'll give
also
it-
really likes it. I've not
Maybe
seen
I'll
it
give it another
myself.
chance. I don't know.
You don't have to just because I said I liked it. I'm just saying I'd have to disagree.
No,
with you.
I respect your opinions, so maybe I'll give it another chance. I don't have to. Just saying.
Yeah, I think it does get better after the first season.
All right,
I
well,
know,
then-
I know you said that. Everybody says that about everything, but it does get a bit more interesting.
I'll give it a chance. I'll put it on my list. All right. Anyway,
I've got a Pixar fact just before you begin.
Okay.
Do you know Toy Story 4? The 4 is actually a reference to Toy Story 3, which was because it goes in order. Like
Wow.
3 and 4. So
No,
thought
I
that
didn't.
was quite
I didn't
interesting.
make that connection. That's really cool.
wow,
Yeah. So you're not the only one.
very good. So we can go ahead and end the stream on that one.
Yeah.
All right, sorry. Go ahead, Extend.
In Andy's room, there's a sign above his door that says W Cutting Boulevard. This is the street the original Pixar Studios was located on.
Okay.
Yes. Lots of little Easter eggs in Andy's room.
Yes, they're very nostalgic. These people.
Yes. Very self-referential,
Yes, yeah.
probably egotistical.
It is.
The
pretty
choice-
good.
The Toy Story 3 screenplay took 2.5 years to write and storyboard.
Hmm.
I don't know how long that is in comparison to their other movies. though.
Yeah, like is that long? I don't know. Sounds long, I guess. If I spent 2 years on
Yeah.
something, I don't know. I don't think I've ever spent 2 years on a single thing.
Me
So there you
neither.
go.
TBH. The bulletin board in Andy's room tells us that due to an award he got there, that his real name is Andrew Davis.
Ah, good for him.
Yes.
Is that a reference to something? I bet it
No.
is.
Well, it could be, but as far as I know, that's just his name.
Okay.
On the world map in Andy's room, there are 3 post-it notes. They are placed in the locations of 3 Disney resorts: Disneyland, Walt Disney World, and Hong Kong Disneyland.
Okay.
Here's one again. I'm gonna have to read this one verbatim. It was from the Pixar wiki. The incinerator scene is the darkest scene ever made in any Toy Story and Pixar film. I wrote that down because I don't know if they mean it's the darkest in terms of the lighting used or the content.
I don't think they mean lighting. I think they mean content, which
Yes,
I don't know if I would agree with. I guess it was like
it is quite dark because there's
Yeah.
a moment when they just accept that they're all fucked and going to die, and they'll just kind
Yeah.
of hold hands to be together in their final moments.
I thought they would die, and I thought that would be just like really sad. But like I would have really respected them having done that.
Yes, well, I guess they would have lost the whole scene where Andy gives his toys to Bonnie, which is most people's favorite part of the movie.
It's true that it is impactful for
Mhm.
that. I guess it would have. this is one part. If one movie where if the ending was sad, it would actually have had less meaning.
Well, it is sad still.
Wait, it's sad. No, yeah. I meant, yeah, sure. If they died, you're right. It is still sad. in a
Yes,
different way.
sometimes they just die. It's not really the best ending for a story.
It's one of my favorite endings, but you're right. It's not always the best.
You've seen Soul. Oh, Mr.
No, I haven't seen it. Did they die in that one?
Yes.
Just kidding. Don't spoil it.
It's all
I
about
probably will never
the
watch it, though.
concept of death.
I
Oh,
mean, that it's not really a spoiler. That's technically the premise. The guy dies, and it's his soul. He's trying to get back to his body.
Yes, it's like the
Basically, that
Ghost
is
Trick
a load
Phantom
of
Detective.
shit. It's about the genre of music, soul. I don't know what the fuck Raym's
True.
talking about.
It was Trent Reznor who composed the soundtrack. That's a good Pixar fact.
Oh, I like Trent Reznor. He
Yeah, he
composed the
score.
soundtrack for Quake.
Yeah, it was. John Romero was very much like into Nine Inch Nails and asked him to pick.
Mm.
They asked him to make the.
All right,
I've
well,
just-
enough
this-
Doom autism. This is for Pixar autism. Let's get back to that.
I've just got one. This is a genuine one that I've just found. It
Okay.
says the entire animation team shaped their heads prior to working on Toy Story 3. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
Yeah. You animate faster without hair getting your eyes.
Does it show solidarity with people with cancer or something?
I don't know.
No idea. It just says that. There's nothing else.
Helps them get to work quicker.
Maybe
No
I'll try to
context.
follow up on that one some other time. Okay.
Hmm.
Ken was based on a 1988 version of himself called Animal Lovin' Ken, which included his own chimpanzee to care for and love. And Barbie is based on a 1983 version called Great Shape Barbie.
Okay.
Oh yes, that's another thing in my review that I did quite like, the character arc of Barbie and Ken. I thought that whole thing was pretty
Yeah.
fun.
I agree. I liked them in that movie.
Oh, okay, I found it. It says they shaved they shaved their heads because it was meant to represent a clean start due to the troubles that they had with Toy Story 2 or something like that.
Oh yeah, we talked about the troubled production of Toy Story 2 in the previous, or in the Pixar facts for that one.
So wait, when did 2 come out?
The 90s still, I forget the exact year.
Yeah, it's like so long between then. Do they really need to shave their heads for a
I
fresh
think
start?
it was due to that. From what I'm,
Okay.
this is just my interpretation.
It's like, was it even the
guessing
same
was like-
people working on it?
No. Was it?
Okay.
Did John?
I don't know.
John
Yeah,
Lasseter
but I
did
think
not direct it. This is another fun fact, he was offered the chance to direct it and turned it down to direct Cars 2 instead.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's the much better film.
Yes, clearly. Everyone loves that one.
Well, hey, remember we got into a bit of a fight with people who legitimately loved Cars.
Yes. That reminds me of a delightful story. My mom and was having a party with all her friends and wanted me to go away for the day, so she put me up in a hotel. And across the street at the other hotel, they had recreated Mater as a car for an attraction to their hotel, which I thought was an affront to the very concept of taste.
I'm more interested in the fact that your mother paid for you to fuck off.
That's really funny. Yes. That's also a great fun fact.
Yes.
I like that.
That's a doomer fun fact about me.
I mean, honestly though, like people's parents are just like fuck off all the time. Like your mother at least paid for it. That's actually pretty nice of her.
I guess
Yeah,
so.
but
Yeah.
is
I
that
got
it?
you a
Just paid
hotel
for
room.
the hotel for you to-
Dude, I would be like, if my parents were like, here, I got you a hotel room. Can you leave for the day? I'd be like, hell yeah. Thanks. So anyway. Whatever.
Well, I want more extra trivia.
Maybe we'll do that for the
Next
next
time.
Dragon Quest stream. Next Jeff Fact, yes.
We'll do research on each other and give.
Oh god, well Raim's gonna win this.
Yeah, let's just get Rain to do all the work and he'll just provide us facts. Alright.
Back to Toy Story 3 facts now. I
Yes,
suppose.
of course.
Ken wears 21 different outfits in the movie.
Oh, okay. That's fun.
Almost all of it is the one scene where he's modeling different outfits for Barbie, though.
Right, I remember that one.
Woody has 229 animation points of movement on his face, and Buzz has 215 animation avatars in his.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a lot.
It seems like a lot, yes.
Or yeah, it's another one of those things where it's like, is that a lot? Yeah, it seems like a lot.
It was confirmed on the director Lee Unkrish's Twitter that the baby who did the voice for Big Baby is named Woody.
Huh. So, I don't know.
Here's another fun one. Various hints indicate the computer Woody and Bonnie's toys use is an iMac. Aside from the shape and color of the computer, the Apple logo is seen with the word Safari, and next, which is the name of Apple's web browser, of course. And next to it, in the top navigation bar, are the icons similar to those on a usual Mac desktop. What I like about this is that fans search for evidence to prove what kind of computer they're using.
Yes. Very detailed.
Yes. Similar.
That's obviously a reference to them using Macs in the office, of course.
Well, it's probably based on the fact that Steve Jobs had like major shares in the company at the time.
Oh,
He was
yeah.
using his influence to get product placement for his products, which was also a thing in Wall-E.
Steve Jobs alive at that time? When did he die?
I'm not sure actually.
Yeah, okay.
He died in like 2008, and yeah, Pixar
Okay.
was originally
2011
funded. Pixar was originally founded by Steve Jobs.
Yeah, yeah, it
Co-founded.
was.
Co-founded.
We talked about that in previous Pixar facts as well. Of
Yes,
course.
yes.
It's shown
Yeah,
that
so
Andy's
there you go.
mom now drives a new car instead of a blue van she had in the first movies, although she keeps the same license plate, of course, which is normal. There are precisely 1,484,437 monkeys in the Death by Monkeys explosion in the Western opening.
Did somebody count them?
I don't know, I guess so.
Jeez.
Probably X, yeah.
Yeah, you're right, it was me.
Did we talk about this in the previous one? I don't remember. Was Andy's dad ever like? Is he present? I don't
He is
remember.
not, and it was originally because they didn't want to model another human character.
Yeah, that's
in the first
right.
Toy
I
Story.
remember that. Is that ever explained
Right.
in universe? Like, are they divorced or is he dead or?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
I don't think it's ever
Alright,
explored.
never mind.
Because really, Andy is, compared to his narrative importance, is actually a minor character in terms of overall screen time.
Sure. It's not like yeah.
He's also not at all present in Toy Story 4, of course, because he's gone.
Yeah, gone.
Alright. And it was Brad Bird's idea to have the explosion of monkeys be a mushroom cloud instead of just a big blast with monkeys flooding in. Which is much cooler visually, so
It is. Always use a mushroom cloud if you can.
yes. The lunchbox Buzz grabs onto at the landfill is of the $6 Million Man, Lee Unkrish's favorite lunchbox as a child.
I had a Power Man lunchbox, I think. That was my favorite lunchbox. as a
I think
child.
I had a Harry Potter one at one point.
Or
What a nerd.
fucking nerd.
Yes, I was
I
really
love
in. Here's an extra fact. I was really into Harry Potter as a kid. I went for him as Halloween, I think, twice.
Ooh.
I think
Yeah, I
twice on
like
two
Harry
separate
Potter.
years I went as Harry Potter for Halloween. There are two references to Room 237 from The Shining, Lee Unkrish's favorite movie. Pixie's chat friend's username is Velocistar237, and Sid's garbage truck license plate reads RM237, like Room 237. In South Korea, this film was shown in special 4D theaters, which features moving seats, odor effects, vibration, wind, short sprays of water, and sharp air, as well as strobe lighting. This effect is known as 4DX. States Toy Story 3 remains the only Pixar film to be shown in that format.
Oh, what the fuck would we even smell?
Plastic. I don't know.
Exactly. It's like burning plastic coming through the seats.
That sounds very gimmicky and dumb, I have to say, although maybe that just shows how much of a boomer I am. Okay, the
Oh, thank you.
incinerator scene near the end of the film is based on the climax of The Brave Little Toaster. Have any of you guys seen that?
Yes,
Yeah,
I used to love that movie.
I've
Very
seen it.
depressing.
I've seen it too, but I can't remember the part that they're talking about because it was so long ago. that I
Oh,
saw
the
it.
the incinerator. That's like isn't that like a pretty big part? I think I remember it.
I
I'm
remember
just gonna look it
there's-
up
I
just to
remember
see
they
if I
go to.
remember.
Oh yeah, I remember what it is now. They go to like a garbage dump, and there is a part where they have to like avoid the compressor that crushes thing into garbage and stuff.
Yeah, there's a whole song about like all the cars are getting
Yes.
crushed and they're like singing and super sad.
Worthless, the song's called.
Yeah,
that's
that's like the worst part of the
that's a
movie.
pretty exceptional part. That's worth going back and watching now.
It really is. That's a great part, but it's like incredibly depressing.
Yes.
Funny, I looked up Incinerator Brave Little Toaster and it's just showing me Toy Story 3 pictures. I want to see the original.
It was a dump in general. I don't know if the cars to have an incinerator. I can't remember. I remember the compressor, but I don't remember.
There was a dump, but I'm pretty sure I'm not thinking of the dump. There is here. I think this is him. Oh shit. What is this website? Never mind. I'll find it. Oh wait, no, that's the air conditioner. Whatever. Anyway, I trust you. I believe you. I'll keep looking.
Toy Story 3 grossed $1 billion. 1,066 or 666,000, I think.
Huh?
969,703. Okay. So
Okay.
1.066 million. Making it at the time of the release the fourth highest grossing film of all time and the highest grossing animated film of all time, surpassing Shrek 2. This was the second Pixar film after Finding Nemo to go over $1 billion. And then in 2014, this record was broken by Disney's Frozen. Here's the part that made me angry. The record for highest grossing animated film is now held by the 2018 or 2019, whatever version of The Lion King.
God, really?
Yeah.
God. Well, I contributed to that, but
Oh,
I'm
really?
still upset about it. Yeah, it's my wife's favorite movie, like the original, so I took her
Yeah.
to see the...
How did you
That was
feel about the remade version then?
I mean, it was worse, but she remembers it fondly because that was the day we got engaged, so... But
Cute.
the movie itself was not as good, no.
Yes. I look forward to YMS's fucking 6-hour documentary on how horrible it is, which I still regard as a very bizarre thing to spend so much effort on because nobody thinks it's good, so... But whatever.
Well, he's very passionate about The Lion King.
Yes,
and
it was what made him into a furry in the first place.
Oh, was it?
Yes, well, the Kimba project was actually just like an offshoot of all the research he did for the Lion King 2018
okay.
or 19, whichever one it is, the review.
Yeah. 2018, because that's when I got engaged.
There
There
you
you go. That's how I know.
The drawings in Bonnie's room were drawn by
No, nice.
director Lee Unkrish's children, Hannah, Alice, and Max.
Okay.
Yes, so we already went over this one, but John Lasseter was still involved with the film, but he chose to direct Cars 2. So Lee Unkrich, who had previously edited films and co-directed Toy Story 2, took over.
Okay.
Normally I don't include dub-based facts, so this is a very good dub one. In the Norwegian dub, Barbie is voiced by Lenny Nystrom, the lead vocalist of the band Aqua, fittingly known for their song Barbie Girl.
Fun.
Yes.
Fun connection.
Toy Story 3 tie-in game features a level based on the Buzz Lightyear video game from Toy Story 2, making it the closest thing to a real-life release that game has.
Oh.
Yes, which is cool because I had the same experience as you when I first saw Toy
Yeah.
Story 2, that I also really wanted to play that game.
Yeah, I think we might have even said that exact thing when we did Toy Story 2.
We did, yes.
There is a Toy Story game, Toy Story 2 game, in fact, for the PS1. I think we talked about that too, where I used to play it a lot as a kid. I actually quite liked it.
Yes.
It was just like a platformer where you played as Buzz and zap things with your laser. But it was not... It was set in, like, the real world, so you were a toy. It wasn't like that. Like, in Toy Story 2, it was, like, in Buzz Lightyear's universe. I guess.
Yes. Well, I guess play the tie-in Toy Story 3 video game, and maybe you'll have that childhood dream realized, and it'll probably be very disappointing.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting for the, whatever the fuck, the Lightyear movie tie-in
yes.
video game, which, of course, will be exactly what I'm hoping for. Do they still do tie-in video games
I
for,
don't
like,
think
every
so.
movie?
I don't think they do.
Yeah, because it used to be, like, literally every movie would have a
Yes.
tie-in video game. Most were shitty, but some
think-
were actually pretty
I
good.
think there might actually have been a Toy Story 3 fact that said it was the last one to have a tie-in
Oh.
game, and I didn't write that down. Or it was the last Toy Story to ever do it, I don't know. One of those
I mean,
two.
nobody's gonna fact-check you, so you can just say that's true.
Yes. What a shame that there isn't a Luca tie-in video game, because I would definitely play
You should
it.
make one. You've always wanted to make a video game, I hear. So.
Yes, but I have a very specific vision in mind for the video game I will make if I ever make one.
Okay. We can start with that
And
and
it does
then
not
use the
look good.
funds
Actually,
to.
I will say I am interested in making a video game based around swimming.
Oh, there you go. Subnautica 3. Just kidding.
Yes.
Alright.
Alright, this next one, not to overhype it, but this is my favorite Toy Story 3.
Okay.
Pixar actually reached out to the original voice actors for both Andy and Sid, who are now adults and retired from acting, and got them to reprise their roles.
Oh. Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Yes.
Because you could definitely do like a sound alike, but that's kind of nice to reach out to the original people.
Yes, we wouldn't even need to be a sound alike, because you could just say their voices had changed over
That's
time.
actually also true. Yeah.
And, which would be very standard, so yes, it's quite cool that they did that.
Yeah.
Yes, and that does like definitively confirm that the Sid looking guy is meant to be
Yes,
Sid.
yeah, that's true. That's true. It's a deep meaning behind that.
The character of Lotso was conceptualized back in the early drafts of the very first Toy Story,
I think you mentioned that before. Yeah.
possibly. So I've accidentally scrolled my page, so let me find it again.
Yeah, I did like a lot. So I do agree with Rain that the plot is very similar in many aspects to Toy Story 2.
Toy Story continues to examine its premise with each film. So Toy Story 2 is when Woody has to accept the eventuality that Andy will grow up and abandon him, but Toy Story 3 is when they're finally faced with it, which I think is a useful contrast to have with Toy Story 2.
And they both have villains that are toys that feel that they were betrayed and try to leap on that guilt.
Yeah, so I mean, I was gonna ask, how do you feel about? You said Lotso is one of your favorite antagonists, but how do you feel about Prospect?
Stinky Pete, not as charismatic in comparison, I guess. Maybe what elevates Lotso is the setting that he's tied to, where the entire toy side of Sunnyside Daycare is like, you know, his will manifest. It's something he's built, and that's also, I just think that whole setting is really cool and well realized. Whereas Stinky Pete is just kind of trying to maintain the system that Al has already created. So those two kind of share the role of villain of Toy Story 3.
That's fair. But I would say that Al is, well, I guess I was gonna say Al isn't really that bad. He's just collecting toys, but he does try to steal toys from children. So he's kind of an asshole.
He's a little bit similar to Sid in that, from his perspective, what he's doing is not really wrong. It's only with the additional information that the toys are alive that it becomes worse, but he steals, so...
He does steal from
He is a
kids.
worse person than Sid.
Yes, he is a worse person than Sid.
The actual true antagonist is Andy's mum, because she keeps trying to get rid of all his toys. So.
She does that.
That's true.
That was an accident, though, when Andy
Yeah,
wanted
that's
to put them... It's actually a cute scene. You can see, like, without any dialogue, when Mrs. Potato Head is watching them, that Andy, like, tells his mom that that garbage bag had the toys in it and wasn't supposed to be thrown out, and she, like, gasps and covers her mouth, which I thought was cute, like, visual storytelling.
She, yes, and it shows that she does care about her son's toys, which is nice.
Yes, they have tremendous sentimental value to him after all. But yes, and Lotso, a big difference. Well, Lotso had a previous owner, which Stinky Pete did not, so he parallels Woody. He's another person who can't move on from his old owner, and that's what Woody is like trying to face and has to accept in Toy Story 3. So there's more of that. I feel at least there's more of that narrative connection between the pair of them in Toy Story 3.
Well, I'd say in that way, Toy Story 3 is in some ways a better version of some of the themes explored in 2, at least.
Yes. I think what I like better about 2 is that 2 delivers even more on like creativity with respect to the different things they can do with the toys. Like, I thought the whole part of an evil Emperor Zurg toy coming out and also being convinced he was the real Zurg and had to hunt down Buzz was really fun.
Yes. No, I agree. I do agree with you that I liked 2 better overall. There are some things I think.
I guess that's true. If you choose to consider Lotso to be a variation on the same idea as Stinky Pete, then I would say he's a better take on it.
Yeah.
But yes, I didn't. So he's a character who was conceptualized since the early drafts of the first movie, where he was an XP of Teddy Ruxpin, an old animatronic bear toy that was stuck in a bargain bin in the store because his tape player record was broken.
Hmm.
This is the original, and he and his gang of other bargain bin toys would sneak out nightly to raid neighborhoods of toys in the store. And this concept would be reworked somewhat into the villain of Toy Story 4, Gabby Gabby,
Okay,
who also had a defective voice box.
that's a shame.
Ken's line, take him to the library, deliberately mispronounced as library, was an intentional mispronunciation as an improv by Michael Keaton, which Lee Unkrich liked so much that he kept in the film. So, here you go. When Pixar started on this film, they thought they could save some time just using their old computer files of the main characters from the previous film. Unfortunately, when they tried, they found that they had neglected to keep them updated with their current operating system and thus were inaccessible for use and had to remake them from scratch.
Wow, that's a real shame.
Yes.
I had that at work where we were trying to use some software that was built for like Windows 2000, and my boss was like, "Can you're good with computers? Can you do anything about this?" I was like, "Probably not, but I'm happy to bill hours towards it." So nothing came of it. But yeah, that's a real thing.
Yes. Well, we explored in many ways how Pixar tried to cut costs on their movie, but I guess it doesn't always work.
That's right.
Okay. So Disney produced several 80s style ads for Lots of Hug and Bear toys, part of the film's advertising campaign. They have like deliberate VHS style video quality fuck ups and stuff. It's kind of cool.
Wow.
And they were also sued over Lotso. Disney were also sued over Lotso by Deus Ex Industries, which had a line of Lots of Hugs stuffed toy bears. In fact, they were sued multiple times over the years for it. These guys do not let that go.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's like if you win that lawsuit, it's just like printing money, so may as well.
You could say they wanted lots of money.
Good one.
Good one. That was good. Thank you, Meco.
Here's the last fact I have.
Okay.
Due to Pixar not renewing its 7-film distribution deal with Disney in 2003, that would also give the latter full rights to properties. They were intending to produce a completely different version of Toy Story 3 by Circle 7 Animation, along with sequels to Monsters Inc. and Finding Nemo. And the plot of that version would have involved Buzz getting shipped back to Waka Waka Toy Co. in Taiwan as part of a worldwide recall, and Woody, Jesse, Buzz, Bullseye, Hamrex, Slinky, and Mr. Potato Head going there to rescue them. So, if you thought this Toy Story 3 was similar in premise to Toy Story 2, be glad that version wasn't made, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Alright.
Okay, we said we'd end the stream, so I'll just go back to the castle and save, and that will be the end of it.
Sure. Hey, it's up to you.
It was on like
Yes.
half an hour of Pixar facts.
Yes.
Usually how it is. Oh, I think there were more this time than usual, which is good because I like Toy Story. So.
Yes, I had intended to, I think if I had been more efficient in my grinding spots and everything, I could have finished the game tonight, but no such luck, so like I say, we'll do a third one, maybe on Thursday. Would that work for you guys?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we've got. Oh no, it's tomorrow. It's today for me.
Actually, it will be quite short, so we could even do a double bill of finish off Dragon Quest and then start Aliens vs. Predator, if you would like.
Yeah. Let me get back to you on that because I haven't set up OBS or anything. Not that I'm anticipating any issues, but
Yes.
I'll do that and I'll let you know. But that sounds fine to me.
Because I would like to just grind to level 18 or 19 off screen and then go straight to the end of the game next time.
Sure.
Because
up
I
to
think
you.
we get the idea with the grinding in this game at this point, after all.
There's not much anything new to see. That's very fair.
Just modded.
Yeah, just cheat. Nah, whatever you want to do. But yeah, I think I should be good for AVP on Thursday. But, yeah, that's fine.
Just add a +2 on the levels there.
Only a pleb would do that. True retro gamers grind it out for hours. Or else I'm going to listen to Cum Town.
Oh yeah, have you listened to any more of it?
Yes, during my off-screen grinding for this session, I listened to a full
Okay.
episode of Cum Town.
So you like it more now?
Yeah, parts of it were funny. It had some very graphic descriptions of gay sex, which I appreciated.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's good. That's why Meco likes it too. I bet.
Yes, I think so.
Just like the fact that there's just talk about absolute nonsense.
Yes. Well, that's where that came in. This guy just completely made up this character of a car salesman who would give blowjobs to his clients. And went like
There's-
very
I like-
far with it for like half an hour. I think it was purely improvisational too, which was impressive.
Well, they are stand-up comedians. They're just all like, good friends, and they're just that's why they come up with such fucking ridiculous scenario.
Yeah.
I'll have
There's
to send you
also-
some. I can't say it on stream, but I'll have to send you some which are really funny, but they're quite
Yes,
offensive.
It
so-
was very, very edgy. There's a whole part where they were talking about The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, but instead of Skyward, they said a word that I can't say as part of the title.
Yeah, I know they're really bad for some.
Okay. Well. Alright. That's Cum Town for you.
Yes.
It's a sequel to one of my favorite movies, Chinatown.
Yeah.
It's not as good as Goodfellas.
No, nothing is.
No,
But
no.
Goodfellows, on the other hand.
Yes. I said Goodfellas. You just thought
might
it
have
sounded
misheard
like
you.
fellows because
That's
of
what I
my
was thinking.
accent.
I thought I might have misheard you, but I decided just to
Except
go
he
with
doesn't
it.
like it when people correct him on how he pronounces stuff.
That's
He's
why I
quick to
did
do
it.
to everybody else.
That's why I did it. Then you,
Do I?
and
Do I
you-
correct people's pronunciation a lot?
I don't think so.
I don't remember doing that. It's possible I do.
Well, apparently we all have things that we don't remember doing that everyone gets up our ass about.
You've
so-
literally called your character X deaf for taking this out of
That's
me.
true. But Mr. A started it. That's
I
my
started that.
excuse.
That's true. It was more of an homage to me than it was a attack on
Yes.
you.
It was me filleting him as usual. Well, we've gotten
Yes,
back
usually.
to our save, so that'll be it for Dragon Quest tonight. We'll show off the final area probably on Thursday, so look forward to that, and we'll see you next time.
All right. Yes. Everybody. Thanks for watching.
Well.